Sound check number 1, GIC budget.
Good morning. Welcome to the General Issues Committee budget meeting of February the 7th, 2025. I would like to call this meeting to order. We do have quorum. Joining me today in Council chambers, Councillor Ted McMeekin, Councillor Esther Pauls, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Tom Jackson, Councillor Craig Kassar, Councillor Matt Francis, Councillor Mark Taddison, Councillor Narinder Nan, Councillor Jeff Beattie, Councillor Cameron Kretsch, Councillor Brad Clark. Joining me virtually, joining us, beg your pardon, virtually, Councillor Tammy Wang. If you are sitting around the horseshoe, or if you're sitting in the gallery, if you have an electronic device, if you could kindly switch it to a non-audible function so that we're not inadvertently disrupted in our deliberations. Thank you all very much for that. Clerk Trenum, are there any changes to today's agenda?
Thank you, Chair. There are 16 added written delegations. There is one added item for information and 17 added motions since originally published.
Thank you. It is moved by Councillor Clark and seconded by Councillor Kretsch to approve this agenda as presented. Is there any discussion on it? Seeing none. A show of hands, please. Thank you. It is carried. Declarations of interest, are there any? Seeing none. Oh, beg your pardon. My apologies. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thank you. So for items 9.3 and 9.4, I have a disqualifying conflict of interest. This is as a result of the fact that the Hamilton Community Legal Clinic has put a letter on the agenda with respect to it, and I have a personal relationship with persons who literally are funded to support the tenant support program. I've already filed the paperwork, and so it should be on the internet soon. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I believe 9.3 is in reference to the encampment. I think I should declare a non-disqualifying conflict of interest, as I had referred Wade Pozmiak, the lawyer, to a community group in my ward dealing with an environmental issue. And so I was advised by the Integrity Commission just to make it known. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other declarations? Seeing none, we will note those as we move forward. Delegations. We have 16 written delegations to receive this morning, moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Taddison. Is there any discussion on those delegations? Seeing none. If you could just show with your hands whether you approve the receipt or disapprove. All hands are up. Thank you. That vote is carried. 7.1, the Mayor's Memorandum 2025 proposed budget is a revised memo. It is moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Kassar, to receive the revised memo. Is there any discussion on the item? Seeing none. Good morning. If we could show of hands, please, on the receipt. Councillor Pauls, are you? Thank you. That is carried. We're on to 7.2. This is correspondence from Paul Takla, the Chief Librarian, CEO of the Hamilton Public Library, respecting the 2025 budget submission for the Hamilton Public Library. A mover and a seconder to receive the item, Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Staff would like to provide some background information before we move to the floor to any discussion on the item. Who will be speaking to? GM Zagaric.
Good morning. Through the chair to committee, Mike Zagaric, General Manager, Finance Corporate Services. We received correspondence from Hamilton Public Library that inadvertently a request to the city for $1.5 million in one-time capital investment was omitted from the information shared with city staff. While it was reflected in their budget, it wasn't reflected on our side in terms of the request they were making of the city as it relates to some capital investments. We will take this work away with a expectation that it will not impact the levy. We'll look to either library reserves or city reserves to address the $1.5 million ask of the city. So we just wanted to ensure that committee was aware. We've been coordinating with the public library, and we have the correspondence from the chief librarian on the agenda today just to identify the omission. And finally, again, we will take this work away and work with the library to identify a funding source.
Thank you for that information, GM Zagarek. Are there any questions? Recognizing Councillor Clark.
Good morning, Chair Wilson. I wish you a great deal of luck today. Can I just ask, should we be formalizing what Mr. Zagarek said in a motion or direction? I'm always a little bit reticent when staff are taking it on and someone may forget it in the future and it becomes an issue because we didn't paper it. My only question. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe it'll be before us on the 12th, but I'll ask GM Zagarek to speak to it.
Through the chair, on the 12th, we can appreciate the question, and it is always good to confirm through the record that staff will take it away and work with the libraries, A, that the $1.5 million will be funded, B, that it will not have a levy impact in 2025. So we can take that away, work with the clerk, and develop some wording to reflect those expectations.
Thank you. So I would just like to seek clarification. I appreciate that information, appreciate the question, but there's an A and a B action that is a consequence of this memo. Do we need a motion in order to record that?
I don't believe we'll need anything today. Staff will take this away and bring back, and anything that requires that action will be presented to council on the 12th.
Okay, thank you for that confirmation. There's no further discussion on the item. It's been duly moved and seconded. If we can have a show of hands, please, and thank you. Carried or not? All hands are up. Councillor Pauls, yep. Councillor McMeekin, yep. Thank you. It's carries. Thank you for that. We're on to motions. B.
Point of privilege.
Yes, please and thank you.
Chair, I need some clarification on some of the timelines that were explained to this body earlier. As I understand it, motions were to be sent in to clerks by noon as of yesterday. I also received a correspondence that it was the wish of members of this body that, as a courtesy, motions also be circulated, which I did at the requisite deadline. I sent out my correspondence to this body at 11:52 before the deadline. And I understand before the motions are published on the public agenda, they are to be vetted by clerks and senior leadership to ensure that they are in order and that they are properly formatted, et cetera, and then they are placed on the public agenda. The public agenda, as I understand, was put up at 4:50 or afterwards, close to 5 o'clock. But I started to, and many members of this body receive correspondence with details of the motions that I had sent in 1 hour after I had sent them in. And so I would like to get clarification or ask for an explanation from the city manager or whoever might be responsible to understand how some members of the public were granted early access to the information that was provided to this body some 3 to 4 hours before the rest of the general public.
Thank you. I'll look to the city manager and see if there's any clarification that needs to be brought to the question.
Through you, Madam Chair, and I'll first ask that the clerk go through the process and how things got posted to the website, and if I need to add to it, I will.
Thank you. Clerk Trenum, please.
Thank you, Chair. Essentially, from the clerk's process, Councillor Beattie is fairly accurate with that. We take in the motions as we receive them. Presuming we don't see anything of immediate concern, I will advise that within the last 24 hours, we received a great deal of them. So, and I'll get into this before we move into our motions. Review went late into the evening yesterday in terms of what was in order or not. But if a council moves a motion, it gets added to the agenda all the same. It was published a little after 5 for the update. I will say that when it's added to the agenda, councillors may have access to it before it's added to the website, only because the portal is published ahead of time. But essentially, that's how it works. From our perspective, we receive it, we review it, we attach it. As they come in, we do our best in a scenario like this particular meeting to publish every so often. What I can't speak to or control is the emailing piece. Where those emails go or how those are used. Clerks has no control or say over that particular matter, but our process is we receive it, we review it, we get it added as soon as possible.
Thank you, Clerk Trenum. Is there still outstanding information, Councillor Beattie?
Well, it calls to question, to my mind, Chair, and I'm interpreting this as an imbalance in terms of the integrity of the process. When some members of the public are granted early access some 4 hours in advance of it being released publicly to the general public, how did this come to be? The email was sent to 15 members of council around this table, and from there, the information disseminated out into the public realm prematurely. I don't know what constitutes a leak, but this certainly, to my mind, has some questionable circumstances, to say the least. So I guess I'm asking that the city manager or the clerk or whoever might be responsible to investigate how this came to be, and if there is a violation of a code of conduct or some other piece of legislation, I'd like to know about it, because I think it creates, as I said, an imbalance where some privileged members of the public are given early access when the rest of the public are not.
Thank you. I guess in the service of as your chair, my response to that would be, if there is a sentiment that a code of conduct has been violated or belief that it has been, the process is available to you in the form of the Integrity Commissioner. The avenue is not the clerk, frankly, or the city manager. So my counsel to you is, I'm not invalidating your feelings. It is my responsibility to underscore what avenue is available to you if you wish to pursue.
Understood, Chair. And if it is found that it was not a member of council, but somebody acting within a councillor's office, for example, what would the avenue be for that? Same process through the IC?
Thank you, City Manager. If you'd like to respond, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, if the issue is related to a councillor, then our chair is absolutely accurate that the process is to go to the Integrity Commissioner, and they will determine whether they should investigate and follow the proper protocols. If it relates to a staff member and someone that is working for a council member would be considered a City of Hamilton staff member, then I can be alerted along with HR, and we would follow the process of investigation.
So I guess I find myself, Chair, in a quandary because it is yet to be determined how this occurred and who might be responsible, and it is one of two very different avenues. I'm seeking guidance and perhaps the best way forward, because I think that this is a serious matter. I don't think that it's fair in any way, shape, or form that extra privilege be granted in advance of the general public's knowledge. So if it is within the wheelhouse of this council, I'm happy to bring it to the Integrity Commissioner. But if it is found that it was not a member of council, I'm trying to understand what happens then.
If I've understood the counsel that has been provided to us by both the clerk and the city manager, is your avenue for action resides outside of these deliberations at present. It is through the course of the Integrity Commissioner, and then any discussion with respect to whether an employee of this corporation has violated an act. That also is outside of today's and next week's discussion, and it is your prerogative to pursue those discussions and that action, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and I'll take that up with the IC. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other comments. I beg your pardon. There is a speaker's list, and I neglected. I do have on the speaker's list Councillor Kassar, Councillor Jackson, and now Councillor Danko, I believe. No, that's from previous. That's a legacy speaker's list. Okay. No worries. Don't apologize. Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Danko on this.
I'll just, Chair, before we dive in, advise nothing's technically on the floor at present. That was a point of personal privilege that was
Okay,
dealt
thank you.
with. So if it's to that, fine. If not, we may need to wait till something's on the floor or if there's something else.
No, if you would like to raise a point of privilege as a member of this body, it is your prerogative to do so, if I've heard the clerk. There is nothing on the floor at present in which to deliberate or to even call a point of procedure on. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, and good morning, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson. I just didn't want to leave Councillor Beattie out there on his own. I just wanted to reiterate what he has stated, only because we were told under this unprecedented budget process that many of us are feeling rushed through, that we were told, here's the instructions. Get your amendments in by noon yesterday as the deadline. Sooner the better, but you've got till noon yesterday, the deadline. And so I sent my 2 amendments in to the clerk. I sent them in to DL Council only, to my colleagues, respectfully, so they could have advance alert to peruse them. And then I left it to the clerks to disseminate. So I think Councillor Beattie's point is well taken, that there just seems to be a gap between at least the instructions I felt I was given in this mayor's directive of this budget process. Get your amendments, Tom, into the clerks by noon yesterday. In courtesy, let your colleagues know, DL Council, which I did and I always do with past motions. And then I'd leave it to the clerks to disseminate, put it on the website for public consumption. So there seems to be a 3-4 hour gap here that I just feel needs to be explored, and just one way or the other, let's just get to the bottom of it so that nothing is lingering out there amongst us, so that we can work together as much as possible as a council and move forward. Can I just also ask Budget Chair Wilson, and if I'm out of order, you can rule me out of order. I'll respect that. I don't mind that the community has any umbrage with the 2 amendments I'm bringing forward. What I have difficulty with is some of the commentary that has said, oh, sure, Tom, yep, last minute type of thing, back to... I'm going by the budget directive process. Would you possibly, just even as our leader on the budget process, Budget Chair Wilson, just maybe give some comment as to this new process and how many, if not all of these amendments arrived just this week, and the public didn't get a chance, if you will, to comment, but I was following the new process, and that's it for me. Thanks for your indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you. Before offering any comment as your chair, I will recognize Clerk Trenum.
Thank you, Chair. And I think it's reasonable. We were looking to do this anyway, is review this process for everybody, both members of the public, staff, and the members of council present. I'll just speak to the previous matter as well. I don't believe there's anything out of order with regards to the situation. I believe there might be a other process that we'll look into. We've confirmed that we will do that. With regards to the process itself, if everybody's comfortable, I can go in with an overview right now where we're at and sort of where we're going. Are you okay with that, Chair?
Please proceed.
So where we are at, we have had a number of budget meetings, including presentations. The members of council were presented the proposed budget officially on the 23rd, but it was released a few days before that. And the way the process works is council has 30 days to review that information and propose amendments to the proposed budget. So where we're at, we have about 1 week left in that timeline. This is the last budget meeting that is scheduled. Today is the day that we will be considering and debating on those amendments. Following this, nothing is formally approved. All of those amendments through the minutes of today's meeting will go to council next week, and council will officially approve or ratify any of those amendments. At that time, additional amendments or further amendments to today's work may come forward. We deal with that, but at the end of the meeting of council next week, that will sort of be the end of that period of review and amendment to the proposed budget. If amendments are passed by council at that time, the way it works is the mayor will have an additional time period of 10 days within which to consider whether to veto any of council's amendments. If a veto is used, council has an additional timeline, and I believe that's 15 days, by which they can hold an override. So there's a bit of back and forth. It'll take a time before we have an adopted agenda, but at any point along that period of time, if there are no vetoes that are used, or if there are no overrides, the council is considered to have, or the budget is considered to have been adopted. So there is no up and down vote by council on the budget. There is up and down votes on the individual amendments. Council approves those, and then we go through the rest of that process. So today is really the first day we're considering these amendments, which is what we see on the agenda. We'll go through them one by one. Additionally, I'll point out, as I mentioned, we were working into the evening trying to assess. I'd like to thank the members of council that did provide as much time as possible to do that. And we'll apologize we weren't able to get back to everybody on the results or our review of some of those motions. As a result of that, Chair, I'm going to ask that as we go through each motion, that you ask me if that motion is in order. We'll do that for each one because there are some that we will have ruled out of order for reasons X, Y, or Z. I will provide why that is the case, and we can then progress through the rest of the agenda.
Can I thank City Clerk Trenum for that thorough explanation? Thank you, City Clerk Trenum and Budget Chair Wilson. So really today was the first opportunity since January 23rd for the public to even, if you will, attend, be engaged, because this was our next budget meeting. Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. I think that was important to express.
Thank you. I would like to take this prerogative as your chair to say, I take the responsibility of upholding trust and confidence in this process very seriously. We must have integrity when we are around this horseshoe, but especially so when we are behind this particular lectern. My sentiments around motions will be expressed separate and distinct when I relinquish the chair, but I need the public to understand that the process that has been followed by this budget committee is in order. Okay? It is legitimate. And it is a framework that has been informed by provincial legislation, and we are abiding by that framework and those timelines. Okay. Thank you. Any further comment? Councillor Danko? Okay, thank you. Okay, so as Clerk Trenum indicated, before we start to deal with, we are on item 9, which are the motions. Before we start to deal with the amendments to the proposed 2025 budget, I am going to ask Clerk Trenum to provide this committee with an overview once more in short form of the process today, how amendment motions will be brought forward. They will be put on the floor, and we will ask that he remind both members of council and the public what happens. Clerk Trenum is going to advise prior to each motion, Clerk Trenum will advise of that prior to each motion, and the chair will ask for confirmation that the motion before committee is in order. Okay, that is the process we are going to follow for each motion. We will not discriminate. We are on to 9.1.
Thank you, Chair.
If I would just read the title aloud, please, so the public can follow along. They may not have access to agenda at the moment. 9.1, elimination of council-referred items 11 and 12, City Enrichment Fund increases. Clerk Trenum, please advise if this motion is in order.
Thank you, Chair. This motion is in order. What I will advise is there is a motion that deals with something very similar to this on our agenda as well. It is related, so I'd just advise that the members of committee be aware of that. That's item 9.18. I will say it's in order. What I'll also advise the members, I'm going to do my best to, as it gets put on the floor, to put it up on the screen so that those online and those in present can see the whereas statements. You may feel the need to read them, you may not, but I'll post them and move right into the therefore and take it down for the debate portion, just so that we have that ability to show what is on the floor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. Councillor Danko, would you like to introduce your motion and please identify your seconder?
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Spatafora. This was introduced as a notice of motion some weeks ago, and so there should have been ample opportunity for everyone to review what is involved here. So I'm just going to read out the resolution. That therefore be it resolved that the 2025 budget be amended as follows. A, eliminate council referred item 11, the 2025 proposed increase to the City Enrichment Fund, which is $568,110. And B, eliminate council referred item 12, digital program area, City Enrichment Fund, $100,000. To speak to this, just off the top, these are not cuts. These are simply eliminating items that have not yet been implemented. So we will just carry on. If this is approved, we will carry on with the status quo. These are not cuts. So if I back up to the purpose of the Enrichment Fund. The Enrichment Fund was created in order to have an independent committee that reviews community applications for grant funding. And it was created in order to eliminate the politicization of councillors bringing forward funding requests from community members, AKA pork barrel politics. So if I have a member of the public that, has an organization in my ward, previous to the Enrichment Fund, the councillor would bring forward a motion and say, I'm going to fund this organization because they're good guys and they helped me out in the last election. The Enrichment Fund eliminated that.
Point of order.
By.
I'll recognize the point of order, please. Councillor Kretsch.
I don't think it's appropriate to be using terms like pork barrel and impugning motives of councillors here. If you're going to suggest that members of council are somehow doling out money in this fashion, prove it or stop saying it.
Councillor Danko, could you please reflect upon your language and ensure that you're not impugning motive and intent?
Thank you, Chair. And just for clarity, I wasn't referring to the current council. I was referring to my understanding of some past practices which led to the creation of the Enrichment Fund.
I appreciate that distinction of time and your opinion around that. But we're dealing now with the present, and if you could kindly just refrain from that language. As your chair, I would ask you that.
Thank you, Chair. So the Enrichment Fund absolutely funds a number of very important community organizations, very important community events, citywide festivals, a number of charitable organizations, organizations that are involved in the emergency food network, not assigning value to any of the grant recipients through the enrichment fund, but obviously there are very many there that are very important and critical part of the community support network that we have in the city. However, to be honest, there are also quite a bit of fluff in the enrichment fund. We're handing out hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayers' dollars to organizations that are really wants, they're not needs. Things like the Beekeepers Association or the Farts Comedy Group, whatever that is, or a number of interpretive dance groups. Are these really organizations that should be given hundreds of thousands of dollars of city funding every year? So just within the fund, I think there is opportunities to be a little bit more rigorous and selective with the groups that we are providing taxpayer funding. The other issue is that councillors this term have created their own ward enrichment funds, essentially, where they select recipients, where they select what the recipient criteria is, where they then assign hundreds of thousands of dollars through the area rating discretionary reserve to their own ward enrichment fund recipients. And the issue here is this is a complete lack of transparency and accountability for the taxpayers of the city of Hamilton. If I bring an item to this council for my own ward enrichment fund, it is 100% up to me. It is approved by council, but it is at my discretion who I bring forward. And then the real issue is once that funding is approved, it is up to my ward office to hand out the check. I don't know who that check's going to. I don't know if they're going to spend all the money. I don't know if they're a legitimate organization, what they're doing with that money. And it is far beyond the capacity of any ward councillor's office to take on that level of financial accountability for what are essentially blank checks that are going out through these ward office enrichment fund proxies. So if we're going to continue that practice, which this council has accepted, hundreds of thousands of dollars in every year, there's no need to boost the enrichment fund because individual councillors are doing it on their own. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Going to the speakers list, Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Budget Chair. I've had the privilege of serving on the grant subcommittee for the past 2 terms, first as vice chair and this term as chair. And I've been very proud of the work that I've championed there with my colleagues to increase the fairness, the equity, the accountability, and transparency of the assessment and allocations of the Community Enrichment Fund. It sounds to me that, unfortunately, this motion is not seeking to address what Councillor Danko just raised, which was his concern about a problem as it relates to ward office discretionary allocations. The motion goes on to say this is not about cuts, but fundamentally, the increase that is proposed here is part of a multi-year strategy to right-size municipal funding into our community sectors that the Community Enrichment Fund allocates in order to meet the frontline needs of our residents. The municipality to take on any of the services that the organizations who get granted CEF funding to do would be 5 times more expensive than allocating these funds to our community-based organizations, which are often fulfilled by volunteers and residents in our communities that are rolling up their sleeves and putting their hearts on the table and taking care of their neighbors. So if I could, through you, I have some clarifying questions. I know I'm going to be over time, so I'll happily go on to a second time. First question would be to staff. If they could please clarify how the proposed increases to the 2025 budget came to be and how they fulfill a multi-year strategy to right-size the CEF funds.
Thank you. Way up in the bleachers, I'll recognize Director Chase, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, Jessica Chase. I'm the Director of Children's and Community Services. So this came to be as part of a 2022 motion that was put forward by Council to increase the CEF fund by 8% each year, with the goal of reaching approximately $9.6 million by 2028. And in addition to that, there is also the piece around the digital program that I'll just highlight. The digital program was a 2-year pilot project that was then approved and referred through council referred items this year for $100,000 specifically for the digital program, with the goal of that to be improving digital equity across our community.
Thank you. And through you, if you could also explain the solution of the 8% every year annually to get us to that target goal. It wasn't some arbitrary number pulled out of the sky and placed onto a table. Could you just tell us a little bit about how the methodology, the rigor that went into getting to this number? Thank you.
Through the chair. So this number was determined back when that motion was put forward in 2022. It was by looking at what the needs were in the community at that time. We also track each year. There's a adjudication process that CF applications have to go through, and we track what the needs are as well as where we're seeing increases. And one of the things that is obviously considered, I think, when determining that number was looking at what the increases are. So by way of example, we've seen a 48% increase in CEF requests since 2022.
Thank you for that. A 48% increase since 2022. In 2022, we determined 8% increase over years would help get us somewhere. That somewhere is not actually going to address the need in our community. Nonetheless, if I could, through you, could staff please clarify some of the gaps in terms of this 8% increase and where we're getting to? What gaps are we aiming to fill in our community?
Through the chair. So we're continuing to see that the demand in the community is exceeding the funds that are available. For instance, last year we allocated $7.1 million in CF, but there was a motion that was put forward to look at developing both an appeal process and bridge funding. So there was an additional $429,000 approximately that was issued out to CF applicants last year to try and address the gaps that we're seeing. We continue to hear from community agencies that the needs in our community, whether that be in the community services space, whether that be because agencies are continuing to recover from the pandemic, we are continuing to see that there are increased needs that are coming through in terms of our applications we receive.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, you mentioned the community services area. Could staff please clarify where we're experiencing the most increased need in our community in terms of the CEF grant applications? What types of services?
Through the chair, the two areas where we've seen the greatest increase in applications is both through the community services stream as well as through the sports and active lifestyle stream. In community services, we saw a 16% increase in requests, and in sports and active lifestyle, there was a 33% increase in requests.
Councillor,
Come back up for a second time. Thank you.
thank you. We have Councillor McMeekin, followed by Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Cretch. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Chair Wilson. Let me be abundantly clear. I oppose this motion, and I do so for a very simple reason. This horseshoe, by and large, in the perception of the people I'm privileged to represent, is usually seen as being quite detached from the community. We deal with big things, multi-million-dollar overruns, you name it. But on the ground, where it matters, small groups that can use a little bit of seed funding to make an incredible difference in their community, and I could list 20 groups off the top of my head across the city, are really, really important. In fact, I would argue that the sooner we get to the goal of I think it was 9.6 million that Councillor Nan mentioned, the better. And that, in part, was what precipitated my coming up with a creative way to do that, which we'll be dealing with in a subsequent motion that doesn't involve tax dollars, but helps community groups. So I don't see a lot of fluff there. In fact, I want to compliment the process and confess that I'm not always pleased with it. Priorities out in my ward are often different than the priorities of the committee that is entrusted with setting priorities. But you know what? That's okay with me. I mean, you win some, you lose some. We're fortunate. We don't have area rating out in Ward 15, but we're fortunate to have a little bit of a non-tax revenue account. And we make grants, small grants from time to time, always after going through the committee process here and making sure that transparency is there. And that's making a difference. And by the way, just in terms of transparency, the way we do that, I have never presented a request for funding assistance out of the non-tax revenue account, no area rating in my ward, never once, without having the unanimous consent of my 44-member community council who best understand. We're fond of saying, municipal government is closest to the ground. Well, the most important municipal office is that of citizen. And when you can get citizens together to work together to identify priorities, and you have a mechanism to do that, I'm all for increasing the dollars available to that mechanism so that we can sound on the ground when we're around, not pie in the sky when we die. I want to see those funds go to the community and the people who are engaged in the community, because when all is said and done, there's often more said than there is done. But when all is said and done, we're here to make sure that the needs in our community are identified and to the best of our ability to meet those needs. So I oppose the motion for all of those and perhaps some other reasons, but I only have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Because ward-based community grants have been brought up, I think it's just important to clarify that, to my understanding, the ward offices that have a formal community grants program with a established rubric, process, application criteria, review, don't bring in $100,000 grants. The Ward 13 grant I can speak to is maxed out at $5,000. I know some councillors who've moved discretionary funds outside of a formal ward community grants process have certainly exceeded that number. But I think that's an important distinction, is that there is a process here. I heard that blank checks are being written and handed out from the councillor's office. Nope. No. What we do is we approve an amount in front of everyone here that everyone gets a vote on. That amount gets approved. The group then has an amount that they can spend out of pocket, not city money, their own money for. They can then give us their receipts, and then they can get reimbursed months later often for those expenses. That's the process. No blank box, no mysteries where the money's going over here. So I just want to put that out there, that I think that's some misinformation as to how those community granting processes actually work. On the other side of things, Councillor Nan did a great job at talking about some of the pressures in the CEF overall. I'm going to be Ward 13 specific. There are $7 million that went out this past year, and there's $13 million requested. As a result of there not being enough money, fewer dollars went to subsidizing Meals on Wheels for seniors in the Ward 13 community this year because there was not the funding sufficient. That's only going to continue as demand rises across our sectors if funding doesn't keep up. If there's a desire to move a motion at Grants Committee to change our funding allocation, to have stricter funding allocations, to focus more on community service organizations, potentially than other types of funding, great. We can do that. We can tighten up those criteria at Grants Committee and ensure that the funding's flowing maybe in a more directed way. That's not what this motion accomplishes either. This is just taking the overall pool available and shrinking it, or not increasing it with when need is so high. So definitely can't support this motion. And I think the implications that this funding is flowing are also something that needs to, funding flowing without kind of checks or balances is also something I want to speak against and really correct the record on. Thank you.
Councillor Critch.
Well, it seems this issue won't die despite having spoken about it several times around this horseshoe. I think this is the 4th time now we've had this conversation, so I'm not going to ask staff to do more work to explain what they've already explained, so I'll just say what we all know. In 2018, a process was approved to allow there to be community grants programs. Like Councillor Alex Wilson said, these are small grants, often for organizations that don't have the capacity to apply through a rigorous, large, monumental process from City Enrichment Fund, but all the same go through a heck of a lot of rigor. So every single motion that gets approved gets vetted by finance before it ever reaches here. Every single check that's cut is done through the finance process. And there are no blank checks going out to anyone. I also want to address an issue I think is kind of undermining our staff, frankly, by calling the process fluff. As a former juror for this process, I can tell you that it's extensive. We sit for hours and hours and hours in rooms, jurors do, making decisions about this, weighing pros and cons, deciding who's going to get this funding based on an equity matrix. And despite that really excellent work people are doing, led by our staff, who are in those rooms as well, by the way, participating in that process, on top of that, what we see is that we don't have anything near the funds to help these organizations out. And we haven't funded them since before COVID into a new level. Even the funding we're proposing now is still not going to meet the community. That's okay. I think the staff have come up with a compromise and a balanced way of approaching this for the funding that makes sense. I'd also say that we ought to be careful here around saying what has value and doesn't have value, what's a need and what's a want. There was a campaign waged against the Art Gallery of Hamilton some decades ago that tried to malign the idea that art's important in our community, and it brought everyone together. I don't think anyone here should be saying anything about interpretive dance, any other art forms that are going on, the things that our community cares about and wants to see funded, unless they want to have that whole debate again about why public art matters, what's important to our communities. That's for them to decide. We're here to represent them. And I think everyone should oppose this motion. Thank you.
Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much. I have actually a question, and I'm not sure how to get it on the agenda. So I guess it's a point of order, which is the question about two motions that are similar. And I just want to get a sense from the clerk through you, Madam Chair, if you don't mind. If this motion passes, then the other motion that's on the agenda will be moot, because this motion will have eradicated the opportunity for us to look at that motion. Am I correct?
Clerk Trenum, please.
Through you, Chair. Yes, that is correct. I'll just reword a little bit. My interpretation of reading this motion is that if this were to pass, it would eliminate the levy funding increase of $568,110. So the decision made would be that committee is not interested in using levy dollars to increase that fund, whereas the motion that currently sits in item 918, sorry, pardon me while I scroll to it, is looking at using some dollars from a reserve funding. So it is not entirely in order. It would need to be adjusted. It would still be in order to potentially use reserve fund dollars to increase that fund, just not levy dollars. That's how I interpret it. Does that make sense, Chair?
So in summary, a bit of a quandary here, because the motion in reference is not on the floor, but there is a clear distinction between that which is being funded by levy as proposed and that which is being funded blended on a blended formula from reserve and levy. And I think I'll leave it at that because there is only one motion on the floor. Mayor Horvath.
Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Can I get some clarity, Chair, if you don't mind? I listened to the discussion, and so item A, it speaks to the proposed increase to the City Enrichment Fund of $568,110. What I heard from some councillors around the room is that this council, not GIC, has already approved that funding. And if that's the case, how can it be changed without a reconsideration motion? And it doesn't belong at GIC, it would belong at council if council had already approved it.
So I think perhaps, thank you, Councillor Clark. I might look to Director Chase to confirm that action, that direction, which is on the books with respect to this fund. And then I'll Seek confirmation of process from Clerk Trenum.
Through the chair. Certainly I can start and may also look to Clerk Trenum to assist with this in terms of the process piece. There was a 2022 motion that was put forward that would increase the CEF fund by 8% each year. So that comes forward and has built into the budget each year, that additional, so for this year that represents $568,000 approximately. And then the second piece is the $100,000 that came forward for the digital program, and that was brought forward as a report through grant subcommittee and ratified by council earlier this year to make that program permanent and then to refer the additional $100,000 to the budget process.
So therein lies my challenge. It was approved by council this term.
I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to apologize.
Oh, no, don't apologize. I'm just trying to figure it out.
To Director Chase, the minutia of dates sometimes is not important, but in this case it is. So on the 2022, it would be important for this body to have clear understanding factually of, was it the previous council that issued that directive or was it this council? My apologies again, Councillor Clark.
That's you're correct. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'm just pulling up the 2022 motion. It went to Audit, Finance and Administration Committee on June the 2nd in 2022. And the therefore be it resolved indicated that it would increase the city enrichment fund and be considered to the budget process.
I stand corrected. So since it was the previous council, then this motion would be in order. Thank you.
Very welcome. Thank you for raising it. We're on to second-time speakers. Councillor Nant.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, staff had begun answering questions, and I think the only last question I have left is the community services and sports and recreation increases 16%, 33%. Community services, it's my understanding after serving on the subcommittee for 6 years, the areas in community services that have seen the highest increase in request have to do with food security, gender-based violence, and the ability for those organizations to remain sustainable in functioning to produce those services, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. We have seen increases both for programs requesting programs related to food security and gender-based violence.
Thank you. And those that are related to sports and recreation through you, Chair, that is to increase the diversity and inclusion of residents who are able to access sports and recreation programming across our city, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. We have seen an increase in programs that are looking to increase diversity of programs through sport.
Thank you. So, Chair, it's really regrettable that this motion is at the table today. I really believe that the mover wants to solve a problem that this motion doesn't even go close to addressing, which is a focus on ward discretionary dollars and those allocations and wanting to make sure that those funds are distributed in a way that have more scrutiny, public accountability, and transparency. As one of the few wards that has, I think last year, $17,500 allocated in community grants, those grants are all adjudicated. They have documentation, and I publish them every year. $17,500 last year. Council approved every single one of those motions. This year, in spring, I'll bring back another motion that seeks to do the same. In fact, there'll be a fall one as well, because the needs, Chair, have not been addressed. The needs in our community continue to increase. We are in economic times where food costs have skyrocketed, the cost of space has skyrocketed, the rates of gender-based violence and intimate partner violence are at epidemic levels, and this motion expects our community organizations to do even more with even less. There is no status quo that aims to address these systemic wrongs that continue to disproportionately leave women, leave girls, leave gender nonconforming, leave trans, leave racialized, leave refugee, leave immigrant, leave Indigenous. The list goes on and on and on. There is no status quo that actually meets the needs of those who have been systemically marginalized and underinvested in year after year, decade after decade, system and structure created. The Community Enrichment Fund, the City of Hamilton should be proud of the work that we have been engaging in for the last 6 years to correct this fund, the way in which it is allocated, and the deep need it serves for our communities, whether they are rural or urban. And it is a shame to see it on the menu today. Thank you.
I recognize Councillor Taddison, first-time speaker.
I won't express this with as much passion as my colleague. I do sit on the subcommittee. I do find it's a very thorough process, and I just wanted to note that several wards, like Councillor McMeekin's ward, do not have access to area rating funds, and some of these enrichment funds that are distributed are instrumental to the public service agencies in my ward that serve our most vulnerable citizens, seniors, and others that are in isolated rural areas. So I'm sorry, but to say that I'm not going to be supporting this motion.
Second-time speaker, Councillor McMeekin.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Wilson. I just want to build on what Councillor Nan was saying, and I think the enrichment fund is a good process. I'm not always completely happy with the outcome, but you know, those are battles that we need to sometimes take to the local scene. We're fortunate because we have a little bit of a non-tax revenue account that we can draw on. And I just want to, and I wasn't going to speak, but when she mentioned the priority needs that are emerging, I just want to indicate the 6 or 7 priority needs that we're struggling with that hopefully with this additional money, the enrichment fund may be able to help. Food security is a biggie. Our group donates to and makes available grants to Food for Kids. The Taste Bud program, which feeds 200 high school students who otherwise wouldn't get lunch. 2 food banks that where the demand is up between 60 and 80%, depending which food bank you're looking at. Gender violence will be a motion that Councillor Nan and I will be bringing to the next open meeting of general government around that issue. Indigenous issues. Our community is very involved in that, as well as migrant workers, another group that doesn't get a lot of attention. So these relatively tiny pieces of funding can make an incredible difference in the community. And that's why I'm anxious to see this fund shored up as best we can, not.
Thank you. There are no further speakers on my list. There is a motion that's been duly moved and seconded on, I beg your pardon, Mayor Horvath, I apologize.
Thanks very much. I just want to say that the reality that we are facing right now is rapidly changing. And we are going to see possibly some significant disruption in our community based on what's happening globally. And it's not like we haven't seen a lot of that already, but the potential of it becoming much, much worse is there. And so as we go through the rest of this budget process, I hope we all keep in mind that where we are now is not where we're going to be in a couple of weeks from now, likely. We're going to do everything we can as a community and as a nation to address the threats that are facing us. But I hope council members, with whether it's this motion or any others, as we go through this budget process, keep in mind that the challenges that we face in our community, unfortunately, may become greater and not less. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion's on the floor. I'd ask you to exercise your franchise with an electronic vote. Thank you. The motion is defeated, 6-10. We're on to motion 9.2, financial relief to help offset the increased cost of municipal police service. Clerk Trenum, please advise if this motion is in order.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to rule that this, or suggest that you rule that this motion is out of order. The reason being it is out of order, it may be brought forward at a future meeting, and this is important for the members to be aware of, this process is aimed at proposing amendments to the budget, and what this motion does not do is amend the budget. This is budget adjacent or budget related, but it does not amend the budget, so I would suggest you rule it out of order.
Thank you. I concur with that ruling. As your chair, it is my ruling that it is out of order. I'll recognize Councillor Danko, please, and thank you.
So I brought this motion forward weeks ago. It was put on the agenda as a notice of motion. So to find out in this meeting right now that it's being ruled out of order is highly unusual, to say the least. But also, this is directly related to the police budget, which is part of the overall budget. So I'm really struggling to see how this could be out of order, because it is directly related to the budget.
Thank you. I'll respond as your chair. This motion is not in order because if it was enacted, there would be no impact on this budget. What is before this committee for its deliberation are motions which would impact, and residents would understand the consequence of that direction on the numerical value of this budget. This motion is not in order. Councillor Clark.
So I'm struggling a little bit to understand this. While I'm hearing that it does not immediately affect the budget that is before us, advocating and securing funding during 2024 would be applied to the police budget and therefore would create a variance or surplus for the city of Hamilton. So I'm struggling on that point. And if you're saying it's out of order here, then where would it be in order? Because the budget, this question respectfully should not be lost and should still be deliberated. So if the ruling is that it cannot be deliberated here, then where would we be able to deliberate it?
Thank you. It is the prerogative of any member to bring forward a budget, or bring forward a motion, I beg your pardon, to a standing committee that is aligned with that motion outside of this exercise.
So, again, I'm just trying to clarify this. This is a police budget question. But it's the councillor is suggesting that the GIC and subsequently council would approve the request to have the mayor advocate for extra funding for policing. And so which standing committee would it be?
I'll look to the clerk to advise on the standing committee.
Chair, I would suggest that this could come forward at a council meeting. This could come forward at an AFNA meeting. Either would be reasonable, potentially even a GIC, although I'd recommend it come through an AFNA or council. It's just not in order for this particular meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, you still have the floor.
Thank you. No, I'll let it go. Thank you.
On this item, I have Councillor Danko. Is that a legacy ask? I have Councillor Danko, Councillor Clark. Okay, it is a legacy. Mayor Horvath.
Just very briefly for the information of council members, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario's Big City Mayors are meeting right now, and this item is on the agenda as a motion. So the advocacy is starting at the Big City Mayors, and happy to have council deliberate on further advocacy. But I thought it was important to let people know that. I can send the motion around. It's being discussed at Big City Mayors, so you all have it.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Again, A is the city is to request the province to provide financial relief. There's no budget ask there, folks. B, that city finance staff work with our staff to quantify a specific financial relief request. Again, there's no monetary impact on this budget as a consequence of this proposed action. That is, as a consequence, I'm ruling it out of order. We are on to 9.3, realignment of taxpayer funding to good faith encampment support organizations. Clerk Trenum, please advise if the motion is in order.
Thank you, Chair. Similarly to 9.2, I'm going to rule this motion, or suggest you rule this motion out of order, being that it does not have an impact on the budget line item. While it does speak to how the money is spent, it does not speak to how much or a change to that amount.
Thank you. I heed your counsel. This motion is out of order for that very reason.
Point of order, Chair.
Amount identified in the budget. I'll recognize the point of order. Councillor Danko.
Again, I brought this forward weeks ago. Notice of motion. It's been on the agenda. We've all been aware that it was coming forward. And it doesn't change the budget. I agree with that. It is a reallocation of services, but those are services that are part of the 2025 budget. How could it not be a budget item?
Thank you. I'm happy to speak to that in my reasoning. It does not impact the budget. It may impact those who deliver a service on behalf of the corporation, but it is not recognizing it does not have a budgetary impact. This committee is deliberating a budget. Thank you. We're on to 9.4, taxpayer funding exclusion for organizations involved in litigation against the City of Hamilton. Clerk Trenum, please advise if the motion is in order.
Thank you, Chair. At the risk of sounding repetitive, I will advise that this particular motion is out of order for the same reasons as 9.3, without an impact on the budget.
Thank you. I accept your counsel, and I will rule as your chair that this budget is not in order because it does not identify a specific monetary impact. It is not a budget motion. Councillor Clark on a point of order.
Thank you. So this has now been 3 notices of motion that have been on the docket for several weeks, and we're being surprised here at this meeting with rulings that they were out of order. If they've been in the clerk's presence for 3 weeks and the committee's presence for 3 weeks, and if there was a desire for anybody in the executive to say that those motions were out of order, why wouldn't the councillor have been advised? Instead of surprising him for a big public relations issue, I don't understand. Email him, say, whoops, we disagree. Example, I sent in a budget to the clerk. The budget spoke about trying to find efficiencies in next year's budget. It's not in the budget here, but we had the discussion. I wasn't surprised here. I think that's out of order.
I've also got a point of order.
I'll recognize Councillor Francis.
Yeah, thank you. Since we're 4 motions in here and 3 of them have been dismissed inappropriately on the spot, I'd like to know out of the remaining, I think there's 21 motions in total here, can we just get a list now? Can we go home? Or can we get a list here of how many we're actually going to deal with today? I want to know which ones we're going to deal with in advance, since these are just getting ruled out of order as we go along here, just making up rules on the fly.
Thank you. As your chair, we go through each motion in numerical order as it's presented on the agenda. Thank you.
I want to know now which ones are going to be ruled out of order as we go.
Excuse me, that's not the process. We're going to go through each order.
I should be able to, I'm sorry,
Excuse
point
me,
of order. I have the floor.
If you're asking, you do have the floor, but you asked me a question, and I'm offering, because I need to be held accountable for my ruling, we're going to go through each motion as it appears on the agenda.
We were elected on a mandate of transparency. I demand transparency. I want to know which motions are in order for the remainder of today's meeting. I deserve to know that. The taxpayers deserve to know that. The gallery deserves to know that.
Thank you. I've offered a ruling. There is a process if you don't agree with that ruling, and it's afforded to you as a prerogative formally to challenge my ruling.
I challenge a ruling.
I will relinquish the chair to the clerk.
So, thank you, Chair. I'll assume the chair for this particular process. The ruling of the chair has been challenged. Councillor, do you have a seconder for your challenge? I see Councillor Pauls as the seconder. So as a process issue, I'll just sort of explain how we would proceed. The motion before the committee will be that the ruling of the chair be sustained. That means if you vote in favor, that is a vote to sustain the ruling, meaning you agree with the ruling of the chair. If you vote no, that is you are in favor of overruling that. So you are in disagreement of the ruling of the chair. Are there any questions on how to vote? Yes.
What is the actual question of disposition? So are we voting on the ruling that 9.4 was out of order and that's what's overturning, or the specific order of the procedure of when things are going to be told they're out of order, going through the motions one by one?
Excellent question, Councillor. Thank you. My understanding is the ruling is that the one by one, the request was to understand what other motions are out of order ahead of time.
Thank you.
This is a 2/3 majority to... Thank you. The motion on the floor is to sustain the ruling of the chair. So a yes vote is in agreement with the chair's ruling. A no vote is in disagreement with the chair's ruling. Mayor Horvath.
Just a clarification, is there debate on the motion that's on the floor? Is the debate allowed, or is it simply going to a vote?
I do not believe that the procedural bylaw, it is silent on that. So if there were debate, it would have to be very much related to the ruling or the instructions.
So there could be debate on the position as to whether or not to uphold the chair's ruling.
The procedural bylaw is silent on it, so there's no vote. It would be allowed potentially. I would have to hear what the debate is before I'd rule it in or out of order.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate that. I would just want to say that this is a new process for all of us. We're trying to get through it. And I'm going to uphold the chair's decision because we have work ahead of us that we have to do, and we're learning together. And as we get through today's discussion and the rest of this process, we will be able to alter going forward. But I'm going to uphold the chair's position because we need to get through this process. And as I said, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Councillor Danko.
I agree with the mayor. Thank you.
See Councillor Jackson?
You looked the other way, but you still saw me. Good eyesight. Thank you, City Clerk Trenum. So just to be crystal clear, the chair has said that she will item by item rule then whether it's in order or not. I don't want to lose track of that, correct?
That is correct. So if the motion to sustain fails, then we will advise which ones are out of order across the rest of the motions.
Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Clerk Trenum. I understand the process, and the chair is correct in stating we always have to determine whether any motion is in order. That is the chair's job. My question still stands. There's a number of motions that are before us. On the ones that were deemed to be out of order, was there any notice provided to the sponsoring councillor?
I'm going to say that I won't answer that right now as we're dealing with a particular orderly motion. However, I'm happy to speak to that after the ruling of this as a separate point of order.
Okay.
Seeing no further question or comment, I'm going to call the vote. This is an electronic vote. One last time, the motion is to sustain the ruling of the chair. A yes vote is in agreement with the chair's ruling. A no vote is in disagreement with the chair's ruling. That motion carries. The ruling of the chair is sustained. Chair, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you. I'll recognize Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I'm just wanting to follow up with the question that I gave to the clerk, and I understand it's a new process, and I'm trying to be extremely patient. But as a matter of courtesy, if the executive team, the clerks, knew in advance that they were going to rule specific motions out of order today, I'm simply asking, was any of those councillors who were sponsoring those motions advised in advance, whoops, sorry, your motion's not in order? Because what they could have done is simply taken the motion off the docket, which is what I did, instead of causing embarrassment here. So I think it's important that we understand, was that done at all?
So, through you, Chair, I can advise that decisions on this or our thoughts were really not settled until rather late last night in terms of what the best process of moving forward would be. I will offer my apologies on the clunkiness of how that could feel, and knowing this is the first time we went through it. This is the process that we ended up with and where we landed as of the end of last night, and unfortunately that is the best I can offer at this time.
Councillor Clark, you still have the floor on your privilege.
I'm disheartened by this. It doesn't take 2 minutes to send an email to a councillor and say, we've reviewed your motion. It's really not in order. It should be at the next GIC meeting, not a budget meeting. I understand we were all working late last night, but sending that quick email out would have been a benefit. I would suggest strongly that next year's process, if this is the way it's going to be, that we allow for that opportunity instead of embarrassing councillors on the floor that the motion that they've worked on for weeks is not in order.
Thank you. It is. Okay. Councillor Danko.
I think it is important to clarify that I was notified last night, but I didn't know the official, what would be considered or how council would consider it. So I think as has been stated, like that this is a new process and it was evolving right until the last minute. And I still don't agree with it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I have a point of order just to clarify something really quickly. We've been speaking a lot about notices of motion here and about how they operate and work. So I want to be clear about that. When notices of motion are added to agendas, they're not always added in the form that they're going to be in order, because there's an expectation that between the notice of motion moment and the moment they become an actual motion on the agenda, there might be adjustments made to them, that kind of thing. So I think that's something I've talked to the city clerk about before, saying, oh, wait a minute, I think this notice of motion might be out of order. And it's like, well, it's not a motion yet, Councillor. Councillors can bring whatever notices they want here, and the wording of those notices is up to them. It's when it becomes a motion that we have to turn our minds to whether or not something is in order. So I just wanted to say that out loud because I think it was missing from the conversation otherwise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't want to belabor this. I want to, though, underscore for the public that my rulings are not informed by whether I agree with the intent of your motion or not, whether I value its content or not, whether I think it is the right thing to do or not. My obligation as chair is to discern whether the motion is in order per the mechanics of this budget and what is required within the deliberation of a budget. If your motion cannot be quantified, if we cannot assess in a transparent manner to our residents what the impact will be, then the motion must be ruled out of order. As your chair, I have committed to you individually that post this process, I am going to engage in a deliberate conversation with each of you on this is our first time around. How did you find it? What do you think we can improve? How can we uphold public trust and confidence? That is my commitment. But I do want to underscore as your chair that this budget, that this process, that these directives are all legitimate. Thank you. We are on to 9.5, I believe. Electric maintenance vehicles has been revised. Clerk Trenum, please advise if the motion is in order.
Thank you, Chair. This particular in review with Finance, that this is the use of reserve funding that was approved in 2024, and there is no additional allocation in funding on specific projects for this year. Therefore, it would not have an impact on the 2025 budget. Therefore, it would be out of order for mostly the reason that it would also be a reconsideration, and a reconsideration cannot be dealt with at committee. We need to be brought forward to a council meeting.
Thank you. No, as your chair, I have to rule first. You're welcome. I heed the clerk's counsel. This motion is not in order because it references a budget decision that is not within this particular budget. These funds were expended and or approved in the previous 2024 budget. Councillor Pauls.
This is very frustrating because I
Sorry, are you on a point of order?
Yes,
point of privilege?
a point of
Okay.
order.
I just wanted for folks, because I have given.
I spent, first of all, we received 1,000 pages, 1,000 plus pages to review for this budget. I have people in my Ward 7 saying we have to lower our taxes. People cannot afford these taxes, right? So I did my due diligence, and the problem is this. I've had a lot of email, a lot of them probably are in this saying that, you know, I can't do this is climate change and all that. I could have spared all those emails from people emailing me, calling them. I called at least 10 people yesterday explaining why I wanted this motion. So I want to say
you can
that I
speak
did
to the
not,
process, you cannot speak to the content.
I just want to say that I did not get a call last night that this was out of order. And also, I put this motion a week prior. I gave it ahead of time. And if it was so, we should have had the rights, instead of having the public coming here trying to figure and booing us for this motion. I found it offensive. I find it very disturbing that I took days to try to find some savings for my taxpayer on the mountain. And I want to tell you, I could give you a list of people that have said we must reduce this budget from 5.7 because they cannot afford their taxes. They can't afford food. So please, why didn't I get a notification last night so I didn't have to call those 10 people to say why my reasoning was to do this? We have we have directive from the climate change office to spend money. And I want to know the reserve of $300,000, why it's sitting there. So why wasn't I called yesterday so I could be prepared and I didn't have to spend time talking to those people?
Thank you, Councillor. Again, I just want to assure you, in terms of the content of your motion, it is referencing monies that are not within this budget. It is
A week ago, I put it in,
excuse me, I'm
Councillor.
speaking. I did not interrupt you. It is referencing budget monies of a previous budget, not part of this budget. As a consequence, it is out of order. In terms of the staff work, it is my responsibility as chair to uphold the professional integrity. To suggest that there was something untoward, I cannot abide by. The staff and your chair have been doing our best in terms of taking the input and deliberating, and upon the receipt of all the motions, ensuring that we are considering and deliberating and delivering a fair and consistent approach to each. And that was done last night. Thank you.
Can I just say one last word? One last word. The reason we were asked to look at the budget was to reduce. When I went to the clerk and said, this is the budget, that is the time.
Thank you.
To say, not at this meeting right here. So I'm very, probably my next one is probably the same thing. So
thank you.
Might as well just go home now.
Point of order.
I think Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Francis.
Does he have a point? Sorry, he's got a point of order?
I believe, did you issue a point of order?
Sorry, I didn't see it.
Thank you.
So can I inquire, were these items line items in the budget where it said council referred items? Were they there?
I'll recognize GM Zagaric to speak to the motion in terms of why.
Through the chair, these projects were funded from the Climate Change Reserve. The Climate Change Reserve was funded through the 2024 tax budget process. $2.5 million was allocated to the Climate Change Reserve. Staff then reported through PED 24165 in 2024 on a series of projects to be funded from that reserve, including those projects that are listed in this motion. There are detail sheets included in the 2025 budget that identifies these projects were funded pre-2025. Why there are detail sheets in the 2025 budget is there's an associated $26,000 operating impact with these projects, and we needed to capture and get council's approval for the operating impacts of the projects. So again, these were funded in 2024, approved in 2024, and the housekeeping item is the $26,000 in operating impacts that requires council's approval.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Francis, please.
So my point of order, I just want to know from the mover of the motion, were you notified in advance that this was going to be ruled out of order?
No, I wasn't, not even last night.
And I'm just going to say that the staff are not in charge, the chair is not in charge, taxpayers are in charge. They hold this council here accountable, and I'm going to challenge the chair again. I'm going to challenge the chair every time this happens for the rest of the meeting. This is anti-democratic.
Just seeking clarification for colleagues, what is exactly being challenged, and then I'll hand over to the clerk.
I'm challenging the ruling that this motion is out of order.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a seconder, Councillor? Councillor Spatafora. So moved by Councillor Francis, seconded by Councillor Spatafora. The ruling was that motion 9.5, or in item 9.5 of the agenda, is ruled out of order. So before you is the motion to sustain the ruling of the chair. Again, the ruling is that 9.5 is out of order. A vote in yes sustains that ruling, which means it is out of order. A vote no would be to go against that ruling, suggesting that it is in order. Are there any questions from the members of council, committee? Seeing none, I'll call the electronic vote, please. The ruling is sustained. Chair?
Thank you, Clerk Trenum. We are on to, I believe, 9.6, Climate Change Initiative. Clerk Trenum, please advise if this motion is in order and if you need to refer to any staff to uphold whatever it is you have to say.
Thank you, Chair. The motion contained in item 9.6, similarly to the last one, is reserve funding approved in 2024. I can hand it to staff to advise any further. While the motion itself to remove this may be in order, it would just be a reconsideration again to no longer provide those particular line items from the reserve.
Thank you. I heed your counsel. Again, because the expenditure is not within this budget year, this motion is not in order. If GM Zagaric or Acting Director Weaver would like to offer any additional information, I invite them to do so at this time.
Through the chair, the projects listed in motion 9.6, similar to motion 9.5, were projects that were funded through the Climate Change Reserve and approved in 2024 and do not have an impact on the 2025 budget.
Thank you.
Can I say something?
You can call a point of
privilege.
privilege.
A point of order.
No, you can call it, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Please proceed.
I just want to thank you for letting me know this morning in front of everybody here.
Thank you. We're on to 9.7, amendment to the proposed 2025 tax-supported budget, development of a community benefits protocol. Clerk Trenum, please advise if the motion is in order.
Chair, this is amending the budget. This would be in order.
Thank you. It is in order because it is specific to the 2025 budget. Councillor Crutch, would you like to introduce your motion?
I will. My motion is seconded by Councillor Huang, and it's to fund the development of a community benefits protocol. And we have this on the agenda. You have it in front of you. I won't read out the whereas clauses. But suffice it to say, as the chair of the Community Benefits Protocol Subcommittee, the main job of this subcommittee is to develop a community benefits protocol, social value framework. It's called different things in the community. So the idea is that we have to do the work. This was approved in 2018 by council as a thing they wanted to do. A terms of reference was struck in 2022. It had its first meeting in 2023. And what we've done so far is we've gotten some of the social procurement side done, and that's going to go to the procurement subcommittee. So that work has been done, which is great. What we haven't actually actioned and have no staff support to do is the actual development of a community benefits protocol. For those listening asking why is this important, well, it allows us to do all kinds of things when it comes to major development projects in our city, light rail transit, other kinds of things, so that if there's an exchange that can be made between the community and a project leader, we can make that happen. The most famous example I can think of that we've discussed in the last few years anyways in Ward 2 is with respect to the development of the Corktown Plaza. So just to give you a concrete example of what that looks like, if you enter into a community benefits agreement, maybe residents in the area will say, you know, we don't mind having a few more stories of height here on this building if it means that we're going to guarantee to get a laundromat, a grocery store, something like that. Other kinds of amenities can also be proposed through community benefits agreements, including civic amenities like swimming pools, parks, parkland dedication, all that kind of stuff. If we don't have a framework for how we do this as a city, those requests aren't going to be resolved. They aren't going to be done. They aren't going to be addressed. Staff need it, developers need it, project leaders need it, and community residents need it. So we need a framework. We need a protocol. So this proposes a 0.006% increase to the overall budget, which wouldn't really change the rounding that we have, so it would remain at 5.7, frankly. And so I'm proposing this to put forward because I think it's important for us to fund this work. Honestly, without funding this work, I don't see the point of having this committee, subcommittee existing and doing it, which would be a real shame. We have a whole network of people, part of the Hamilton Community Benefits Network, who are doing this work across the city. And I think we should keep doing that work as we committed to do, both last council and this council. Thank you.
And you introduced your seconder? Okay, thank you. Beg your pardon. Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Francis, Clark, and Nan. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. I won't be supporting this motion. It's asking for $75,000 to hire another consultant. Last two budgets, which I've opposed, 23 and 24, in total, with those budget approvals by the majority of council, we hired approximately 350 more full-time equivalent employees to the 8,000 approximately that run this corporation for the city of Hamilton. This year's budget, if it gets approved at some level, time will tell, approximately another 225 to 250 FTEs are recommended. Surely to goodness, we can't find amongst those extra FTEs one person with some expertise and experience that can help the councillor with this subcommittee's valuable work, but instead we need another consultant at $75,000. I will not be supporting it. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson.
Councillor Francis, please.
Thanks. And would you look at that? The one motion to raise your taxes is ruled in order. I'll be voting against it.
Councillor Clark.
Can I ask a question of staff? Thank you, Chair. I like staff's comment on this. I'm not trying to drag them into a political debate. I'm trying to understand how would you proceed if you did not have the $75,000 for the consultant? Do you have staff that can do that kind of work? That's the kind of information that we don't have. Thank you, Chair.
GM Burden.
Thank you. Angie Burden, General Manager of Community Services. Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. There has been lengthy discussion about how to complete this work and fulfill the mandate of the committee. And it is true that we struggle to find the expertise within existing complement and would, from a workload perspective, this is there isn't an actual home for the work as it relates to the engagement and the community-facing work that would be required, with also the internal piece around the consultation to develop the framework and the protocol. There is an option that currently there is $75,000 from the tax stabilization reserve that the committee has asked to start some of the social value pilot work. And there was a recommendation from staff to suggest that we could start this pilot work to demonstrate how social value procurement could be implemented within the city. And staff do see that as the recommended first step. However, if there is a desire within the subcommittee and council to take that $75,000 from that particular project, we could instead apply it and choose to do the framework development and the community benefits protocol development with that $75,000 and pause the social value procurement pilots instead.
Thank you. One supplemental question, if I may. The term community benefit, a wee bit confusing out in the public. They don't really know what we're talking about when we say community benefit. So if I understand it correctly, is we're proceeding with capital projects within the city, or for example, Metrolinx is proceeding with capital projects within the city. There would be agreements developed with them that they would fund specific social programs. It could be additional not-for-profit housing, it could be supportive housing, it could be any number of those things. Do I have a fair grasp on what that program would be, Chair?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, I would also invite GM Zagarek to speak to this around the social procurement is one aspect of the community benefits framework. And apologies, I'm tripping on my words because we have referenced it as community benefits, and now we have changed the language to social value. But in broad specs, it's looking at how do we give back to the community and ensure that there is equity and consideration for reinvesting in a social way back into the community when there are development projects, when there are contracts, when there are relationships with vendors, so that the community then receives a lasting benefit and social value for that financial exchange. I'll turn to GM Zagarek if he'd like to add to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Through the chair, I think Councillor Clark does understand social procurement. I'll just add that the opportunities may be as it relates to community amenities, but it also could be as it relates to the vendor or contractor employing individuals who are hard to employ as well. So it's not always an amenity. It could be how they engage with the community as it relates to their requirement to fulfill on a project.
Thank you. The last question, if I may. So as I understand the program, if we have the program, it may enable the servicing of specific projects, whether or not it's a supportive housing project, whether or not it's hiring people who are difficult to hire, all of which is a benefit to the city, but it's not at the city's cost. This is coming off of a capital project. Is that correct?
To the chair, that is the intent. The intent is to leverage the city's investment for a community benefit, a broader community benefit. The intent is not for an incremental investment through the procurement of a project or initiative, but effectively leveraging through that work a benefit to the broader community.
A quick comment, if I may, Chair. I understand we're supposed to be looking at the budget and we're supposed to be doing our very best to lower the increase. The way I understand the community benefit program is that having that program in place will not only provide additional services and capital projects for the local community, but it will not be on the backs of the property taxpayer. Without that program, the demands from the community for those capital investments will be coming directly to council, and then council will have to decide whether or not to fund it. If we do it this way, it really doesn't come before council as a funding item. It comes before council as a report from that committee looking at the savings that we have had to the municipality. Thank you.
Councillor Nan, followed by Councillor Alex Wilson, Mayor Horvath. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Budget Chair. Appreciating the motion here, specifically as serving for 6 years on council, having that privilege. Previous term of council, we couldn't even get the subcommittee to meet, primarily because there was no staff lead that could be deemed designated consistently enough. And so the work of a community benefits protocol has been unfortunately delayed for a number of years here in the city of Hamilton.
And especially given the uncertain climate being created by the U.S. administration, the ability to develop a municipal framework for community benefit and social value agreements is even more critical. Municipalities have to work smarter. We have to be more nimble. We have to create the kind of levers that we need to protect the interests of our residents, but most importantly, do the deliberation and good work of community building and city building in a manner that is sustainable for our community. Do I need to slow down and repeat myself? Like, folks, we have a lot of work that relies on expertise to be initiated as a municipality. We have got to catapult ourselves towards the type of future we want to be proud of leaving behind for future generations to thrive in this community. That's the job around this table, and every single budget decision we make ought to be a reflection of that commitment. So dumbing down, and I am sorry for using that language, Chair, but dumbing down an initiative like this as being simply a short-sighted or ill-informed luxury item on this budget to simply increase taxes is very regrettable. Very regrettable when what we need to be doing is really inspiring each other's synapses to fire in creative and intelligent ways and make sure our bureaucracy is able to respond with the type of subject matter expertise it's going to take to ensure our community can thrive in future generations. These kinds of agreements deliver. They deliver jobs, they deliver assets, they deliver amenities that our community deserves. Happy to support it. Thank you. Recognize the point of order.
I would suggest that we need to be balanced in our approach. If one councillor is going to be called out of order for a specific language, then another councillor uses the term dumbing down. It's either got to be everyone in the same thing or just go home. We have to have some respect. So
thank you, Councillor.
It's not fair.
As a point of privilege, I respect what you're asking for, and I apologize for using that terminology.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And to be clear, I have not called anyone out of order in this meeting, but I would appreciate that we be thoughtful in our language and not ascribe motive or diminish character. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Councillor Clark raised my points. I've removed myself from the speakers list.
Thank you. Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm just seeking some clarification in the resolve of this motion, particularly section B, in terms of the comments made by the general manager, referencing a $75,000 tax stabilization reserve to be utilized for the development of the social value framework. And I just want to understand what's before us versus what the general manager said. And so what's before us is my assumption, and so this is what I need clarification on, that item B basically covers off the social value framework work that will be funded by the tax stabilization fund, as well as then the $75,000 additional dollars in the budget to deal with the community benefits protocol consultant. Do I have that right?
GM Burden and/or GM Zagara, could you offer some clarification of the funding sources as per the mayor's request?
Thank you. Through the chair to the mayor. In the Community Benefits Protocol Subcommittee report, there was a referral to the procurement subcommittee a variety of recommendations that include up to $75,000 from the tax stabilization reserve be used for the development of the social procurement pilot program, which would be the city's demonstration of work around using procurement and social procurement. That is separate and apart from Councillor Crutch's motion, which seeks to fulfill the mandate of the Community Benefits Subcommittee by developing the overarching framework and protocol by which the city would administer community benefits and engage in social value pursuits, which could include social procurement, but also includes a host of other things as well. And it is that framework that is the subject of the motion. And my understanding is that that is funded by the tax levy for 2025 only.
Thank you. There are no further speakers. The motion has been duly moved and seconded, and it is up for your consideration. Thank you. That carries 9-6. We're on to 9.8, amendment to the proposed 2025 tax-supported budget, Hamilton Police Service Board budget. Clerk Trenum, could you advise us if the motion, in your opinion, is in order?
Thank you, Chair. This motion is in order. I understand there may be questions as this will look different than previous years. I'm happy to assist with that discussion along with anyone at the bench that may need to assist in answering the questions of members of council.
Thank you. We'll do so if the questions should arise. Councillor Critch, would you like to introduce your motion and please identify your seconder?
Yes, I would. My seconder is Councillor Alex Wilson, and we've had this motion on the agenda, so I won't go through it in too much detail except to point a couple things out that are different. And so under the new budget process, we're not able to simply refer the police budget back to the board for its review in the manner that we have in the past. So that's why I haven't put that motion on the table. This meeting is for making amendments to the budget, not making procedural points. So that's why I've written it in this way. And so it's asking for us not to increase the police services budget ask this year, and not increasing the police services budget ask in the context of this motion, not in some imaginary motion or anything else. Right here in this motion is about the $12 million increase from police services. Doesn't touch on 911 costs, doesn't touch on the costs that are mandated legally, capital costs that we have to undertake as a city according to the law. This is the budget itself. This won't surprise anyone that I'm bringing this forward. The motions I brought forward at last year's budget process to the police board, as far as I'm concerned, weren't directly actioned. And those are still remaining as outstanding items. By taking the opportunity to approve this motion today, which is, by the way, the largest single motion for a decrease to the budget on this agenda, and all the other budget motions combined don't get anywhere near this kind of decrease. You want to decrease the budget? Here you go, right here. Start from the largest portion of the city's tax dollars. And that's not coming from me. General Manager Mike Segarek said in the paper today that 1.5 out of the 5.7% increase is allocated to police. That is 26.3% of this budget. You want to shave something? Shave it from the largest portion of the budget and you'll get dramatic savings. And I may not be able to put on line items here. That's not the process. I can put down saying that I don't think we should have an increase this year. Also say what I hear from Ward 2 residents, and I'm telling you, this is what they tell me. They tell me on a regular basis that when they call asking for services, those services they ask for are often ignored. When we looked at the statistics that were shown here through the police presentation, it showed that community demand was here, and police were able to respond to about 72% of that. When you drill down into Ward 2, it gets all the way down to 69%. And so I don't think this budget ask from the Hamilton Police Services Board takes the concerns I hear regularly seriously. And until those are addressed, including the motions put forward last year, I'm not going to support this budget. Thank you.
I would just kindly request, out of respect, that we refrain, just so that we can engage in a democratic process, that we can hear and be held accountable. But I appreciate when residents do attend. Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. I just want to be really clear that this isn't a motion to defund the Hamilton Police Services. In fact, this is a motion to give the Hamilton Police Services $216+ million for the year of 2025 to continue operations in the service, maintaining service levels in the community. What it is, though, is to say that number can't keep going up until there's some more conversations and calls for accountability and transparency are better met by committee, but from the community are better met by the HPSB and the budget process. And I think a lot of work has been done this year. There have been changes, and I want to recognize those work and thank members of the HPSB.
Point of order. I think,
Recognize Mayor
I don't
Orva.
think it's appropriate for councillors to suggest that the Hamilton Police Services Board is not transparent. So I would ask that that be withdrawn.
Happy
can
to
you kindly
withdraw.
withdraw that?
No, very happy to withdraw because my clarification, and please, I'm going to apologize either way, was that there's calls from community for increased transparency and accountability, and those are the calls I'm trying to speak to. That's all. Acknowledging that there are calls, not that there's that, and I apologize if that came across, not my intention.
Thank you.
When we heard during the HPS budget delegation about some of the efficiencies that had been found in the budget, it was striking to me that many of the efficiencies found were deferred or delayed costs or happened as a result of accounting. And I think it makes sense to move the PSAP from the HPS budget to a city line item. I support that accounting change, and that makes sense. I don't think that accounting shift personally represents an efficiency in the budget per se. It's not reduced spending. And so as a result of some of those pieces, I think the community members that are reaching out to me that have concerns about those things are looking for more of a dialogue and more of a conversation. I think this motion continues that tension and continues advocating for increased dialogue as we continue to do better and continue to respond to community concern. Appreciate that this is a room with many diverse perspectives and excited to hear from other colleagues on this motion, but I fully in support.
Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Chair. We should not be defunding our first responders, our fire service, our police service, our paramedics. These are necessities, and we should be saving millions of dollars on expedited bike lanes, expensive hiring practice, and other wants in the city like poets. The police are a need, they're not a want. If councillors who support this motion want to give their police resources in their ward to the many people in my ward asking for more police to keep their children safe in our community, we will gladly take them in Ward 5. I assume many residents in Ward 2 specifically would object to less police resources given that they call for service to the HPS more than any other ward and double than most wards, and that's a fact. But I'm happy to take more police services in my ward from the defund the police wards. Thank you.
Excuse me. Order in the chamber, please. Order. Members of the chamber, I'm requesting order, please. I'm requesting order so that these democratic exchanges and deliberations can occur and can be heard. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Jackson, Danko, and Spadafora. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Under the former Police Services Act, city councils were afforded 3 decisions when a police budget came forward. You could adopt it, you could reject it, or you could send it back to the Police Service Board to review it. I understand that there were some changes to the Police Service Act, so can I hear from staff what we're permitted to do under the revised Police Services Act?
Thank you, and I'll look to the bench, whether it's Solicitor Shields or City Manager Clucky, who will be helping us with that. Or Clerk Trenum.
I can certainly start, Chair, and I'll let Solicitor Shields come in as needed. What the Community Safety and Policing Act advises is that the board puts forward its estimates of what it requires for 2 parts, essentially to meet the requirements of the legislation for policing, and secondly, for the requirements of the board itself. And that's what's included in their estimates that they put forward. What the municipality's requirement is to establish the budget. That's the language that's used, so choosing the overall budget number. It says that while the estimates are provided, the municipality does not need to necessarily consider that in what it sets as it. Now, a confounding or other issue related to this is the strong mayor powers. So the budget estimates as were provided were included in the proposed budget. So what committee and council can do is establish a budget, either at that, which is the estimate, or some other value. Again, it would proceed through the regular process of budget adoption. If at the end of that, once the budget is adopted, there is an appeal process separate and above that the Police Services Board has to use or may utilize if they so choose.
Supplemental?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So any appeals in the past went to the Ontario Civilian Police Commission. Is that the same process?
I'm not sure if the name of the commission is correct, but the language says that an appeal from the board or from the police services would go to the commission chair.
And so I still struggle with these motions because I don't recall ever the commission ever agreeing to cut a police services budget. Whatever the police services budget comes into that commission, they approve. And if the municipality opposes it or wants changes to it, they argue that it's the prerogative of the police chief and they approve it. And I'm not keen on going down that process. It's a great deal of money. It's a great deal of work for naught, because the end analysis is very true. Now, if there was some kind of corruption or something untoward, you might raise that and the commission may view that as a part of it. But if it's simply what the police chief is saying, this is what I want to do with the budget this year based on the needs of this growing community, if a municipality rejects that, it's highly unlikely that the commissioner will side with the municipality. We asked the police chief to come in and present the budget. They did. They gave us the numbers. That's my 1 minute left. Thank you. I was concerned, and I asked questions of the police chief here because I wasn't sure exactly how much fiduciary inspection and investigation of the budget occurred, because I heard different things from members on the police service board. One said there were 4 meetings, that's what the chair said. Another said, yeah, there was only 1 meeting where we really dug into the budget. I don't know. I'm not on the police services board. I asked the chair of the commission here, and he said here that they exercise their fiduciary responsibility. The police chief indicated this is what we need based on the growing demands in the city. And I can tell you, Chair, in my ward, which is a growing demand, significant increase in population and significant issues, we do need assistance from the police. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson?
Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. I definitely won't be supporting this motion. Can we just put it back up on the screen, please, Elsie McCrae, if that's possible? Because it's interesting that the mover and seconder have not put in the therefore exactly then what is the percentage increase? Is it a status quo? Then does that mean 0%? I know it wasn't intentional, but they've just put a dollar amount. I think for public consumption, the chief came in asking for 5.7 and gave a dollar amount, but the mover and seconder have not put a dollar amount under their therefore be it resolved. They did not put a percentage amount. They just put a dollar amount. So is it a 0%? Just so that everybody in the public knows exactly what it is. Respectfully, through you, Budget Chair, to the mover, please. Councillor Crutch.
Councillor Crutch, please.
Based on the motion as it's written here, the whereas first clause talks about that 5.7% increase. Yes, that 12 million here that's part of the HBS ask is subtracted from their ask, and we ended up with 214 million. I took direction from staff about how to do this. They didn't tell me to put the percentage increase in there. So it's 0 on that, yes. And then when you come to the second one, there's capital costs of 911 and other kinds of capital costs already baked into the budget, which are not part of my motion. Okay. This is just strictly on the police services ask as they represented it here to council, which is the only thing I'm allowed to really put a motion forward on. So to sort of answer your question, yeah, 0% of what they're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the clarification, Councillor Crutch. Through you, Budget Chair, if a representative from Hamilton Police Services here, I think the public needs to know if there is majority support, what is the downside of this motion? So if either the chief or deputy chief are here, just like you would look to the bench from the general managers, I would hope that we would allow a representative from police to answer a couple of my questions, please, Budget Chair Wilson.
Excuse me.
Yeah, sure.
Excuse me. To members in the audience, I would kindly ask you one more time to refrain from the disruption of these democratic proceedings.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson.
Thank you. Pardon me, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Not at all.
Your question, if there's a member of the police service to respond to your question. Here's my hesitancy in ruminating about your request, and I'm thinking on my feet here, is the Hamilton Police Service, they deliver their budget as per the directive of the mayor. They deliberate their budget under a separate regime, if you will. They have their own governance body to which the chief is accountable to. It's my opinion that in cross-pollinating those different governing bodies, they don't report to this body on the particulars on the impacts. So I'm going to rule your request respectfully. I don't think it is in keeping with the governance model that is here with us today.
Okay, Budget Chair Wilson, I'll respect that. I won't challenge that. I respect your budget leadership very much, so be it. Although the chief, of course, a few weeks ago did present his 5.7% budget to this body for our deliberations and our Q&As back. So let me just surmise that if this 0% defund the police budget were to be approved by a majority of my colleagues, let me surmise that there would definitely be a cut in the number of frontline officers that would be in our community. I would surmise that there'll probably be outreach programs like crisis response unit, encampment engagement, missing persons. I will surmise as well that there will be some cuts and some rollbacks on those particular very important outreach programs, the heat unit, shooting response team. Budget Chair Wilson, I want to say that our police officers are frontline security and safety for the overwhelming, well, for all of our city and for the overwhelming majority of the constituents I represent that really appreciate them so much. I will say that it's interesting that there have been candidates in the past municipal election that started out very strongly with the defund the police language, and immediately halfway through the election rolled back on that language and went into reallocation reductions instead because defund did not hit fertile ground with the overwhelming majority, in my humble opinion, of citizens across this city. The drug bust the making our city much safer has been on display last year with the record number of shootings, sadly, in Hamilton of 60 shootings in 2024. The major drug bust that Chief Frank Bergen and Deputies Diodati in Hamilton and frontline officers have done to make our city safer has been outstanding. And similar to Councillor Francis, if there's wards in the city that are anti-police and don't need as much police resources, I'm happy to take them up on the East Mountain because my community loves proactive, community-based policing. I definitely cannot support this motion. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson.
Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, member. Excuse me. I have asked respectfully 3 times for members of the gallery to refrain from the outbursts which disrupt the deliberations of this proceeding. This is a locally democratically elected proceedings. We are seeking to be heard, to listen, and to deliberate so that we can be held accountable for our decisions. The continued disruption by the gallery is regrettable. I will not ask again. Thank you. Please stop and cease. Excuse me.
Point of order?
No, excuse me, Councillor.
Okay.
I would ask, please. There is nothing preventing you from demonstrating outside of these deliberations. We have to be able to, if I will ask you one last time, thank you. I am going to call for a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Why weren't we allowed to delegate?
Thank you. Thank you, folks. I'm just trying to find where we are in the agenda. Okay, we're on 9.8. I have a speakers list still. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. And I do appreciate the opportunity to speak to this item. This is a critically important item for Ward 8 residents and residents throughout the city of Hamilton. I appreciate the attempt for clarification from Councillor Jackson about how this would impact police services throughout the city. My understanding is that 90% of the police budget is staffing, so this would have a direct impact on frontline police staffing. It would remove officers from the community. We've been tiptoeing around defund the police motions for the past two budgets, reassigning the surplus, defunding specific items. So in a way, it is somewhat refreshing to have a straight up defund the police request before this committee. Almost half of this council has dabbled in defund the police motions, so it'll be really interesting to see how this committee votes on a straight up defund the police request. You know, the Ward 2 councillor spoke about what he hears from Ward 2 residents, so I'm just going to mention what I hear from Ward 2 residents, because Ward 2 residents are desperate for support for somebody to listen to their concerns. And they reach out. So what I've heard from Ward 2 residents is they desperately want a stronger police presence in their community. The concerns that they have around encampments, around crime, around violent crime, guns, gangs, violence, it goes on and on. Downtown Hamilton is by far the top service request for Hamilton Police. So that means that in Ward 8, when on the mountain, when residents are in need of police services, a lot of that service is diverted to downtown. Ward 2 businesses have delegated to this committee on several occasions, desperate for some more support from their councillor and from police. So I do have one question for staff on this item, and that is, as there is a disproportionate allocation of policing to different areas of the city, but it is paid equally from all wards, would it be possible to area rate policing services to those areas based on the amount of service that they receive?
Since the financial component, I think, can be responded to, and I'll ask GM Zagaric to assist.
Through the chair, I don't think so for these reasons. Area rating is intended to be applied where there is a different level of service or a different cost of providing that service. So services such as police, public health, paramedic services, I don't know of any jurisdiction that has applied area rating for those reasons, that all property owners, all residents have access to the service. The service, generally speaking, is the same cost to all residences, and notwithstanding in the outer parts of the city, the response time may be a little delayed relative to other parts of the city. There isn't an overall change or difference in terms of the cost of the service. So for those reasons, I don't believe it would be eligible for area rating.
Councillor Danko.
Thank you. So in conclusion, policing is paid for equally by all areas of the city, whether they're in rural Flamborough or the Hamilton Mountain or downtown. And with a $12 million increase, approximately 1% on the budget or whatever it is, that increase, that tax increase is being burdened by the entire city, despite the fact that the majority of those services are going to the downtown core. So what I would like to hear from the Ward 2 councillor is thank you.
Councillor Spatafora.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've heard words like regrettable and you know, I'm feeling like we've done so many horrible things trying to find some savings for our resident, and then we get a pure defund the police motion. Let's defund the police, with wards 2 and 3 taking close to 40,000 calls for service this year. 40,000 calls for service. Residents in those wards, let's go to last night. I was out at an event, Ward 3, resident, talking about the fear of walking his 6-year-old nephew to school. Chasing people off his property who are trying to rob his personal property, who are doing drugs on his property. And the answer from members of this council is to defund the police budget. That would mean dismantling units like the Court Patrol. Interesting. Crisis Response Unit. Encampment Engagement Team. Hate Crime. Missing Persons Unit. Seniors Support. Traffic Services and Victim Services. Hold on. Senior Support, Hate Crime, Encampment Engagement Team, Court Patrol. That's where we want to find our savings when we have residents all over this city. I think maybe some people around here have lost the plot. I think that might be what happened here. The majority of residents in this city want to live in a city that is safe for themselves, their parents, their children, be able to go to parks and feel like they can utilize a space for their kids and families to enjoy themselves. A mother wants to be able to use her stroller and go down a sidewalk with safety. And we want to come here and push defund the police motions. That is regrettable. Absolutely regrettable. $12 million saving. We want to praise $12 million saving. This is how we're going to do it. $568,000, and I'm told that we're cutting Meals on Wheels to seniors. I didn't say cut that. Use the budget. Have them apply. I'm sure there's stuff in the enrichment fund that don't need what they're getting. $12 million. Let me guess. Do we want to take this $12 million and put it in the enrichment fund so we can have people come forward and ask if they want to do a comedy night and we can give them some money? Not on my watch. Pure defund the police motion. Call it what it is. This is unacceptable from the city when every resident, the majority of the residents of the city of Hamilton, want their police in their neighborhoods protecting their families. And that's heard every day in my office. And I can go around this horseshoe and I guarantee you from the mayor's office down, the majority of the people in this city want police services. They support the police and they love the police and they want to see more of the police. It's the small majority that want to defund the police. And that needs to be said. Enough is enough. These are the people that protect my children, your parents, your grandparents. They're not protected by an enrichment fund comedy show or whatever other area. This is the protection. Absolutely.
Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Chair. I don't know how I follow that. Thank you, Councillor Spatafora, for your words. I want to take a different approach, a little bit of history, if I can, just for a minute. I remember speaking with Premier Bill Davis many years ago, the late great Bill Davis, man I admired greatly. And by the way, that was an age when even if you were in a different political party, you could pop into the Premier's office and he'd have coffee with you. Those days are long gone. But I remember his expressing his comment on this issue about the reason why there's provincial legislation in place. The fear was that there might be municipalities or individuals within municipalities who would have an axe to grind with the police or wanted to score political points by dramatically, maybe even eliminating the police to be heroes around the tax budget at the expense of public safety and all the things that we on a good day care about. The most recent polling, historical data on the defund the police stuff, Councillor Spatafora, I appreciate your comments. 87% of Canadians don't want anything to do with it. 84% of Canadians, however, say the police should be working with groups with different kinds of expertise, like the crisis intervention teams. That there are several sort of iterations of that with their police department. And the police chief responded to one of my questions in the budget on that. I was impressed with what the police chief and the chair, Donnie Robertson, had to say. I think it's interesting, just an observation here. The Ward 2 councillor, I think I heard him right when he said, in my ward, we call, and in 72% of the cases, there's no response. Was that the figure?
69.
69%. So here's my question. You know, I'm a, you know, what's broken, how are we going to fix it sort of a guy. It's good advice for all of us. Like if that's the case, why in heaven's name would you want to cut the budget? You know, you'd want to have some dialogue, and there's all kinds of opportunities. I know the councillor has, at some point, had opportunities around police budgets, at least in the past. So I really feel strongly, like some of my other colleagues around here, and I would join the chorus that what I hear more frequently than anything else up in my ward is that push goes to shove, the two services, maybe the three they want to make sure aren't touched are police. And we have some optimistic projections of better service there. Fire, new firefighters being added in a community that's the second fastest growing in the city. And EMS, even though we're way down the line, I think we're second most frequent in terms of EMS calls of all the wards, which was a surprise to me to discover. So I don't have any interest, particularly given the process that's been outlined provincially and the reasons, as I've tried to explain, to support this. As for dialogue, my experience maybe has been different from other councillors. When I need to speak to a superintendent or even the chief of police on rare occasions about issues, they've always been available. When the Mountain View neighborhood wanted to create a neighborhood watch group, they came out and worked with them, provided some resources. When the vehicle thefts were highlighted, the second highest incidence of vehicle thefts in a relatively well-off community, Waterdown, they came with the Faraday pouches and made those available, and we've subsequently purchased more of those. We had, I think, 200 of these little pouches, the anti-theft devices, which we said we'd make available. And this was with the cooperation of Hamilton Police Services. We advertised it and they're gone in 18 minutes. Anyhow, I don't support the motion for all of those and other reasons. Thank you.
I have Councillor Crutch on the speakers list. Just to Clerk Trenum, would that be a second-time speaker, or is introducing a motion considered time on the list?
It would be a second-time speaker, as after introducing the motion, the councillor spoke to it for the full 5 minutes.
So, sorry, it would be a second-time speaker then?
Correct.
Okay. I will recognize Councillor Beattie, followed, Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I know that I cannot offer insight into the mover's thought process on this. That would be impugning, I think is the word. So, and I don't want to be called out of order, but golly, if I ever wanted to bring a motion forward that was divisive and disruptive, this would be how I would do it. Speaking to my own motive. I represent a community with among the lower crime rates in the city of Hamilton. But we've experienced a number of anomaly events to which police have had to respond to. Just this Sunday, in the Stony Creek Lakeshore area, shots fired towards a home in that neighborhood. We had a very unfortunate event at an event in August, which could have resulted in a very, very dangerous situation with regards to a weapon that had been modified to release rounds at a high rate of speed. And if not for the quick action of the officers on duty, that could have really gone poorly. Minutes later, there was a beating that took place at a coffee shop parking lot with a baseball bat. Police responded immediately to that. Unfortunately, the victim did end up sustaining some pretty brutal damage. While we do have a relatively low crime rate, the number one ask of me as the local representative is for an increase in presence, particularly when we have these anomaly events that I can't speak to the statistics, but I can speak to their presence, their being highlighted in the community. It just seems like there's more. Whether or not that's statistically true is debatable, I'm sure. My community consistently asks for an increase in presence. There is absolutely no way that I'd be able to honor the wishes of the overwhelming majority of Ward 10 residents by supporting this motion. Therefore, I will be voting in opposition.
Recognize Councillor Cretch as a second-time speaker. Oh, beg your pardon. Councillor Pauls, I'm sorry you're not on my list, but I'll recognize you now as a first-time speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, I just want to say a few things because I am on the board and I was on the budget committee. We had 4 budget deliberation, and before that, the chief, through the budget process, senior command, and the budget committee consider alternative option for the 2025 operating and capital budget. I want everybody to know that we all passed it. We went line by line. A couple of our meetings were very, very long because the chief answered every question. It was, we did our diligence. But I want to be aware that it started at 12.8%. We wiggled it down to 5.7%, so 11.6 million in reduction. So I want my council colleagues to realize we did our job. And when I look at the chart, and the chief was here a couple of weeks ago, I guess, the Big 12 competitors, 2025 budget, we're the 3rd lowest. The highest is 21.3%, then it's 16%. There's Peel, Durham, Halton, Niagara, 13.2%, Waterloo, 10.5%, and the list goes down. We're at the bottom. And the chief made it clear that this is a need budget. It's not a want. I want this, I want that. So I want to make it clear that I was at the budget committee and we all agreed to it. Then we brought it to the board of our committee and we voted for it. So be assured that we did our job and we did cut $11.6 million. Thank you.
Councillor Cretch, please.
Just going to pause in case anybody else wants to go first. Wasn't spoken. Okay. For me, this is about transparency and accountability. And I take residents' requests seriously. I get the same emails lots of us get, and we get all kinds of emails. I get emails from Ward 8 residents too who aren't happy with your position on this, John Paul. I get it. But the requests from residents are not being met. What I heard when I knocked on doors in 2018 and 2022 in Ward 2, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody else in this room do that? I don't think so. In every neighborhood. And I spoke to every resident who answered the door, no matter their socioeconomic class or background. And every single one of those conversations about policing was the same thing was said every time. When they ask for the policing services they expect They don't get them when they expect to get them. It just isn't happening from their perspective. That's what they tell me. And to those who are saying we want to have all these different services here, this budget's not even addressing the requests being made here today. The plan for adding officers to the budget that we're also talking about here in terms of frontline officers hasn't changed since 2021. That plan was come up in 2021 to add 13 people to every budget year. And people here are talking about what's happening last year with respect to shootings. People are talking here about last year about with respect to violence in the community. Those things are not addressed in the human capital plan for the police, period. So we can aspire, we can talk about what we want to see happening here, but that's not what's happening here. What I continue to hear loudly and clearly is that police are not keeping our community safe. That's what I hear. This is also not about this council supporting the police. This council has supported the police non-stop for every single cent they've ever asked for since amalgamation. Not one single cent has ever been reduced from the police budget. In fact, the Hamilton Police Service support budget has increased by more than $145 million since amalgamation, nearly tripling, despite the fact that even when we see slides about population, the population of the city hasn't tripled in size. What's one of the drivers of that we talk about a lot? Employee costs. Okay, city has employee costs too. They're nowhere near 95% of our budget. That's what the employee costs are this year, 95% of our budget. Go back to amalgamation in 2001, 81%. I don't think anyone here thinks that's a sustainable trend for how we address employees and employee costs. To say that at one point it was only 81% of our budget, and now it's 95% of our budget. When it hits 100%, what do we do then? That's the trajectory it's onto, is to say that there will be 100% costs will be related to employees in the budget. That's not sustainable budgeting. That's not the kind of budgeting we do here at the city. It's not the kind of budgeting I've seen anywhere else. So I don't think that's reasonable. I don't think that's a reason to support the budget. And to be clear, this idea that people are desperate for the support of their councillor is not how policing works. The chief of police is a legally mandated person to allocate resources. Suggestions that we sit around here and horse trade or barter about which wards get which kinds of services not only undermine everything that's trying to be done here, but they're against the law. The Community Safety and Policing Act does not allow that to happen. It's not at the discretion and the whims of people around this table as to where those services are delivered. It's the chief of police. If you have complaints about it, talk to him.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Just a few comments. In my ward, we have thousands and thousands of calls for police service. They're for a whole lot of different reasons. Some of them are gun violence. Some of them are threats. Some of them are actually crimes where there have been murders, shootings, family violence, stolen automobiles was a big one. But the police operate very much like a hospital where they triage, they prioritize. If there's a shooting, that's the priority. That's where the police officers go. I'm not sure if anyone around this table has been anywhere near a shooting when it has happened or have seen what the police do. I have. While people were running away from where the shots were, police officers were driving to and running to. They went into blind alleys and backyards searching for the shooters. A 16-year-old boy lost his life that day. 2 other people were shot. It was in the mall by Shoppers Drug Mart, just down. It was only a block away from my house. I heard the pops. I thought they were firecrackers. A neighbor of mine said, yeah, no, he was in the military. Those are not firecrackers. And then I got the notice. I find it intriguing that we hear complaints about police, but we never hear all the things that the police do to help people who are in a tragic situation. They are the ones who run in. When my son was shot and his friend was shot with a shotgun, right through the stomach, out the other side. My son was through the back, out through the other side. The police didn't know if the shooter was down. but those police officers kicked in the door and saved my son's life. Don't tell me that we don't need police. Don't tell me that they're not doing their job. They're doing things that all of the people around this chamber wouldn't bloody well do. We would be the ones that would be running the other way. And the cops are the ones that are running in, blind to the situation, not knowing if the shooter was up or down. They enter because someone has been hurt. That's what the police department does. Are there incidents where things go wrong? Absolutely. No one disputes that. But they do their job, and they're not afraid. And any one of you would be in a situation, or your family could be in a situation, they would be there, trying to pull people out of a burning building, pulling people out of a car in an accident before the car catches fire. They don't run away. They don't wait for your other, well, you go and do it. Because none of us around this room would do it. So don't tell me we don't need the police, and don't tell me we don't need the increase in the budget, because bloody well, my ward, for example, has been increasing population significantly. We have had now shootings in my ward. We have drug issues in my ward. We have gang violence in my ward. We have teenagers who are threatening little old ladies and kicking in her frickin' door. Don't tell me we don't need the police.
There are no further speakers on the list. The motion has been duly moved and seconded. It's up for your consideration right now.
Yes, it's regular motion, Chair, just through you. So vote yes to approve the motion, vote no to defeat the motion.
Thank you. That is defeated, 12 to 14. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. 2 to 14. On to 9.9, amendment to the proposed 2025 tax-supported budget, improving the cleanliness and safety of downtown underpasses. The person of the hour, Clerk Trenum. Is the motion in order, please?
It is, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cretch, you are the mover, and if you could identify your seconder as you introduce your motion.
Sure thing. The motion is seconded by Councillor Nan, and it's for improving the cleanliness and safety of downtown underpasses. And so I'll speak to it briefly. You have it in front of you. As most of you probably know, we've had this discussion in public a few times about the underpass infrastructure in our city. Those who may not be aware, there are two parties related to bridges and underpasses. The bridge people, which are the rail folks, and the underpass people, which are the city folks in terms of what we maintain. Over the last couple of years, and just hearing from residents walking around downtown, I've noticed that it's gotten a bit worse in terms of the condition of these underpasses, though it's been bad for about a decade or more. We have, unfortunately, dead birds that are lying in underpasses downtown. We have piles of pigeon feces, these kinds of things. And so some proactive work has been done in terms of maintenance to improve the lighting, which has been really, really great. Improve some of the pigeon netting on a couple of underpasses. So we're starting to make our way through that process, and there are about 7 on the downtown core that experience this kind of problem in Ward 2. City staff then took this and went and looked at all the bridges, underpasses, tunnels, those kinds of things across the entire city, identified 14 and said, these 14 require regular maintenance in order to keep them to a healthy and safe condition. So people aren't walking through piles of pigeon feces, people aren't walking through dead birds, these kinds of things. And that the investments in the infrastructure we're putting here, in terms of the splash guards that are coming, the painting, the lights, the pigeon netting, all those things are maintained and kept up to good repair so that we don't lose out on the investment we're putting in from a capital side. So this is an ask to do that work and to have $130,000 spent. $130,000 would make up about 0.01% of the budget. So it's not asking for a tremendous increase of any kind here. It's asking that this be done to help with wards 1, 2, 3, and 4, where those areas were identified by city staff, the bridges. I've listed them all here in case anyone's curious on the second page. I've broken them out by ward, and there are all the different line items. So I'm going to continue to help with the capital costs here from an area rating perspective, but these are ongoing operational costs to keep our downtown cleaner. As everyone's referenced here today, frankly, and I've heard many, many times about downtown businesses, about wanting our downtown to be safer, cleaner, all these different kinds of things, more welcoming, you name it. I haven't heard anyone say they don't want that to be the case. So I think this is a priority for everybody around the table. I think we want to make our downtown a more welcoming and pleasant place to be. I don't think any residents, tourists, people from other wards, or people who live here should have to walk through corridors that are dark and unlit and unsafe, which don't have the adequacy of brightness to them in the daytime and nighttime, where they're walking through dead birds, pigeon feces. Like, I don't think anybody would accept this in their community if it was rampant, like staff is saying it is in these underpasses and tunnels. So asking for your support to get this work done and keep our downtown moving in a positive direction. Thank you.
We'll have Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Nan, then Councillor Danko. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. This is very disturbing and shocking, and I need some answer from a general manager within a senior leadership team behind me. You mean to tell me that we haven't done anything to look after these underpasses, the 14 underpasses that have heavy poop, garbage, debris in our city, and we care so much about our image? We need this councillor's motion and 130 grand, and then staff will now be able to clean those underpasses. Are you kidding me? Please, through you, Budget Chair Wilson, General Manager Can, whoever on behind me can give me some, can enlighten me on what's not happened up to now, please.
GM can you please help us? Thank you.
Yep, through the chair to the councillor in committee, Carlisle Can, General Manager of Public Works. As the councillor indicated, staff have been working to identify and inspect these underpasses. We have looked at the works needed. Director Ryle is here, and I'm going to invite her to add some additional context and detail to the response.
Who?
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Good morning. Through the chair, Carolyn Ryle, Director of Transportation. So with regards to the level of service with the underpasses, staff currently patrol and they will treat them as required, or if we receive an inquiry from a resident or a ward office. That has been the current practice to date. So in a proactive measurement in working with the Ward 2 councillor, we went out and assessed the ones that we deal with the more frequency, and then assisted with putting together the costing to deal with those on a more regular basis. The motion speaks to being out there once a week on the high frequent 4 underpasses we identified, and then across the other 10 we identified 1 time per month, and then for the others which don't experience the same pedestrian and bird debris, they will be done on an as-needed basis.
Director Ryle, thank you for the honesty of your answer, and Jim Can for leading off. Folks, I love my city, and maybe more importantly, the image of my city so much. I may reluctantly support this, but I am just shell-shocked of the lack of maintenance, regular maintenance up to now from all departments within this $2.4 billion corporation, and we need this motion to do more regular cleanup of these underpasses that often are places where people and sometimes the criminal element can hide and be covered up. And I'm sorry, it's bothering me that it's taken this motion by staff to say, oh, now we'll have the extra funds and now we can do it more often and now we can keep the 14 underpasses cleaner. I'm going to reluctantly support this, but in the future, within our $2.4 billion corporation, surely staff can find this type of money for more regular maintenance. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson.
Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Budget Chair. Thank you, Councillor Crutch and staff for the work that's been done to date in order to enable this motion. I really do appreciate working from an assessment and then from that assessment getting some recommendations on how to move forward to address something that's been quite embarrassing. Councillor Jackson, you nailed it. In terms of there are anecdotal moments as serving as a Ward 3 councillor where I have to face residents who consistently say to me, Councillor Nan, it really does feel like we live in different cities across the city. What seems to be a standard of maintenance over here does not seem to appear to be the same standard of maintenance over here. And I've made a commitment to Ward 3 residents on those specific items that I will work with my colleagues to address those things. I want every neighborhood to feel the same way and look like it's cared for in the same way, and I trust our public service in delivering the outcomes and the operations to get us there. I trust that capacity. So there are several Ward 3 bridges that are and underpasses that are named in this motion, not too dissimilar to Councillor Crutch, as well as other colleagues around the table. Happy to continue integrating some area rating funding for any capital-related improvements and enhancements that are needed, but not dissimilar to other motions where Council has approved it unanimously, where we have area rating funding going into beautifying traffic islands, but then annualize the operating cost into the tax-supported operating budget. That's what this motion is seeking to do. So happy to support it and second it. Thank you.
Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. I have an amendment to B, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Francis, that the funding source be amended from the Transportation Division budget to the Ward Area Rating Discretionary Reserve for each individual ward. So to speak to that motion, I don't dispute the need for an enhanced service here. We did hear from Director Ryle that these services is provided as a as-needed basis, as a part of our standard maintenance. What is being proposed here is an enhanced service. And that is exactly the purpose of the Area Rating Discretionary Reserve, is to fund things that are infrastructure, that are related to public service, that are enhancing the services that we're already providing as a city. So I don't dispute the need for this enhanced service. What I do have an issue is with the funding source. I do have an issue with putting it on the general levy when that is exactly the purpose for the Area Rating Discretionary Reserve. So that amendment to B, dividing that up, I believe that would be about $40,000 per ward, and there would be no impact to the levy. Very affordable for each ward, no levy impact.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize Clerk Trenum, please.
Sorry, Chair. First off, can I just confirm the seconder?
It's Councillor Francis.
Thank you. Follow that, perhaps through you to recognize somebody from the bench. If this is no longer an impact on the levy, what is its impact on the budget if that amendment were to go through?
In order for it to be considered a budget motion, yep. Thank you. I'll recognize GM Zagaric.
Through the chair, the application of area rating reserves as a one-time would be appropriate for 2025, but there would have to be a subsequent recommendation referring the annual cost to be considered by the mayor in the 2026 budget. So while it's one-time funding for 2025, as this is an annual investment, it would have to be considered in 2026 to be levy funded.
Thank you. So I'm looking at Clerk Trenum, just seeking his assurance that the amended motion is in order.
That would be in order then, Chair.
Thank you for that assurance. Councillor Crutch, please.
Yes, so my understanding is that we're just altering a funding source here, but I thought what we might do, if this is the way I understood what would happen, would be we'd vote on that B part, if it fails, we could provide another option for a funding source. If not, and we're doing it the right way, that's fine. I'm just out loud saying what I thought we would do. If what we're saying is we're going to try and amend this to do that, that's fine. My only concern is that, of course, these are ongoing operational costs. I'm happy to help with the 2025 costs with respect to ward area rating I have no problem with that whatsoever. And if we want to refer the operating costs to the 2026 budget, that's fine with me as well. So I'm just saying that out loud. That's totally fine with me. We didn't pursue that as an option because staff put forward this option on the table, and I followed their direction in terms of how to fund this. But if it's the preference of everybody here that we use one-time funding, which I'll be proposing later in the meeting anyways for something else, that's fine with me.
Councillor Nan on the amendment.
Yeah, I just think that, it's interesting that when we get to a point of decision-making on this one, caveat being, I'll align with the Ward 2 office in terms of a strategy to make sure that this work gets done in 2025. But I will be paying really close attention to every motion that comes to Public Works Committee that aims to use area rating funds to invest capital dollars and then annualize the operating cost for all of us to pay for. The hypocrisy is quite rich right now. Sorry.
Let's be thoughtful. Let's not impugn motive, please, Councillor. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Opposed to the amendment of changing the funding source just on a matter of principle. I'll talk about the two underpasses I use the most on James and John, right beside the Hamilton Go Center. The idea that the direct pedestrian access points to the east and the west of our Go Center are somehow the Ward 2 councillor's sole domain and not part of our civic framework or not part of city building overall, I just don't agree with, and we don't make those decisions in other places. In order for me to, get on the bus, get down here early in the morning, grab a coffee from a local coffee shop and come in here, I'm under each of those underpasses all the time. The changes being made with the netting have made such an incredible investment, and I think it would be a real shame to not maintain that investment that's been made and to not honor those dollars that have been put into the process so far. So I do think this is a citywide expense. We've often talked about the need to invest in our downtown from a citywide perspective. But appreciate also that councillors are willing to be creative with the funds they do have access to make this happen regardless.
Thank you. Oh, yes. There has been a request from a member to see the amendment on the screen. I think it's a really good idea. Thank you, Councillor Beattie. If we could accommodate that, please.
I'll just ask, Chair, that both the mover is comfortable and the seconder, and that I've captured it appropriately from staff's perspective of future funding. The highlighted portion would be what's removed.
The highlighted portion will be removed. The bolded is to accommodate the amendment.
Correct, the new language.
Thank you. I'll look to the mover. There seems to be agreement. On the amendment, I'll recognize Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I don't know how to raise this point, so I'm going to say what I have to say, and then you can direct me. I submitted some motions. We've already heard that. The wording of my motions was such that I asked that things be deferred to the 2026 budget cycle. I was told that I cannot do that in this forum. And now I am seeing that wording used in this amendment. So I'm confused.
Thank you, Councillor. You're not confused. In my opinion, you're absolutely right. So we must engage and exercise fairness procedurally, and I will uphold your objection. I'm going to look to the clerk right now in order to see how we can recognize what I deem to be a legitimate comment in the motion to help me out here.
I'll see if that wording is acceptable, Chair.
Look to the mover.
That's fine with me, is it's one time for 2025 with a funding source.
Seconder? Before, Councillor, I recognize you. If I could turn to GM Zagarek, because he may answer your question, who knows?
Through the chair, if I could ask Clerk Trenum if he could post the motion again, if he could show the motion again. Thank you. I just want to draw committee's attention. We need to reconcile the reference to 130,000 annually, hence why I had suggested it be considered in the 2026 budget, as area rating reserve funding cannot be applied to operational costs on an annual basis. And therefore, if this is one time, I would ask the clerk to do what he just did. Thank you.
So what the clerk just did, in full transparency, was to remove the word annual, because you can't commit area rating money annually. You need the permission of this council each year for its expenditure. Councillor Jackson, I apologize for interrupting you.
Don't have to. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. So I'm not going to support this. Whenever because I know what's going to happen. The 130,000 will be back next year before us, some way, somehow.
Sorry, Chair, I don't mean to interrupt, and apologies. I just want to remind everybody we're speaking just to the amendment at this point.
That's what I'm speaking to.
Okay.
I thought
I
City
just wanted
Clerk
to
Trenum.
confirm. Apologies, Councillor.
I just said I can't support this amendment. Did
I heard you. Please proceed. We heard you. Yep. Thank you.
It's been a very, very interesting day thus far. Okay, so I'm opposed to the amendment that the City Clerk Trenum put up on the screen, and I'm opposed to it because I suspect this $130,000 will come back next year and find its way into the annual operating budget for deliberation in 26. And also in principle, quite frankly and fairly, whenever I've put capital towards beautification of my traffic islands up on the East Mountain, some upgrades in park amenities through capital reserve out of my area rated funds in Ward 6 Budget Chair Wilson, it's done with the stipulation that that department knows going forward any operating expenses and costs will be covered off through the annual departmental budget. So I respect where the mover and seconder are coming from on the amendment, but again, based on my past practices of putting capital forward, knowing the departments will pick up annual operating costs, I can't support it. And I suspect, again, this will be back before us next year, so we might as well just, if we're going to put it in the budget, put it in now. But I will say one more time, it's shocking that this amount of money couldn't be found earlier. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson.
Thank you. There are no further speakers to this. My apologies. Mayor Horvath on the main motion. Oh, we're going to do the amendment. Beg your pardon. We're going to vote on the amendment, and then if we have further comments or questions on the main motion, my apologies. I'll thank you, Clerk Trenum, for your assistance on the amendment. Thank you. The amendment is defeated, 7-9. We're back to the main motion, and Mayor Horvath, Councillor Clark, beg your pardon, have you spoken to this? No? Okay, so I'll recognize you as a first-time speaker, followed by Mayor Horvath.
Thank you. I just voted against the amendment. I have to be consistent, Chair. I have long argued that the ward budgets, the discretionary ward budgets are meant for capital projects. And I don't think it should be meant in a manner that now starts to augment operational costs. And I've said that many, many times. I don't think it's fair. I'm fine to debate whether or not we should be doing this. I quite frankly I am shocked that we are having this discussion as to whether or not underpasses in the city of Hamilton are being kept clean. Regrettably, unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And that we need to somehow scrimp and save to find $150,000 to have staff in Public Works do the job that they're supposed to do. Honestly, I don't understand it. Did we just forget that those underpasses were there? I'm struggling to find who's in charge and who makes the decision to say, yeah, they don't look that hot, just leave them alone. And that's my problem. So now we're going to try and find money to boost the budget for something that, in my humble opinion, should have been looked after throughout the last year.
Mayor Horvath.
My concerns are similar to those that have already been raised by Councillor Clark, by Councillor Jackson. When the kind of ongoing work that's expected to be done isn't done, and then councillors have to spend their time and effort going into the operations, into the weeds, which is what we have in front of us, frankly, we have the weeds, then there's a systemic problem with how that department or division or that work is being addressed. And that's the problem that I have with this. Not that it needs to be done, I agree, it needs to be done, and I will likely, like Councillor Jackson, with difficulty, support it because it needs to be done. However, it shouldn't be the case that a councillor needs to go with staff to check out the underpasses, get a little clipboard out and decide which ones need to be having more attention and which ones don't. With all due respect, that's not the job of a ward councillor. That's the job of the staff. And so I will be supporting this because I do believe that there needs to be attention to it. However, I'm just letting everyone know that I'm going to be asking the city manager to review the processes and procedures and the way things are done around here that end up with this kind of a motion before us at a budget meeting, because it's not appropriate, in my opinion. Not that it's not appropriate in terms of the effort that needs to be made, but it's not appropriate that it is before this body. This work needs to be done. It should have been being done, and really, it shouldn't be up to a ward councillor or 4 ward councillors to do the work that should be being done by the corporation. It's not a governance role. Thank you.
Councillor Beattie, followed by Councillor Cretch. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I do agree with the Mayor's comments in terms of the role of the councillor to have to bring forward operational matters, but I think that I heard that there is a service level in place already that may not be satisfactory. That's what I'm hearing. And I hear and I see and I view a number of service levels throughout the city, my ward, that may not be satisfactory. And doing this kind of piecemeal operation where one by one we're going to enhance here and send this back, let's do a review. But in the interim, I think the option that was offered as a one-time funding gap to offer an increase in service level was appropriate. It was defeated. I'm not going to support this. I think if we want to look at service levels, let's look at service levels. But there is a process in place. It may not meet the needs. We should have been dealing with it in a different way. I don't think that this is the way to do it.
Councillor Cretch.
Thanks very much. I think I neglected to say a few things I ought to have. Now that the discussion has gone the way that it has, I'll mention them now. Number one, I didn't go around and do anything except for experience. I think most pedestrians did when they walk through these underpasses and see that they're not lit at night very brightly, that there are feces and carcasses and those kinds of things. And so I brought that to the attention of staff, and from time to time, they were able to go and address those issues. But what they flagged was, look, we don't have a service level here to do this in a regular way, in a proactive way. So it's requiring all this interaction from residents, it's requiring all kinds of other things to be done, and it'll cost us more money to do it inefficiently than to do it efficiently. Okay, I said. Then they went away, and I didn't even know this, and looked at across the entire city of all the different bridges. I only found the bridge locations like recently and was like, oh, I thought this was primarily a Ward 2 thing. Turns out it's happening in other wards as well. Wasn't aware. And they looked at this from a holistic perspective and said, you know, we may not have funded this at the service level we needed to before, but here's what we propose you do to add this in at this time. So a bit about the history here as to why I think this actually happened. This is just the best guess I've got. And this is based on everything I've talked to with staff, with CPKC Rail. When we didn't seem to feel like, for whatever reason, as staff, as councillors, whatever it was, that we could really do anything with these tunnels. So we didn't have a relationship that was outlined with CPKC Rail and thought the underpasses were their responsibility. One of the very first things I did as a councillor was reach out to CPKC Rail, set up a meeting with them and talked about this. They enlightened me. We have these cool agreements where it shows the bridge part being for someone, this other part being in the jurisdiction of other people, and finally we settled the question around, so what the jurisdiction is with respect to who can make these kinds of improvements from a capital perspective, and whose responsibility is to upkeep the sidewalks under the bridge, for instance, and the walls under the bridge, and the lighting under the bridge, these kinds of things. So that was new for me. That brought me to having a conversation like that, and I heard this from residents constantly that like they had heard previously that we couldn't do this kind of thing. So we do have a service level. What I'm here to say is, based on what staff's review is, that's not meeting what's the current traffic there is like, what the current situation is like there, with the amount of feces, the amount of pigeons, you know, more density downtown, those kinds of things. The more dense our communities get, the more we have these issues. So I think that, yeah, this is coming through maybe in a bit of an awkward way, but I think it's necessary regardless, and I hope people will support it because this work is needed as part of the budget process for this year so we can actually line the operations up with the capital improvements we're making so that our downtown can be better. But I understand everyone's reservations.
Thank you. Mayor Horvath?
I appreciate, thank you through you, Chair. I appreciate the clarification. I would say, however, that when we're talking about service levels, they should be being dealt with at a committee and through the regular council process and then referred to the budget, not slapped on a budget conversation by a motion. I'm sorry. I totally believe that. I am supporting it, as I said. I think it needs to be done. But let's get some discipline around here, folks. Let's do things the right way. If we have a problem with the way that our service levels exist, let's have those conversations where they belong and not have a motion have to be put together in a scramble you know, during a very complicated and difficult budget process. Those are all my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion has been duly moved and seconded. It is before committee for your consideration. The original, yeah. You're welcome. That carries 13-3. Yep. I'm going to entertain one more motion, and then I think it's important that we have a break for lunch after 9:10. 9:10, amendment to the proposed 2025 tax-supported budget, unallocated Ward 2 balance from the Canada Community Building Fund, CCBF. Clerk Trenum, is it your opinion that this motion is in order?
It is, Chair.
Thank you. I agree. Councillor Kretsch, would you like to introduce your motion and your seconder, please?
Yep, I would like to. Seconder is Councillor Nan. Simply put, just to save us some time, there were $2 million allocated to each councillor for road projects out of the Canada Community Building Fund, which the gas tax, as we all know it being called, in the last term of council. The previous Ward 2 councillor allocated the very, very vast majority of those to road repaving projects in Corktown. There is a balance remaining. I think that balance should go back to supporting the 18 categories that the CCBF is designed for as part of the budget to hopefully decrease the cost of the budget or decrease the cost of capital things that are in the budget and give this money back to the city essentially. I'll leave it at that. If people want to have a debate about it and more discussion, I've got lots to say on the subject, but I think that's just a general principle I'm trying to do is just give this money back because I think it can be better used for citywide assets as I understand the intent of the CCBF always was. is to aid citywide assets and not be done at the ward level. So that's why I'm doing this. And hopefully people will support giving money back to the city budget.
Thank you. There are no speakers. It's been, beg your pardon, recognizing Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. You know, I don't have an issue with this in principle, and I do appreciate the direction to reduce the levy. My only question is, my understanding of the CCBF funding, it was very specific to be tied on to be spent on infrastructure within a specific time frame. So 2 questions to staff. Is it possible to return these funds to a general reserve and not spend them? And if we do that, does that impact future funding requests where we're going to ask for additional funding, as we do on a regular basis from upper levels of government? Does it give them opportunity to say, well, you had $100,000 that you didn't spend, so why are you asking for more?
Thank you. Did staff hear the question? 2 questions. GM Zagarek.
Through the chair, I'll start with the latter question. The intent of the motion, as I understand it, is to transfer the surplus funds, I'll call them WIP funding, to the reserve, and then for staff to apply them to other Canada Community Benefit Fund eligible projects. So the intent is not to return the funds to the federal government, but to find other projects that are included in the 2025 tax capital budget that are eligible for cost sharing. With respect to the first question, could the funds be transferred to reserve and applied either in year or future years? That's an option as well.
Councillor Danko.
I think that answers the question that it's still going to be used for CCBF eligible funding, on a citywide basis, not at the ward level. Just important that we're not unintentionally impacting further requests from upper levels of government. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further speakers. We'll have a vote on the motion, please. And then we'll break. That carries 16-0. Thank you. We're going to recess for a break for 30 minutes. Do I need approval official for that? I do. Do I need a vote or a show of hands? Show of hands, please. It is moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Tom Jackson. To 1:30. I'll see you back. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for reconvening in a most timely manner. We are on to motion 9.11, I believe, yes. This is deferral of the 2025 budgeted funding related to light rail transit. As is our practice now, today I'm going to look to Clerk Trenum to advise if the motion, in his opinion, is in order.
So, thank you, Chair. The motion as published was not in order. However, there have been amendments since in terms of the language and some questions back and forth with staff with regards to the whereas statements that make it in order. So I believe we are good to proceed. I'll ask the councillor to confirm the language that we have as appropriate in coordination with staff. And there may be questions through the councillor back to staff. But presuming that the appropriate changes have been made, the motion is in order to proceed.
Thank you. If I may ask, how will members access and know what the motion as revised is?
I can possibly make this a moot point, Councillor Wilson, but if you're looking to the clerk, I apologize for interrupting.
I would like the clerk to respond. Thank you.
So I will share what I have in terms of the language, what I will advise. I believe that is correct, Councillor, through you, Chair, to the Councillor, and to where the language now ends. So the end of that with reference to the federal piece has been removed. What I'm not entirely certain of is this budget number may be different based on the changes, and I would ask the Councillor to advise that.
Okay, so it's your clerk opinion that as this is presently written, this is in order. The original, as it appears on the agenda, was not in order. And procedurally, you're saying, even though there's no formal amendment been made, we can proceed on the basis of this?
If the councillor will move it as with the amended amount and the language as we have up here, it is in order, but I will then leave it to staff to further comment if there are other issues associated with that need to be considered.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Phew, I crossed the it's in order threshold. Okay. So Budget Chair Wilson, I've been huddling with 2 or 3 general managers during the lunch hour. I will ask that this motion through you to City Clerk Trenum, if I can have it referred or placed on the February 12th City Council meeting, as long as my colleagues understand that I can still debate it at that time and that it is still germane, potentially, depending on living or dying on the 12th, to the 25 budget process. If I can get those assurances, Budget Chair Wilson, through you to City Clerk Trenum, as well as yourself as our leader of the budget, then I'm willing to refer this because I still need to further huddle with a couple of general managers who want to make my motion as strong and as current and as accurate as possible. And there's been a couple of shifting of projects and numbers accordingly. So through you, please, Budget Chair Wilson to City Clerk Trenum. I'll start with him.
And I believe it has to have a seconder in order for us to continue
I'm
this,
sorry.
no?
Councillor
Okay.
Francis is my seconder, sorry.
My apologies.
So
Clerk Trenum.
I'll advise that a referral is not necessary. You can merely withdraw, and we will bring it back on the council agenda.
No.
It is in order in its new form. Similarly, as I mentioned at the beginning, a councillor can still bring a motion to further amend the budget when these minutes are up for consideration at council. So we can continue along those lines. This motion can be brought forward at the council meeting, which is preferable at this point, given that there are still questions around the amount and wording. So a referral motion isn't necessary, can be withdrawn and just brought forward at that time.
Thank you. So that has to be the decision of the author.
Correct, the mover.
Okay. Thank you.
I will technically withdraw today, Budget Chair Wilson. And again, nothing disparaging to the other 15 colleagues I serve with. But nobody on Wednesday will say, well, Tom, you missed your window on Friday, February the 7th. Sorry for being a little facetious, Budget Chair Wilson. I'm officially withdrawing today. The clerk's automatically going to place it on the 12th. Thank you.
Thank you. We are on, therefore, to the next one. Is that it, right? Okay.
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you so much. We are on to 9.12, indefinitely pause the safe apartment buildings bylaw and additional 17 full-time equivalent hires for the renovation license and relocation bylaw. As has been our established practice this morning, to ensure a motion is in order as it pertains to this budget, I will look to the clerk to give his best advice.
Thank you, Chair. In discussions with the mover of the motion and staff, there were a few amendments to the original wording on it, including it's not 17, it would be 16 full-time equivalents. However, the wording as is would be a reconsideration of the bylaw itself, and reconsideration votes, they cannot occur here at the committee level, so this motion does have to be brought forward at council, given we've determined it would be a reconsideration. So very similar to the last one, it is an in-order motion, just not today. It needs to be brought forward again at council.
Thank you. I appreciate your counsel on this, and I concur with your advice and your ruling. So as it's presently worded, this motion is not in order. In order for it to come forward, it cannot come forward as it's presently written at this forum because it would warrant a reconsideration. Reconsiderations are not exercised at the budget table because the policy has already been established by this body.
But may I offer a comment, please, Budget Chair Wilson? I just want everyone to know I'm not reconsidering the bylaw at all. Does that offer any change at all, City Clerk Trenum? My motion was not even intending, even intimating to stop the bylaw. It was to pause the hiring of the 16. If you're telling me still, Tom, it's best to bring it next Wednesday at council, I will abide by that, Budget Chair Wilson.
Thank you.
But I want to make it clear to everyone. I'm not here to repeal the bylaw.
Thank you. My ruling, as per the advice given, and I concur with it, is it would warrant, if you wanted to move forward with this direction, it warrants a reconsideration that cannot be exercised at this table.
Okay. Again, I'm hoping my colleagues will keep this in mind next Wednesday. Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson and City Clerk Trenum.
You're welcome.
I have a further point of order.
On this item?
On this item.
I'll recognize Councillor Danko, followed by Councillor Pauls. Councillor Danko.
So if the ruling is that this is reconsideration, through the procedural rules of order, only a member that voted in the majority can bring forward reconsideration. Therefore, Councillor Jackson would not be able to bring this forward as reconsideration.
Thank you. I knew that before lunch, and I've forgotten it after lunch, so I appreciate that.
What did you have for lunch?
Oh, well, that's a different story. Councillor Jackson, don't tell him. That's a different story. I'll look to Clerk Trenum, please.
I believe my best advice at this point would be to ask the councillor to withdraw, and let's connect with staff over the coming days just to confirm if the intent is correct and our understanding is correct. And if it remains a reconsideration, then the comment would be correct. It would need to be moved by someone who voted in the majority.
Thank you. Councillor Danko still has the floor, if you don't mind, Councillor. Okay. And I see Councillor Pauls.
That was my question as well, because a reconsideration also has a 2/3 of the vote, right?
Yeah.
So that was my point, that was my question.
No, thank you.
Thanks.
It has to be 2/3, and it has to be moved by someone who actually voted in the affirmative on the original motion. Thank you. Councillor Jackson, did you wish to get back on?
Oh, I'm done for now.
Okay. So without any further speakers and no further ado, we will be moving on to 9.13. 9.13, the removal of $372,490 budgeted for the Realigned Gardens program and budgeting of $350,000 for the YMCA of Hamilton, Burlington, Brantford men's residence to reopen the third floor and house 43 individuals. Clerk Trenum, is this motion in order does it pertain to this budget deliberation?
Thank you, Chair. It is in order. What I will advise, as I've heard from the mover, is we'll be splitting this into two separate motions. I just want to confirm that that is still the case, that Part A will be moved by Councillor Spatafora and Part B will be treated as a separate motion, all of which would be in order.
I'll recognize Councillor Spatafora as the mover if that is in fact the intent. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So just to provide some clarification, this was to remove the 372,490 and the 2 FTEs and I believe some vehicle expenses and take that money and move it to the YMCA. Instead, what's happening, there'll be the first part of the motion will be moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Beattie, to remove the 372,490, the 2 FTEs, the vehicle expenses from the 2025 budget completely. And then the second motion would be moved by Councillor Crutch, seconded by myself, to one-time funding of $350,000 to the YMCA from, I don't know what fund, but Councillor Crutch can explain that. So they're two separate ones. One is just removing the Gardens program, and then the second motion moved by Councillor Crutch and seconded by myself is to provide the 350, and Councillor Crutch will be able to provide where that money is coming from. Hope that clears it up.
Thank you. I'm going to look to the clerk to ensure it's in order.
It's
in his opinion.
I would recommend it's in order, Chair.
I concur. So we have on the floor for this committee's deliberation is, if you're looking at the therefore be it resolved, we're just considering A1, and the move is to eliminate that earmark from the 2025 budget. And I'm seeing nod from the mover, and it's seconded by Councillor Beattie. Beg your pardon. Thank you. Did you wish to speak to it, sir?
I'll be very brief.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure, of course.
Thank you. First off, kudos to the volunteers that have ran this program forever without a real dedicated, I don't know if I'd call it a department, but 2 FTEs and a vehicle to have community gardens in all of our wards. So thank you to the volunteers. We just had a conversation on $130,000 to clean alleyways. You got $372,000 and 2 FTEs in a vehicle to move a garden program forward. And we had to find out today that we don't have the capacity to clean alleyways. To me, this $372,490 doesn't need to be in the budget. Volunteers do a great job. Councillor Beattie can explain how this was done in Ward 10. And I don't believe this is a need currently for the city of Hamilton. So it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Beattie to remove the $372,490 with the 2 FTEs and vehicle from the 2025 budget.
Thank you. Councillor Crutch.
I think I just got ahead of myself, so I'll get behind myself and wait till the motion I'm putting forward comes forward to speak to this. Thank you.
No worries. Councillor Beattie, followed by Councillor Nan and Councillor Kazar. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I seconded the motion for 2 reasons. Number one, in wants versus needs budget, I believe that, and the original intent was to support the needs at the YMCA, and looking at where we may find some additional funds to enable that. The concept of the community garden as an enhancement of an existing program, and a reminder to colleagues that that's what this is. The program exists, this is to enhance it. It would be lovely. You all know my background. I'm a 5th generation horticulturalist. I love gardens. I live and breathe gardens. I made my bread and butter on gardens. I also managed to reboot a community garden in our community with a tiny bit of support from local area funding through the non-property tax revenue account in Ward 10. It was tremendously successful. We are working towards completely handing it off to a volunteer group. And as much as this would be a nice thing to have, it is not absolutely necessary. And so I'm going to continue to suggest that, and again, the wording that I had originally hoped for was to move this into the 2026 budget cycle. That's not permitted. So we'll be reviewing this perhaps next year, and perhaps there'll be better times ahead should the motion progress and we decide that we're going to pause this enhancement to an existing service level.
Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Budget Chair. Not all of our wards have non-property tax revenue accounts. Not all of our wards have the consistency of volunteerism to dedicate towards beautification and horticulture in their communities. Some of our communities have had historical derelict, quote-unquote, green spaces go completely underinvested in until neighbors got together, rolled up their sleeves, did their best for as long as they could. And again, in the circumstances that we find ourselves in, where volunteerism is at an all-time low, where donations are at an all-time low, where we have relied as a municipality on the sweat of our neighbors to keep very special pockets of our community flourishing, blooming, supporting pollinators, and especially in neighborhoods that have been polluted as a result of its proximity to industry. These little havens serve much more than a nice to have. They become places where folks go for refuge, for respite from otherwise grueling life. It's where community gets together for potlucks. It's where community gets together to reap the benefits of that which they've grown together. And so in an effort to try and ensure that our community is supported, where they have lifted for, in some cases, decades worth of volunteerism, and those individuals find themselves needing to retire from the labor of doing this and cannot find a new generation of folks to take on the mantle. Our staff consistently say they cannot, from the corner of their desk, continue to support these residents when they ask for support for watering when there's no water lines nearby, nor am I able to, as their ward councillor, establish a water line because it would be astronomical amount of investment because the infrastructure just isn't there to support it. This $350,000 goes a long way across the entire city to ensure that our gardens can be pollinator patches, that they support biodiversity, but most importantly, that they support our communities to thrive and flourish and bloom in different ways. So I cannot support the motion that's at the table, especially given the delegations that have come through our Public Works Committee over the course of the last year. Thank you.
Councillor Kassar.
Thanks, Chair Wilson. Just wanted to ask staff to refresh our memory and for the public's benefit, just what is entailed in this proposed funding. Just a reiteration of what was in the report that came to committee previously. Thanks.
Director Graham, please.
Through the chair, Cynthia Graham, Director of Environmental Services. So currently there is a community garden program that is run with one staff member based in the climate change office. That is a portion of their position, and they are responsible for food-based community gardens. This realigned gardens program would provide one-stop intake for any member of the public that wants to do any sort of garden, including food-based community gardens, but also pollinator patches or raised ornamental garden beds on a volunteer basis, as well as provide a gardener support for ongoing maintenance and weeding and watering support. So that is the increase in the level of service, is that one-stop intake staff person, as well as the garden on the boots on the ground support for the volunteers.
Okay. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. My question through you, Chair, to staff is just getting an understanding of the current demand for new garden spaces right now, and if we're able to meet demand in community, or if when volunteers are reaching out saying, I'd like to enhance a community garden, build a new community garden or something like that, if we're unable to meet those requests right now.
Through the chair, if the request is related to a food-based community garden, I believe those are being accommodated with the existing staff. Where we do have challenge is where community members come forward and want to increase more ornamental plantings or pollinator patches in existing parkland or open space areas. At the moment, we do permit those to occur with the caveat that there is no staff to support, and if the volunteer community is no longer able to do that work, that the gardens will be removed. What we have heard from community and through the delegations in particular was that there is a desire in community to see these continue, but that it's difficult on a volunteer basis to have them come forward. It's difficult for me to assess what the pent-up demand might be for additional gardens, because when we are approached, our response is essentially that we don't have staff to support them.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just a quick comment from me. Community gardens, I think across the city, but in Ward 13 specifically, are oversubscribed. There have been attempts to have some conversations about where we might be able to access land, how we might be able to take advantage of volunteer capacity. Without project management or without kind of central staff reports to take advantage of those volunteer resources, I think a lot of the times we end up with we'll get back to in a year, we'll see what's possible, and there's this really interesting community that we're not able to activate, folks coming forward to say, I want to help with this, how can I help? And unfortunately, we're just not quite able to meet people where they're at all the time when they're offering to do nice things in their community to make it a better place to live and invest in their community in that way. I think this is an important resourcing to not only fulfill the community engaged elements of the Biodiversity Action Plan, making it a whole of community approach to this work by meeting residents directly where they're trying to engage and having services with them. But I also think this really does meet a need that I hear from residents consistently about their interest in furthering existing programs, creating new gardens. And so these are important investments in community people are ready to make. We're just not kind of able to meet that project management piece right now.
Thank you. The motion from Councillor Spadafora is on the floor. There's no further speakers on the list. It's been duly moved and seconded. It's up for your consideration. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Clark. This is the first part. Thank you. That carries 11-5. On to this second part, which I understand is being moved by, is it moved by Councillor Cretch or moved by, moved by Councillor Cretch and seconded by Councillor Spadafora. You can speak to that.
Yes, and staff have helped with some of the wording because this happened, as you can imagine, late in the night, some of this discussion. And so I'm going to speak briefly to this, and I'm going to err on the side of trying to make some comments I hope that are seen as very collaborative comments. So when I saw the original motion, I was just concerned about maybe how that was going to be framed, and I was concerned about the impact that would have for the YMCA in terms of delivering their programming. And so I asked Councillor Spatafor, and he agreed, could we separate these things out? The issue at hand here is that there are 43 transitional beds for men that are currently caught and they're stuck. And this is a result primarily of the fire, but of other kinds of things to do with the YMCA's funding over the years. And being able to provide one-time funding from the area rating reserve for this year and then have staff consider this as part of a report they're bringing forward in April, I think is the right thing to do now. We don't have the information from staff yet about all the costing, about how this is going to work, about the future plans, about how we can make this operational. So this is bridging that gap by saying for 2025, I'll fund that. Of this, $50,000 are straight up capital costs, $300,000 are one-time operating costs, and this will get these 43 beds back online. I had the opportunity to speak to the executive director, I believe is the title, of the YMCA last night as well, to make sure I understood what was happening here and understood what the impact would be. And he expressed frustration, frankly, that this is the barrier right now, is until they have that committed funding, they lose every single day, they lose that opportunity to get those beds back online. And I know this is extremely important to us. Also from a costing perspective, this is a pretty good value for money per bed, if we look at it that way, right? So we're able to actually bring these things back online and add good program to that at a relatively low cost compared to other kinds of programming we're doing. So it's also pretty fiscally responsible. And I thank Councillor Spatafor for doing the homework on all that and figuring out how that all works in terms of what the costs will be. And so I'm just trying to get this to happen in this manner because I think it's the best way to do it in the short term. Recognizing that staff just don't have the answers we need to be able to make the decision any sooner, and every day we waste means it's one more day that folks are perhaps deprived of housing, don't have access to this housing, and so on. So just trying to meet a gap in the local Ward 2 community, and thanks to Councillor Spatafor for helping with this.
I did see Councillor Spatafor's hand up. I also have a speakers list, which will be Councillor Danko and McMeekin, but please, Councillor Spatafor.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll be brief. I want to thank Councillor Crutch for moving this. I think he made one of the most important points is we're going to be able to get 43 beds online as soon as possible with this funding, as opposed to waiting to a report that I didn't know was coming in April, and that was going to include this. The YMCA came forward, delegated to this, maybe not this body or some body, the GIC. There's so many different bodies now, but they came, they asked for the money, they explained what they needed, they explained the benefits in our community, and the key point, look at the cost. So take $50,000 out for capital, 43 beds at $300,000. That's something staff should keep in mind when we're looking at all the other agencies and stuff. That's 43 beds for $300,000. That is fantastic work from their staff, their donors, and anybody that supports the YMCA. This is a great motion, and I thank the councillor.
Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. Definitely support the intent 100%. I just have a minor procedural question on the funding source, and I'm sorry for continuing to bring this up, but it is an important part of our procedural rules of order and our bylaws. My understanding is the area rating discretionary reserve explicitly prohibits operational spending. So if it's an operational spend, then it would have to go under the area rating discretionary reserve.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to look to GM Zagarek to provide some clarification.
Through the chair, the capital reinvestment area rating reserves policy does prohibit ongoing operational investments to be funded from the area rating reserves. There has been past precedent where the reserves have been used for social infrastructure, which I understand there is a component here, as well as grant funding to external organizations. So the funding would not go towards a city department, it's going to an external organization as it relates to their programming as a one-time investment.
So strictly speaking, the area rating reserve is not the appropriate funding source, but there has been precedent, and this council can overrule the bylaws. So my question through you to the city clerk, does that require a motion to suspend the rules of order or suspend the provisions of the bylaw, or is it just simply a vote of this committee?
Clerk Trenum, you were identified. Would you like to answer that? And/or we can go to GM Zagaric.
I'll be honest, I don't know the policy. I'm going to recommend Jim.
That's fair. GM Zagaric is very familiar with the policy. Thank you, GM Zagaric.
Through the chair, the policy does speak to one-time investments. So just wanting to flag, and apologize if my previous answer created some confusion. The policy does include one time, and I just wanted to flag that while these are operating dollars, they're going to an external agency versus a city department as it relates to supporting city services. So again, there is alignment with the policy with respect to one time, and past practice has been to apply the funds as grants to other community organizations. So it does check off a few boxes with respect to the policy.
Sir Danko.
Thank you. And I'm going to vote in support. I recognize the need for this funding, and I do appreciate that it's coming from councilor's reserve account and not from the levy. I genuinely appreciate that. But and I'm really sorry for continuing to belabor this point, but when we have policies for how our reserves are used, we should stick with those policies and avoid these kinds of issues because there are unintended consequences. Thank you.
Councillor McMeekin.
Yes, thanks, Chair Wilson. I appreciate the point that's made. I also appreciate the fact that this horseshoe has declared housing to be a crisis. Maybe I have a conflict.
Non-discretionary or a they're non-disqualifying, thank you.
Non-disqualifying because 61 years ago, I had occasion to live in the YMCA residence.
I think the statute of limitation is.
Okay, good. Amen. And it changed my life. I met a lot of people and grew up in the Y. Worked overseas in a refugee camp with the Y, a whole bunch of stuff. Because they were there and they were able to pick up a young man who had some very specific challenges and turn his life around. If there are 43 young men out there, or even not so young men out there, who could avail themselves of that same opportunity, I think a one-time push is important. So I, without hesitation or reservation, will support the good councillor from Ward 2's motion, and hope my colleagues around the table embrace it. Thanks.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I do agree with Councillor Janko that we have a habit of ignoring policy that we set, and we really should find a way to ensure that we are following the policies that we set. John Copland from the city of Stony Creek used to say, if you follow the policies, you never get in trouble. And he was a wise fella. Can I ask a question, Chair? I'm fine with what we're doing here, but we're providing beds for 43 men for 1 year. The crisis that we have on housing, I do not believe will be solved in 12 months. So what's going to happen to the 43 beds in 2026?
So I'm going to look to Director Mastrioni, please.
Excuse me, Rob Mastriani, Manager of Homelessness and Housing Support. So through the chair, our intention is to report back to council in April of this year with our next steps and plans in our permanent shelter expansion and our options to create permanent shelter spaces within our system and other supports. And at this time, our intention is to present ongoing funding or next steps for council's consideration as part of that report.
Thank you for that. And I thank the director. Please know that I will be asking about how much money the province has provided to us at that time. Lots of promises, I'm not seeing the dollars yet, and we still have a lot of people who are homeless across the province. So thank you.
Thank you. So the motion is on the floor. It's been duly moved and seconded. If you can vote accordingly. Thumbs up from Councillor McMeekin. That carries 15-0. Thank you. We're on to motion 9.14, removal of senior level leadership mental health position from the 2025 proposed tax budget. Clerk Trenum, is it your opinion that this motion is in order?
Thank you, Chair. I believe it is in order with one caveat of a question back to the dais just to confirm whether or not this was included in the adjustments made prior.
So we require some clarification from the bench on that matter?
That's correct. There were adjustments made with the revised mayor's budget, and I believe this may have been captured there already, in which case this has already been actioned, and I'd just like confirmation of that.
Okay, fair enough. There's just some folks conferring. Just give them a moment, and we'll check to make sure they've also heard the question. GM Zagarek, we're looking for some clarification whether this has already been authorized or whether we just need some clarification to ensure it's in order. Thank you.
Sorry, through the chair. This particular item, you may recall on January 23rd, we flagged there was an error with the budget documents, and the FTE was included in the levy budget books. It represented one of the 4 adjustments staff presented on the 23rd that's included in the mayor's revised memorandum on today's agenda. The FTE and the $160,000 relates to a pilot project, so the $160,000 is funded from reserve. The revised mayor's memorandum on today's agenda eliminates the error of the 1 FTE. And through the chair, then, just to summarize, this does not have a complement impact for 2025 and does not have a levy impact as it is a pilot project. Thank you.
Thank you. So if I just seeking clarification, it was in it is reflected in the revised mayor's memo that has been already discussed. It's a pilot and therefore funded from a reserve. So what is before us now is a motion to remove it. So I'm going to look to Clerk Trenum to give his opinion.
Through the chair, I apologize, just maybe for a little clarity. I suspect that the motion was based on the budget documents, which captured the error. And so just wanting to clarify that the motion is consistent with the budget documents, but recognizing we made an error, we flagged on the 23rd, we would make an adjustment, and that adjustment's now reflected in the mayor's memorandum. So just not wanting confusion that that the motion before you is incorrect. It is correct to the budget documents, but the budget documents had the error that has since been corrected.
Chair, point as the mover.
Sure.
I wish to withdraw the motion. I was hoping that we wouldn't have to go through this whole rigmarole because it's rather embarrassing, truth be told. I came to learn that it is not levy funded at 7:30, 8 o'clock last night. It was my intent at the appropriate time to remove it rather than continue to go around in circles here. I would like to withdraw it. I do not want it suggested in any way, shape, or form that I have an issue with additional mental health supports, which I do absolutely not have that issue. My issue pertained to the use of levy dollars. It's been explained to me that this is funded through a reserve. I have no issue with that. I would like the program to proceed uninterrupted. I'm withdrawing the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, I didn't recognize you earlier that you had to wave there. The motion has been withdrawn. There is no further discussion, therefore warranted on this motion. We are going to 9.15, removal of Hamilton's Biodiversity Action Plan from the 2025 budget. Once more, I'll look to the clerk. He can give me his opinion on whether the motion is in order. Does it pertain to this budget, and is the consequence in terms of levy or capital reflected?
I would advise, Chair, that it is in order.
Thank you. I agree. I believe this motion is in order. Councillor Beattie, you are the mover, and if you would like to introduce it along with your seconder.
It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mike Spatafora. The whereases are laid out, but I'll go right to the therefore be it resolved. Amended as follows: the 2025 council referred item of Hamilton's Biodiversity Action Plan, PED 21065, be removed from the 2025 proposed tax-supported budget, resulting in a net operating budget savings of $560,000. And if I may, Chair, again, going back to an earlier conversation, it was my intent to have this moved to the 2026 budget, not removed. So the wording has changed, and at face value, I'm sure that it would appear that an intent may be there to somehow disrupt this plan in its totality, which is not the case. And having spoken with, and my colleagues are welcome to ask the general manager, that some work has, as I understand it, already taken place in 2024 and would organically normally happen continuing at the same pace in 2025. This enhancement is entitled, or envisioned rather, to accelerate the process. So it's not killing it, it's not pausing it, it's simply not accelerating it. And I want to make clear that that is the intent of what's being proposed here for a savings of $560,000.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
So, Chair, can I hear from staff in terms of their understanding of what this motion is doing and the ramifications therein?
I'm going to recognize Director Graham. The question is, what would this do and what are the implications? Thank you.
Through the chair, Cynthia Graham, Director of Environmental Services. The Public Works staff and funding that's identified in this motion would help support the Public Works actions identified in Appendix D of the Biodiversity Action Plan report. There are actions listed in there that identify that those FTEs are required to support the work, and that those staff members would be referred to the operating budget, which is where we're at now. My team can't move forward with those actions without those staff in place. So if there were no staff to complete the work would not go forward. Just want to clarify that there is a second motion that addresses planning staff, which is a separate item, which is, I think, what was referred to when there was conversations with general managers.
Councillor Clark.
So if I heard you correctly, your staff will not be able to do what council has already approved.
Through the chair, the Biodiversity Action Plan is a plan that has council approval. There are actions listed in it that we cannot undertake without the resources identified. That is correct.
Through the chair to the councillor, just to clarify, Steve Robichaud, Acting General Manager, Planning Economic Development Department. There are really two aspects to the Biodiversity Action Plan. There is the components that are owned by the City of Hamilton, as Ms. Graham indicated, in terms of the activities of Public Works, in terms of advancing biodiversity for those elements that we control. So that would be in terms of design of new features, removal of invasive species, new plantings, as well as working with property owners in terms of how they can increase the biodiversity on their own individual property where it interfaces with the city properties. And then there's the second component, which is more the PED-led component, dealing with the biodiversity strategy from a whole of city concept. So the idea behind developing a biodiversity coordinator to work with NGOs and other groups to advance biodiversity through their actions that may or may not be related to a development application or a public works project. So for example, if there was an NGO, or say Boy Scouts, if they wanted to engage in a invasive species management approach or a woodlot cleanup, you know, like on Earth Day, those kind of events, that would be the component that would be led by the biodiversity coordinator from the whole of city concept, which the next motion speaks to. So Public Works is taking the lead on city-initiated projects, whereas the planning piece in terms of a biodiversity coordinator would be working with community groups from a whole of city approach in identifying what activities they can take on in terms of facilitating biodiversity, whether that be through inventory work of our environmentally sensitive areas, cleanup activities, or other initiatives that they wish to lead, and then trying to coordinate their activities to align with the activities of the City of Hamilton. And that's why in the report itself that was previously adopted by Council, there was two separate sort of tasks, those that belonged to Public Works that were sort of City of Hamilton versus the other set of tasks that would be led by Planning and Economic Development Department relating to that whole of city approach to dealing with biodiversity. Like I said, whether that be invasive species management, replantings, cleanup, or other research work that would help advance the biodiversity action plan at a citywide perspective. Thank you.
And that part is not on the floor yet. Thank you.
I have one more question about invasive species. Do we have time?
You do have 30 seconds. Thank you for the question.
I can't talk that fast. Speaking specifically to the motion that is before us now, I know the Conservation Authority and our staff and our volunteers spend a great deal of time and effort removing invasive species and then planting species that are more indigenous to the community. What will happen if this is delayed? So our staff are no longer involved at all for a year?
Through the chair. When requests come forward from conservation authorities, volunteer groups, NGOs in the community, we do our best to work with those groups in order to support them. Usually that involves permission to do work on city property, maybe some staff in-kind support as much as we can. During the busy seasons of summer, when our staff are fully occupied with their regular duties, it's difficult to do anything more than that. These staff that are identified would assist and lead initiatives that could move forward more initiatives related to the health and quality of the natural lands in the city, which is something that we don't regularly do at this time. It's not part of our core service level. So identifying, putting into place strategies, applying for funding, coordinating efforts, all of that work would not be able to move forward on a city lands level. I anticipate that there would still be the odd requests from other groups to want to do that work, but it's very piecemeal across the city.
Thank you for that explanation.
Councillor Kassar.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Clark had posed generally the questions I was going to ask, so I'll just make a comment then. I've been involved in the biodiversity space for many years, long before being a councillor. We do have a biodiversity crisis. It may not be something that's declared by council. We have several crises that have been declared. I think it's well understood we're within the 6th grade extinction. Our crops, our food sources rely on biodiversity. We depend on biodiversity. So to say that this is a want and not a need, I think is short-sighted. It's long past due that we need to do this work. I am not going to support the motion, and I hope that the majority of colleagues see the wisdom in moving ahead with this funding, because similar to the climate crisis, we have a lot of work to do, and it may not feel like it to those who are, not paying attention, but trust me, it's there.
Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Echoing Councillor Kassar's points, I also want to talk about our responsibility as a city to protect biodiversity and decline right now. So for example, we have some of the oldest trees in this city on this side of the Rockies in the country. The Coutts to Escarpment Eco Park, biodiversity hotspot, not just in Ontario, but Canada-wide. A lot of our, whether it's our competitive advantage in terms of the RBG and being able to have a place for folks who are working to have trails to enjoy, all of these things that we love about our new sustainable steel town are the things that are at risk and in decline. When we already know that habitats are fracturing, there are open spaces where invasives are taking over, creates fire risks, it creates real issues in community. When we have more healthy habitats, when we have wetlands in the places they need to be, we're reducing costs of flooding. We're reducing the impact there. Councillor Kassar talked about the benefits to agricultural communities as well. I think it's really important to not just see this as an investment in some plants and some gardens and to protect the animals and the trees, but to see this as risk mitigation, as investing in infrastructure that we're going to rely on increasingly in a changing climate and increasingly in the world we find ourselves in. I don't think this is a want whatsoever. This is quite clearly a very urgent need as we talk about especially the resilience of our city in the decades to come. Thank you.
Councillor Crouch.
I'm not going to support this motion, and I want to read out something about why. First of all, I want to say that the impact from Ward 2 is pretty significant. The kinds of partners we have doing this work with us as part of the Biodiversity Action Plan are the Bay Area Restoration Council, the Coutts to Escarpment Eco Park System, the Hamilton Conservation Authority, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation, and the Hamilton Naturalists Club. So this is being brought forward not just by staff here, but by community partners, and it's something I think it's important to highlight because we're doing something collaboratively with the community to address a big need. I'm just going to read you right from the Biodiversity Action Plan, which I think, frankly, says it all. Biodiversity is the variety of life on Earth. Hamilton is a biodiversity hotspot with many unique habitats that support hundreds of common and many at-risk species. This biodiversity of life and the interactions that occur between species support vital ecosystem services that all life depends on, such as cleaning our air and water and providing spaces for us to explore and engage with nature. Unfortunately, biodiversity is in decline globally and locally due to a growing number of threats, including climate change, habitat loss, fragmentation and alteration, pollution, and invasive species. As a response to these threats at a global scale, Canada is a signatory to the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. Hamilton's unique geography supports regional biodiversity by providing critical habitats for many common and at-risk species. But this is our first 5-year biodiversity action plan, and it's been developed to address biodiversity loss on a regional scale. The BAP, as it's called, the BAP, which I think is really cute, is a citywide multi-partner plan that will guide the collaborative protection and restoration of biodiversity through a set of strategic goals, key priorities, and associated actions. This is the first time, after decades of the community asking, that we're able to start taking action on these things. We've talked about them, we know what they are, they've been identified, Now we're finally going to do something about them, and we need to. Because flexibility and adaptability are key to ensuring positive outcomes for Hamilton's biodiversity, additional collaborations will need to be undertaken that are not even listed in this plan. This is a start, everybody. It's not the end. And I would echo Councillor Alex Wilson's point that, you know what, this isn't just about our trees, our water, the animals and bird species we care about, but it's about them too. This city has shown through this term of council that we care about bird-friendly neighborhoods. We care about having a city that supports this kind of biodiversity. We care about ensuring we monitor and address invasive species. This is a priority for this council, and we should all wholeheartedly support it. Thank you.
Thank you. No further speakers. The motion has been duly moved and seconded. Yes, certainly. The motion that has been moved by Councillor Beattie is to pause the actions and to pause the actions for this year. Oh, sorry, Clerk Trenum, did I misspeak?
Sorry. I also just want to flag there may be a FTE component to this that we may need to address either as part of this or immediately following this. I'm just maybe going to ask GM Zagaric if he can.
Okay, so we're pausing the vote for some additional information in terms of consequence.
Through the chair, just more so housekeeping than consequence. The $560,000 has an associated 4 FTEs, and that's captured under council referred item number 7 in the budget document. So just wanting to capture the FTE component as well.
Thank you. Clerk Trenum?
I believe what we'll do is we'll just amend it so that the number of the item from the document is included in the motion in the minutes, so that that is perfectly clear because it's addressed in the item in the budget. And then we're okay. We don't need to adjust the language further, as long as the mover and seconder are comfortable with that.
Councillor Beattie? I'm seeing, yes, he's comfortable with it. Okay. So we'll continue with the vote unless there's further questions. Sorry. Oh, Councillor Jackson, we're not going to continue with the vote. Yep.
Oh, sure. Blame it on me that you're not continuing with the vote. We'll get there. So I wasn't going to speak, but now I've heard about the 4 FTEs. Thank you very much, City Clerk Trenum, for ensuring that GM Zagaric, thank you, GM Zagaric, for making sure that that is now placed for public knowledge. So once again, and I listened carefully to Director Graham's answers, again, within our full complement of approximately 8,000 full-time, part-time, casual student complement in this corporation. Without these 4 FTEs, this program in its current status will not move forward at the accelerated level that that Councillor Beattie has spoken of. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Councillor, when the report was brought forward, the FTEs were identified there and deemed to be necessary in order for the actions to move forward once the motion was passed. If I am incorrect in that, I'll look for a correction from Director Graham. I am correct. Thank you.
I'd like to hear from Director Graham, please. Thank you.
Sure.
Through the chair. The actions identified in the Biodiversity Action Plan are above what our staff are hired to do at current. So the work of the Biodiversity Action Plan and the 4 FTEs that were identified would be required in order to complete the work as identified.
Thank you, Director Graham. Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson.
You're welcome.
Folks, you know, we're just to wrap up on this because it's budget impact. I'm going to support Councillor Beattie because it just seems like we're going again in a direction upwards with the overall tax increase. And again, I get asked all the time by my constituents often, with 8,000 employees at the city, Tom, you still need hundreds more. I'm telling you, a reckoning is coming. Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson.
There are no further speakers. Let's proceed with the vote. Thank you. Thank you. That motion is defeated, 7-9. We're on to 9.16, removal of PED 21065D, Biodiversity Action Plan, Senior Planner from the 2025 budget. Clerk Trenum, would you mind providing me with your advice on whether you consider this motion to be in order?
This would be in order, Chair.
And it is in order because if it's acted, it is within this budget. Thank you. The motion is in order. I agree. Councillor Beattie, would you care to introduce your motion?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, the whereases have been outlined. I'm going to go
and your
to
seconder, please.
My seconder is Councillor Spadafora, that the proposed 2025 tax supported budget be amended as follows: that the 2025 council referred item PED 21065, a biodiversity action plan, senior planner be removed from the 2025 proposed tax supported budget, resulting in a net operating budget savings of $128,860. And then staff from the Planning and Economic and Development Department and the Planning Division assist in the interim to facilitate the development of the Biodiversity Action Plan governance model and other administrative and communication duties related to the implementation of the plan. First, my apologies to Director Graham. I think that I inadvertently blended the two speaking points, and I sincerely do apologize for that. I offered my comments the last round. I'm looking for savings for taxpayers. It's as simple as that. I'm not trying to blow anything up. My intent had been to move this forward into the 2026 budget cycle, and we could have this conversation again. I've been told that I'm unable to do that, so the only way forward is to have it removed. Again, saying that work has been done on this, work will continue to move on this. It just won't happen at an accelerated pace. And it's as simple as that.
Thank you. Councillor Clerk.
Just a couple of questions, if I may, Chair. Why is there a need for a senior planner on this project?
Is that Acting GM Robichaud?
Steve Robichaud, Acting General Manager, Planning and Economic Development Department. The senior planner position that was identified in the Biodiversity Action Plan was to sort of initiate that incubator role in terms of transferring the Biodiversity Action Plan from a City of Hamilton-led action to a whole of city action. So the senior planner would provide that initial in terms of creating or working on the governance model, the recruitment of a biodiversity coordinator for an external one, and once that board would be created, as well as trying to secure any external funding during that transition period. So that would be the, based on that person's role, and it was felt that was a need for an additional FTE to provide that sort of incubator transitional role based on existing workloads and commitments of the planning staff. And that was the basis for the identification of one FTE to help with the transition of the Biodiversity Action Plan from a City of Hamilton-led plan to a whole of city plan, similar to what was previously referenced, like Coots to Escarpment or the Bay Area Restoration Council. And then also during that transition period to provide support to the Biodiversity Action Plan Steering Committee that would be comprised of internal and external representatives. Thank you.
Can I ask, do we have a governance model or a program set up?
Through you, Madam Chairman, no, that would be the function of this position in terms of advancing that governance model and then coming back to committee as well as moving forward with that program in 2025. We do have other models that we could build upon, such as the Bay Area Restoration Council, but we have not established a definitive steering committee and model for the Biodiversity Action Plan. Thank you.
Last question, if I may. This GIC just passed the previous motion on the biodiversity plan. Are you advising this committee that what we just passed requires this position, requires this program? And I'll leave them to converse.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chairman. Short answer is no. We can, the works that Ms. Director Graham would do with her team are already outlined in the Biodiversity Action Plan. The focus of the planning-led position would really about dealing with the administration and the governance. And I think as indicated, we would have, we have a capacity within the division or the department to do some work, but it would just take longer if it's sort of done off of the corner of a desk of an existing staff complement as opposed to a dedicated individual. But by not creating this position, it would not impede the work of Director Graham and her team in terms of from a city perspective on the Biodiversity Action Plan.
So reverse the question, if I may. What will the senior planner add to the program that we just passed?
Through you, Madam Chairman, part of the role of that senior planner in the interim would be providing sort of that administrative and governance structure to it in terms of ensuring that we are advancing the actions in the Biodiversity Action Plan and doing some of the reporting and having some regular meetings, as well as liaising with in terms of outside stakeholders and other groups. So part of it would be that sort of in-house coordinator role until we reach a point where we can then hand it off to an external board or agency that would be independent of the City of Hamilton in terms of delivering the city-wide, whole-of-city biodiversity action plan. So some of it would be administrative support, monitoring and tracking, and then also in trying to secure and working with outside agencies and groups as well and providing some of that, assisting with the coordination role. Thank you.
So the governance model, the plan, the report backs will all be decided in this term, this coming year?
Through you, Madam Chairman, that was my intent, that we would, if this position is created and funded, that it would be completed within the 2025 calendar year, and then moving into the next steps into 2026. Ideally, at 2026 is when we would be looking for an external board, external body with an external coordinator. And then we would be assisting in late 2025 with that transition, as well as providing support in early 2026 to ensure that they're set up to succeed, but it not to be always a city-led board agency project. It would be a whole of city project, much like those other boards that I referenced earlier. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification.
Councillor Kassar.
Thanks, Chair Wilson. The term accelerating the work has been used a few times. We just approved last year the Biodiversity Action Plan. This is, I understand it, a core part of the Biodiversity Action Plan. So can you help me understand why this might be perceived as accelerated? I think it's just part of the plan, is it not?
Chair. Through the chair of the council, yeah, there is a series of actions that are outlined. We have limited staff resources in terms of doing some of the work. So by having a dedicated individual on it, they would be ensuring that they are advancing the work plan and the timelines that were established. So when I reference accelerating, I mean that it will be essentially adhering to the plan as opposed to an individual who's balancing, doing a secondary plan, might be doing other work and, sort of off the corner of their desk are also challenged with the Biodiversity Action Plan. It's preferable, if you have dedicated staff or dedicated individuals to advancing those plans so that they do meet the timelines that were set out in the plan and trying to avoid any delays because of workload or balancing priorities. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. And through you, Chair. So this position is necessary for the plan that the Biodiversity Action Plan Council approved. It's core to providing governance, to coordinating with the rest of the city, bringing some structure to it, potentially new funding. And I've done the math. This would all be for 50 cents per household. So yes, we're looking for savings, but we're also looking for value for money. And at 50 cents per household, having said all there is, I said previously about biodiversity and the need for it, I think that's a pretty good deal.
There are no further speakers to this item. The motion has been moved and seconded. for the consideration of committee, please. Thank you. That motion is defeated on a tie. We're on to 9.17, the title of which is Reduction of Consultant Fee Amounts. It is before you, I believe. I will look to the clerk for his advice on whether the motion is procedurally in order.
Thank you, Chair. Procedurally, it is in order. I will just add the comment that staff may need to speak to the impacts in terms of the total number, and I will look to the bench to see if that is still the case, or depending on where the discussion goes on that matter, but as worded would be in order.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the bench who would like to speak to this now or deems it necessary?
Point of order, would that not come through us first and then go to the bench?
I thought I heard a caveat, respectfully, of whether it's in order because of information. If I have misheard that, I apologize. Is the motion in order procedurally with or without the information?
Sorry, Chair. It's in order. We can proceed to the mover.
Okay.
And we'll see where that discussion goes if there's any additional information from staff necessary.
Thank you. So I apologize to the mover.
No apology necessary. We're all learning. So with this motion.
And your seconder, please.
Councillor Kretsch. So with this motion, I'll just say, basically, I'll introduce it. Whereas fiscal responsibility is a priority for the municipality and every expenditure should be evaluated for its impact on taxpayers. I'll jump down now to the whereases that are specific. Whereas the 2025 net levy summary indicated a proposed 2025 budget of $1,824,719 for consulting. Therefore, be it resolved that the proposed 2025 tax-supported budget be amended as follows. That all departments responsible for the total costs of proposed consulting fees totaling the $1,800,000 so forth dollars in the 2025 net levy summary reduce their budget for consulting fees a further 8%, resulting in a decrease of a further $145,977 and new total of $1,678,742 for consulting fees for the 2025 proposed tax-supported budget. I'll just speak to it and then I'll let it go over to the GMs who I spoke with yesterday. Again, I always do want to work with staff in solving problems and coming and moving forward. I've had many conversations with the senior leadership, and this does present some challenges. So I just want to say that I do believe there's always room for healthy tension in setting appropriate funds for when we defer to a consultant if challenges arise. I just don't want a consultant to be the easy path forward. I would like, again, our teams to talk to the people on the ground, talk to the people that are beneath them, that support them, and the whole basically workforce. I want to engage them in that problem-solving exercise before we definitely or need to go to a consultant. So in saying that, I did speak with GM Zagaric and GM Can yesterday, and they asked if they could take a deeper dive to possibly add some more details to the motion and make some possible moderations in terms of consultant use and operations, and possibly expand the ask to perhaps include some capital projects as well before we vote on it at council as a more comprehensive and direct ask. So with that said, I'd like to ask that we defer the motion to next week so that will allow the staff to provide me with some extra information and details, and they can speak to it now if they'd like or need to.
Thank you. So a referral is
So, Chair, a referral or deferral is not necessary. It can merely be withdrawn and just brought back at the next meeting.
So if you withdraw it, you can have those conversations. Yeah.
Does the bench want to speak now? Thank you. I may withdraw after a few comments are made.
I respectfully, Councillor, I know that we're kind of working with each other and being generous and gracious and patient. I don't think we can withdraw something after we've put something on and discussed it, but I might be wrong about that. So I just want to make sure I treat everyone fairly.
That's fair, and
to Clerk Trenum.
I would like to hear that answer as well.
Well, the mover can withdraw support at any time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
GM Zagarek, thank you, Councillor.
Through the chair, I'll start and I'll speak to what is referenced in the motion and as it relates to the operating budget, and then I'll invite GM Can maybe to speak to the capital program and the use of consultancy as it relates to the capital program. The number is accurate in the motion. It reflects what the departments have proposed as it relates to consulting expenses for 2025. I will flag that the departments have gone through the consultancy account and reviewed the consultancy account as it relates to the preparation of the budget documents. And 2024, and I believe the motion speaks to this, represents a reduction of approximately 14% relative, 2025 represents a reduction of about 14% relative to 2024. And that's principally in the areas of Housing Secretariat and Public Works as it relates to fleet. There was approximately $200,000 as it relates to a fleet review in 2024. To further, in keeping with some of the questions today with respect to impacts, we would have to take this away and work with the departments to understand any impacts or any opportunities as it relates to the proposed motion.
Thank you. GM Can, did you wish to comment?
Thank you for that. Carl Alcan, General Manager, Public Works. Further to the comments made already, I'm just confirming that typically we would use consultants within our capital program where the expertise doesn't exist in-house. We are looking at process design, detailed design, stamped engineered reports or drawings coming out of that program. We use consultants to manage risk at times, risks that we as staff don't have the ability to fully evaluate, assess, and make the determination if we as an organization should take that risk or not. And finally, we use consultants for regulation or regulatory requirements where we need to file a report with the various ministries and they need to be stamped third-party engineered reports. As Mr. Zagarek said, we will definitely take it back and take a deeper dive. But just sharing that information with the committee so that they know where we're using consultants today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If you'd like to go back on a second time, please feel free to do so. Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Clark, Councillor Danko. Councillor Kretsch.
I was going to speak to this, but then we're withdrawing the motion. I'm a little confused why we don't just withdraw the motion and it comes back at council and we can have the discussion then. So I guess I'm just asking the mover if he wouldn't mind just withdrawing the motion and bringing it back and we can have the discussion then, please, in the interest of time.
Is that, am I out of order if I speak now?
Well, I think you've been named directly.
Okay.
So
I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
the motion has been withdrawn. I would encourage members, if you have outstanding questions, you can also input those if there is a motion to come back. We are on to motion 9.18. This is the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Corporation, OLG, fund allocation. I'm going to seek the counsel of Clerk Trenum, given the relationship to the previous motion 9.1. Is it your opinion, Clerk Trenum, that this motion is in order?
It is, Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you. I agree. I'll look to the mover, Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Chair Wilson. I'm not going to read it. I'll just go make some comments and maybe the resolve. I'm trying to do something creative and entrepreneurial here, maybe with a little bit of innovation. I know some of you will recall that from time to time I've raised issues about not just the expense side, but the revenue side of our ledger. There is a fund that has $1 million in it, the Flamborough Reserve Fund, and my suggestion is we do two things with that $1 million. One is to reduce the tax levy, be a marginal reduction of some $335,000 this year, and in 2 subsequent years, expedite our move towards the $9.6 million target by allocating $335,000, so it's $1 million split 3 ways over the next 2 years. The motions kind of flowed back and forth, but I did talk with our financial guru, and we had a conversation about how tough things are and how much tougher they're going to get down the road. The word enrichment to me means what it says. You know, I don't think this horseshoe is always the center of the universe. I think what's going on out in the community and the needs that we can meet, as Councillor Nan outlined quite well earlier, are of great importance. So the motion would assist to reduce the tax levy this year by $335,000, and it would assist with moving more quickly to the $9.6 million enrichment fund with non-tax dollars. Would have no impact on the levy in the subsequent years. That's my motion.
And I do apologize, Councillor McMeekin. Who would be your seconder on the motion, please?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you.
We've had several conversations, and I think what brought Councillor Jackson outside, and he may be bold enough to say this, I don't know, was that the idea of using non-tax revenue to buttress an ongoing community concern, while also providing some marginal relief in this year's tax levy. Sorry, Councillor Jackson, I was so deeply moved when you agreed to second the motion. You're a fine fellow.
No, that's not up for debate. Clerk Trenum.
Not at this moment, Councillor Jackson. Maybe next week. I just wanted to advise that you'll notice the motion looks slightly different, being consistent with the language we've used today with referrals to future budgets. I've just removed B and made the old C B.
Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Most of my questions related to basically the difference between what's on screen and what's in front of us. I might still ask them, but that is just helpful there. Through you, Chair, to GM Zagarek, would you be able to confirm current amount in the reserve and any reserve policy statement that guides this reserve?
Through the Chair, the uncommitted balance in the reserve is approximately $1 million, as referenced in the motion. The reserve, the principal funding source to this Flamborough Reserve has been any surpluses as it relates to our slot revenues from the Flamborough facility. And while those funds are traditionally directed to Flamborough, to the Flamborough community, from time to time they have been used citywide. So there is precedent to apply the funds citywide, And the motion that's before you would apply a portion of the funds, $335,000 in 2025, reducing the council referred item for the City Enrichment Fund from $568,110 levy funded to $233,100 levy funded. Sorry, and the balance then would be funded from the Flamborough Reserve.
Thank you. Through the chair, is this changing the overall amount that we're investing in the City Enrichment Fund in yearly increases, or is this just substituting one funding source for the other? I think that's the bit where I'm trying to, I understood at least the original version of this motion to be in addition, and I'm just, now that's not what it appears to be, or that's not the answer I heard, and so I'm just trying to square. So this is a replacement, it's still the same 5.5 that's going in, it's just changing the funding source through maybe to GM, and then, but I also see the mover wants to answer.
Right, and here's the relationship, I think, to the earlier motion, right? In consequence, GM Zagaric?
Through the chair, the motion that is before you, A, speaks to the council referred item of the $568,000, and the change would be in the financing strategy for that $568,000 instead of it being all levy funded, as has been reflected in the proposed budget. It would represent a reduction in levy funding corresponding to the transfer from the Flamborough Reserve of $335,000.
Through you, Chair, if I may just confirm with the mover if that's the intention of the motion, is to just change the funding source, or if the intention was to accelerate the funding? Yeah, and add additional funding.
This is like a search commercial. Search is a breath mint, search is a candy mint. Stop, you're both right. It is both. It is both to expedite an increase over the next 2 years after this year to get it closer to the 9.6 without it being a tax levy head. And it's also intended to provide some marginal reduction in this year's tax levy. So it is intentionally my desire to move that extra money into the enrichment fund, consistent with our having set a necessary $9.6 million target within by 2028. This would help expedite that.
Councillor Wilson, you still have the floor.
Thank you. I've been back and forth on this one throughout the day, and I've tried to keep the mover in touch with that. I think at present, with how I understand the text of the motion in front of us, which is, the motion as I read it is just exchanging a funding source. So it's currently taking money that is currently levy funded and replacing it with reserve dollars from this account, is not something I'm comfortable with at this time, given the Flamborough purpose of the reserve and the citywide. I'm open to conversations for sure with the mover about 2026, 2027, how we can maybe bring something in the future. But just using this as a funding source switch is not something I think I support at this time.
Councillor Nam, followed by Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Budget Chair. It's about 3 o'clock, and that's usually where my brain fog kicks in. So sorry if this has already been asked. Sorry. Kit Kat time. Yeah, I do need some sort of reinforcement. To the mover, did you indicate that the $335,000 Flamborough Reserve allocation towards Community Enrichment Fund would be to offset the tax levy for 2025, not serve as an additional 335 to be integrated into the Community Enrichment Fund for deployment in 2025? Can you clarify? I apologize for not hearing you clearly previously.
Through you, Chair, the motion initially was to break it in three and to supplement the fund, but in the conversation with Mike Garrick, it became clear to me that this would provide an opportunity this year, since we have challenges this year, to do a bit of both. Bring that, it's essentially for this year just reducing the levy, but in the 2 subsequent years it's meant as additional revenue.
Thank you. Then through you to staff, does this create an annualization problem for 2026's budget if we don't have, like at some point, right, we got to get the CEF fund to 9-point-something million, and every year that annualized increase is getting us there? Is this one-time offset going to create a scenario where in the 2026 budget, we have to dip deeper? Or if the proposal that isn't on the floor right now, which is subsequent years of additional funding, is that then going to cause a problem in year 3 or 4? Thank you.
Through the chair, if I can break down that question in 2 parts.
Thank
if we
you.
can focus on 2025 and 2026. If the motion were to be approved, then yes, we would have a pressure of $335,000 to offset this one-time funding. If the subsequent years, if the intent in subsequent years is to provide additional $335,000 in funding in 2026 and 2027, we would get to that $9.6 million target likely half a year earlier than currently projected. So yes, it would have an impact in 2026, but over the up to 2028, it would likely be half year of 2028 that we would achieve, sorry, half year 2027, we would achieve the $9.6 million annual target.
Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
So just clarification. It appears to me that the Flamborough Reserve, which is really the funds from the casino, the intention is to use $335,000 annually from the reserve to augment the enrichment fund. Is that what I understand?
Look to the mover, and then, GM Zagar?
Sorry.
Is that your intent, to the mover?
It was initially, the hybrid was just for the first year. But I would be very happy just to keep the current commitment to the enrichment fund at the, the 568,110 for this year, and supplement it with the additional 1/3 of the million, which would be 335,110. If Councillor Clark would second that as a friendly amendment, I would make that motion.
Well, I understand what the Flamborough Reserve was meant for, and I appreciate the generosity of the councillor, but I'm struggling a bit. I'm with Councillor Alex Wilson. The intent of that fund was to offset the nuisance of the traffic and the noise and crime and all that kind of stuff. And it was meant for Flamborough. So if the policy has changed, I'm okay with this, but I think the policy was pretty clear. It was supposed to be spent in Flamborough. So if the councillor is proposing to change that policy, I'd like to understand how we do that, given the agreement that we have with the province for the proceeds.
I think I would like to look to GM Zagaric to bring some clarity to the definition of that reserve and the latitude that we have in channeling it elsewhere, and then just a confirmation again on the impact financially if this were to move ahead.
Through the chair, the reserve policy is a city policy, and there is no tie-in to our agreement with OLG with respect to how the city applies the reserve funding. Originally, it was applied to Borers Creek and a lawsuit and a liability with respect to Borers Creek. Over the years, it's been used for community investments and community amenities in Flamborough, but it has been used from time to time for citywide investments, subject to council approval. It's come before council, and council's approved the use of the reserve funding. As it relates to what is before you today, It is subject to council approval. If council were to approve the motion that's before you today, it is in keeping with the policy and that council has control over reserves and how the reserves are managed. With respect to the impact, if approved, it would reduce the current levy position by $335,000. If I play it forward, and I hope this is helpful, if I play it forward and in 2026, we would be looking at offsetting the one-time reserve funding of $335,000 in 2026, plus another potential, let's use the same number, $560,000 in 2026. By applying another $335,000, effectively it would be approximately $900,000, of which the reserve funding would be 1/3, or just over 1/3 of it in the balanced levy. That would occur for one more year, and then the balance of the commitment would be levy funding right through to, originally it was 2028. It would likely be sometime mid-year 2027 that we would reach the target of 9.6 million.
Thank you for the clarification. I stand corrected. I'll support the good councillor's motion.
Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Question, what ward is the OLG Casino in?
I believe it's in Ward 13.
Okay. And the Ward 13 councillor has indicated not supportive of this motion, I think is what I've heard.
I'm going to look to GM Zagaric again to underscore whether the reserve's owned by a particular part of the city. GM Zagaric.
Thank you. I was going to move a motion to adjourn. The reserve is governed effectively by the Flamborough Reserve councillors. So I believe it's the 3 councillors who share in terms of governing the reserve and the application of the funding of the reserve.
Thank you, Chair. I find myself in a bit of a pickle, and my apologies to the mover. I was about to support this, and I fear that I have to change my vote on this, Ted. I apologize again on the floor. I sit with 2 other Stoney Creek councillors. We benefit greatly from the occasional use of the GFL Stoney Creek Reserve Fund to support community initiatives. I have never, nor have my colleagues ever, brought something forward without unanimous support from all 3 Stoney Creek councillors, and I can't in good conscience, if I've got a councillor from the Flamborough community that is uncomfortable for whatever reason and not supporting this, that's a big problem for me, Chair. I'm not able to move ahead in the direction I thought I was, and again, 3rd time, I apologize to the mover, just occurred to me.
Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Beattie. So I want to interject with a suggestion. 3 Flamborough councillors. I applaud Councillor McMeekin for the generosity. I think that's a great kind of spirit and approach to bring to this process. In the rush to bring amendments or motions here, we didn't have time to connect and discuss and talk, and that's no fault of Councillor McMeekin. He's just trying to do the right thing. I'm not trying to speak against the good councillor. I put a suggestion, though, is maybe withdrawal, allow us to have some discussion, and then potentially bring it back for at the council meeting, similar to what we've done for others, just so we can have some dialogue and talk things through. So I'll leave that to the mover.
I would like to recognize Councillor Alex Wilson, who is on the speakers list.
Thank you. I'd just like to clarify my earlier comments for folks. Absolutely was in favor of the motion as it was presented on the agenda yesterday. I think we've all heard that there's been a change in things and I think just to be on my comments earlier were that I've been struggling with this motion and where I'm landing on it and had some concerns, not asking anyone to say, hey, this is in Ward 13, let's support the Ward 13 councillor, just trying to be very clear where I'm at with this one, which is it was something yesterday, it's now something else today. Struggling with that, and that's where I'm at with this motion, not requesting anything else. Appreciate what Councillor Kassar has put forward. Just wanted to clarify that no ill will at all is happening.
Councillor McMeekin.
Yes, thanks. I really appreciate what's happened here. Some clarity is emerging around the intent, ownership of the fund. Let me just say for historical record, I was the mayor of Flamborough who negotiated the contract with the provincial government. It was 5% of the net revenue, and it was intended for community purposes for the entire town of Flamborough. The fact that the entire town of Flamborough, or previous town of Flamborough, is now represented by 3 different councillors, I think is a benefit because it, by definition, can bring us together. I should note, though, however, that Flamborough initially never received a cent from this fund. Amalgamation precluded that, and it all became a reserve fund, which has been used both for Flamborough purposes, paying down the Boris Creek debt. It was salaries for staff people at one point. You remember I brought a motion about that, and that passed. Some tax relief too. I think there were a couple of years where $1 million was used for tax relief generically, and I didn't have a problem with that. I mean, we're all in this together. This, what benefits the city of Hamilton benefits Ward 15, and what benefits Ward 15 benefits the city of Hamilton. But I would agree in a wink that if this clarity goes back to what the original intent was, to help rural Flamborough, largely rural Flamborough, and that it be seen as such, I'm pleased to work with my 2 colleagues who now represent part of that and come forward with proposals, Chair, that would benefit specifically. The one that we've had some conversation about already was related to Interval House and the need for 4 full-time crisis workers at about $250,000. That would be something I would gladly move into, and we've already, the 3 of us have had that conversation already. So all of that said, I'm quite prepared simply to withdraw this motion. I really do appreciate the clarity, and I look forward to a renewed Flamborough-based cooperative relationship with my 2 colleagues who now have the privilege of representing part of the old town that I was mayor of. So I withdraw the motion.
The motion is withdrawn. Thank you. We're on to 9.19, reduction of staffing to support public engagement. I'll look to the clerk for procedural counsel on whether he deems this motion in order, and I will rule accordingly.
I believe the motion to be in order, Chair.
I agree. I believe it is in order as well. Thank you for your counsel. Councillor Francis, could you please introduce your motion and your seconder, please?
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Mike Spadafora. Reduction of staffing to support public engagement, whereas residential taxpayers are looking at a potential 5.7% increase in their property taxes, whereas Council has declared an affordability crisis, whereas the threat of looming U.S. tariffs will create an economic recession in Canada and will have a $1 billion impact on Hamilton's local economy that can impact thousands of jobs, whereas fiscal responsibility is a priority of the municipality and every expenditure should be evaluated for its impact on taxpayers, whereas 2 FTEs were referred to the 2025 tax budget to support public engagement in the City Manager's office with a net levy impact of $235,969, and whereas the current public engagement staffing complement amounts to 5 FTEs and the communication staffing complement amounts to 28 FTEs, therefore be it resolved that the proposed 2025 tax supported budget be amended as follows. That the council referred item, staffing to support public engagement, representing a 2025 net levy impact of $235,969 and 2 FTEs be removed from the 2025 proposed tax budget. And just to speak to this really briefly, I think the whereases cover this pretty well. And I can speak for myself, and I'm sure my colleagues would say the same thing as me, but I spend the vast majority of every single day engaging in community engagement. And between that and the current staffing complement for the sake of taxpayers, I'm happy with the current situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers to the motion? Seeing none? Oh, beg your pardon, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much. I'm going to support this motion. There's some unfinished work still outstanding in terms of the mayor's task force. We don't have those recommendations back yet. My understanding is that engagement happens in many, many places in this city. Many divisions and departments do their own engagement. And so I think that until such a time as it's really clear that we need to augment that function, I'm going to support this motion and look forward to seeing what the independent community group that has been working on the task force comes up with. And I regret that they weren't able to provide their recommendations or suggestions prior to this process. I think they regret it too. I do appreciate their hard work. Thank you.
Councillor Cassar.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. Obviously, I support public engagement in doing a ever-improving job of that. However, I think it would be good to insert some tension into the process and challenge to potentially do more with what we have, so I will support this motion.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments of my colleagues, especially the mayor. I do agree. I think we need to have a good understanding of what's happening across the entire city with all of the divisions, all of the departments. Everyone seems to be doing their own type of engagement. We're not sure. I think it's important that we wait for that task force to come back from the mayor so we have a better understanding in terms of what the recommendations are from that task force. And I will be proposing a motion. It was not permitted here because it's not a part of this budget, but as we move forward, I think it's important that we do some type of functional improvement process or a business process improvement plan that really has management exercise and assess our procedures, identify areas that can be improved and make it more efficient across the board and ensure that there is not duplication. And where there is duplication, let's get the best process and merge those processes together. It won't be something that's overnight, but like the mayor's task force, I think it's important that we take a look at that, and I'll bring that at a later date. But I am going to support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Budget Chair. Just a couple of questions to staff. If I could, just to clarify the impact of this motion, should it proceed? So the role, the intended purpose of the positions, please.
Through the chair, this is Darryl Barnhart, Chief of Staff in the City Manager's Office. The rationale for the positions was provided to Council at a January 17th, 2024 meeting. The two positions are a performance reporting and impact evaluation specialist and a project manager specializing in public engagement. The report at that time was referred to the 2025 budget process. The idea behind these two positions is that they were designed to help facilitate the goals that are in the City of Hamilton's public engagement policy and to help further those goals that are in that policy.
Thank you. And if I could, through you, Chair, just to clarify, the one position was specific to program evaluation. Can you just, I couldn't hear you clearly. My apologies.
Through you, Chair, yes, that's correct. The one position was a performance reporting and impact evaluation specialist. So that position would be examining the types of questions that are being asked in engagement, examining their statistical validity, if they can be benchmarked against other organizations, things of that nature.
Thank you for clarifying. I know that that has been a point of interest for council members around the table in terms of making sure that our public engagement surveys or online processes are statistically valid, can be used to justify decisions that council is making around the table in terms of, are we seeing customer satisfaction increasing in particular service areas? Is it not? Should that be evaluated in our budget deliberations, et cetera, et cetera? I just recall those being important discussions last year during the budget process. So thank you for clarifying those positions. I'm not clear in terms of how what's been described in terms of the specificity of the two roles that were just reported back on would be impacted by the transparency work, but we'll look forward to that report when it comes. Thanks.
Councillor Crouch.
Councillor Nan asked most of my questions, but I had a follow-up question that I wondered if staff could answer with respect to the process through which staff went to identify the need for these positions. I guess I'm asking, and we know that the mayor's task force is ongoing. We know that it intersects with this work that we're doing. We know the city councilor's offices and some of the engagement that we do intersects with this work. So there's lots of different kinds of engagement. How was that approached or looked at with respect to this ask? I'm just wondering if that work is already being done, notwithstanding the fact that we have other work coming forward, because what I hear from the public consistently is we would like more engagement. We want to have more opportunities to participate. And so I'm generally speaking very supportive of this in terms of an ask for increasing that. But I want to understand if you could share with me how we can, what factors were used to consider this apart from staffing levels.
Thank you.
So through you, Chair, I think the rationale was staff were attempting to be responsive to council's priorities around responsiveness and transparency, as well as getting more people involved in decision making. And I think the councilor identified that. Additionally, last year there was over 220 hours in overtime by the current complement for staff trying to serve the existing demand. Additionally, I do know that across the corporation, there's many projects that have become reliant on external consultants to do public engagement. While these two positions certainly wouldn't alleviate all of that reliance, I do think that staff were attempting to propose a solution that might, reduce our reliance on external consultants to do some of that public engagement work.
Thanks, and as someone who attends a fair number of community events, like I'm sure many of my colleagues do, I see the folks who do public engagement here working tirelessly, frankly. And I think that if we're saying that there's 220 hours of overtime, there's a clearly defined need for additional staff in this area. So I'm not going to support this because I do think we need to support the staff who are doing this job. Continuing to apply more pressure to our staff and say, do more, do more, do more, is not going to result in a better level of work. It's going to result in burning people out. And so what I'm hearing, especially, and thanks to Chief of Staff Barnhart for that, 220 hours of overtime, we can do better than that. I'm not going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further speakers to this matter. The motion has been duly moved and seconded. Please record your vote. Thank you. That motion carries 13-3. We are on to motion 9.20, removal of 2025 capital funding for expedited bike lanes. I'll look to Clerk Trenum to see if this motion is in order within this budget deliberation.
Thank you, Chair. Having discussed with some staff, it appears, yes, it is in order. It is removing the funding from this year. The comment I will only make is that any projects or the elimination of any projects specifically would be a reconsideration, but my understanding from the motion itself, it is not to eliminate projects, just the funding from this particular year. Again, I'll welcome any further comments from staff to elaborate on that, but my understanding from them is that it would be in order.
Okay, I will heed your procedural counsel. I'll rule that it's in order, although there may be some outstanding questions. And if I could just allow staff to get settled first, and then I'll look to the mover to introduce it along with his seconder.
Before I move it, could I just get clarification from staff first? Because I did hear a little bit of conflicting information at lunchtime with this new condensed process. I mean, putting these budgets, these type of motions together in a matter of a week or two, it's impossible. So trying to do things on the fly here, if I can get some confirmation from staff that they believe that this is in order, because it really wasn't clear the last time I talked to staff. So I don't want to move something, go through a long debate, put everyone through that, and then end up having to withdraw it or move it to council or whatever. Just rather do that first.
GM Zagarek, please.
Through the chair, staff spent some time this morning reviewing the motion and the reference projects, and we see the value if this were to be deferred to council next week, just to confirm that the projects and the values coincide to the 2025 budget versus previous years. So happy to work with the councillor leading up to next week, and if there's any housekeeping with respect to the motion, doing that in advance rather than spending further time this afternoon doing that work.
So again, could it be, I just want to make sure we're fair and consistent. I don't want to cut you off. I apologize.
Thank you.
We have instances where we have withdrawn motions, and the councillor has graciously signaled their intent to likely bring back something else. And so in order to be consistent, I'm going to ask the mover if that would be practiced as well.
Absolutely. That would be my intention, to take the next several days to work with staff and then bring that to council and I just want confirmation that I'm going to be allowed to do that next Wednesday. I'm getting a thumbs up from the clerk, so that's good. Okay. I'll withdraw and bring it to work with staff so we can nail down numbers a little more precisely, and we'll deal with it next Wednesday.
Okay, so if people didn't see that thumb, it is the prerogative of the member to bring something next week. Thank you. We are on to 9.21, removal of funding for the Poet in Place pilot program. Again, procedurally, Clerk Trenum, is it your opinion that this motion is in order?
Chair, yes, this is in order. After some further discussions with staff, it was determined that nothing's been committed at this time. While there may be a contract in place that would have to be dealt with, it is in order to proceed with the motion as written.
Okay, procedurally it's in order because it pertains to this budget deliberation. We can maybe tease out those other matters through some questions. I'll look to the mover to introduce his motion along with your seconder, please and thank you.
Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. That's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Tom Jackson. Removal of funding for the Poet in Place pilot program, whereas residential taxpayers are looking at a potential 5.7% increase in their property taxes, whereas Council has declared an affordability crisis, whereas the threat of looming U.S. tariffs will create an economic recession in Canada and will have $1 billion impact on Hamilton's local economy that could impact thousands of jobs. Whereas fiscal responsibility is a priority for the municipality and every expenditure should be evaluated for its impact on taxpayers. Whereas the Poet in Place pilot program is funded at $25,000 per annum allocated from the Cultural Strategic Priorities Capital Project, whereas $10,000 per year is designated an honorarium for the Poet in Place, while $15,000 per year is allocated for program-related expenses. Whereas these funds could be redirected to provide tax relief to residents by applying the savings directly to tax levy. That's not the case anymore. Whereas the municipality should prioritize essential services and initiatives that provide the greatest benefit to the community as a whole. Therefore, be it resolved that the proposed 2025 tax-supported budget be amended as follows. A, that the $25,000 allocated for the Poet in Place be removed from the 2025 proposed tax budget, and B, that the $25,000 in related funding be moved from the unallocated capital reserve for the purpose of funding infrastructure projects such as roads, sidewalks, and parks. And just really briefly, I know it's $25,000, but every dollar counts. This funding can pay for important items such as sidewalks, a swing set, some potholes, which are some of the needs in our community that I hear about every single day. This was one of those items that I heard from repeatedly from my residents to remove from the budget, which is why it's here before us. Thank you.
Councillor Wang.
Thank you. Just a question of clarification, please. We heard earlier in this meeting that pilot projects come from reserve funds. In this motion, it specifically calls that this this pilot program is funded from the Cultural Strategic Priorities Capital Project. So is it actually in order? Because if it's a pilot project, it comes from reserves, and it's also the monies in this motion are asking to redirect it to a capital reserve. So I'm just confused about how flow of dollars happens, and also whether it's consistent with what we've been saying as this entire meeting so far.
Thank you. I'll look to GM Zagaric.
Through the chair, the funding source isn't a reserve, it's a capital project. And while the capital project was approved, I believe, 2019, it wasn't specific as to what the purpose of those capital funds are. And so this provides what the purpose through the 2025 budget as to the application of those capital funds.
Councillor.
And through you, Chair, just a question around the pilot project methodology, because we've already heard previously that pilot projects are supposed to come from reserves and they're not actually part of the levy. So again, you just said that this was already allocated in 2019. So I'm getting really confused as to how we would actually, I'm just confused about this whole project right now.
I'll go to GM Zagaric again. Thank you.
To the chair, and I can appreciate, the confusing variations in terms of how we fund initiatives, including some of the discussions today. So again, in 2019, Council approved a capital project, the Culture Strategic Priorities Capital Project. And at that time, what Council approved was essentially a funding envelope. They didn't identify specific initiatives. And so the Poet in Place now is before Council, as it was in 2024, as part of a 2-year pilot, for the application of those capital dollars towards the second year of the 2-year pilot for the Poet in Place. So again, whether it's reserves or a capital project, those are appropriate funds for pilot projects or one-time initiatives. This is the second year of a 2-year pilot that is, I'm assuming, unless advised differently, would sunset at the end of this year. There is a commitment with respect to the Poet in Place. The values would have to be somewhat prorated, because if this were to be terminated, there is a notice period to the Poet in Place as relates to the termination.
Councillor Wang.
I have more questions now.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So as this is already dollars that have already been allocated as of 2019, dollars were not allocated, dollars were not associated or tied to any type of fund. The team in place has identified that this is the Poet in Place that they want to spend those dollars on. So are we allowed to actually take dollars out of that account and allocate it to other capital projects? Is that actually in order?
GM Zagaric.
So through the chair, Council has the authority to appropriate funds from one capital project to another capital project. So to the councillor's question, as it relates to if this motion were to proceed, the transfer of the remaining funds to the unallocated capital, that is under the purview of council.
Okay, then my last question again, as a point of clarity, I would like to understand, 10,000 of that is an honorarium, so I would surmise that it's an operational budget item, as well as the 15,000 is also program-related expenses. So technically, they're not really capital. So I'm still confused about this because written in this motion exactly doesn't say anything about capital. And those are all operational dollars being allocated to a potential capital fund. So help, please.
Through the chair, the councillor is correct that these are operating expenditures, but if you think of it in the context of a pilot project, so a pilot project has a definitive period, will sunset, and for that reason, pilot projects can be funded from reserve or a capital project. So again, the reference to the capital or the appropriateness of the capital is that this is not a permanent, ongoing program. It is a program that is scheduled to sunset in the end of 2025.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I know that I have lots of other questions, but I know my time is up. But I don't think I want to be on the list for a second time. I'd like to listen to what my council colleagues are going to say.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. I'm not going to support this motion. This is literally austerity, nickel and diming. I mean that. And I'll focus on the diming part, perhaps. When you put this into the calculations for the budget, it amounts to 10 cents or 0.0019% of the levy. Meanwhile, and I'm not sure if anyone's been at events where our current poet in place, Shai Peel, has spoken. She had quite an impact. She came here actually and spoke. I'm not sure who saw that or was in the room at the time, but I certainly was. And I've seen her out in the community several times, making an impact, talking about social issues. Poetry is not something that's meant to be hidden away. It's meant to be public, and it's been that way for thousands of years. Usually, and those who don't follow what goes on in this space, I get it, give voice. Usually when a poet performs poetry, they do so by speaking out loud. I learned earlier today when I was looking on Instagram that the poet in place herself had no idea this motion was coming forward. Nothing flies in the face more to me than a person who's designed to shine a light on things, to bring a criticality to things, to bring thoughtfulness, color, clarity to things. Through their voice, wouldn't get one in this process. And we put this pilot project in place purposely to uplift the arts in our community and give them a place of importance and to show our community that these things matter. If at the end of that pilot project we didn't get what we wanted out of that, it'll come back to this body, we'll have the conversation here. But to interrupt this in the middle, again, for just purely for austerity politics, nickel and diming, to make a point at, okay, these arts programs are seen as a frill, they're necessary. The arts have been part of our communities for thousands of years for a reason. Attacking them is below this council, and we should continue to fund this program until the end of the pilot and make our evaluation decisions at that time. For the amount of money we're spending here, and if you haven't heard her speak, it's an incredible return on investment.
Councillor Clark.
I can only say that in my ward, and I have lots of meetings out in the community, I have 4 town halls a year. I have 6 ward days in the community. I have umpteen public meetings. Chair, what I have heard consistently is that this has become the thorn. This has become the burr under the saddle. This has become the exemplification of City Hall's waste. That's what I hear all the time. And I struggle to explain it. Well, it's only this amount of money, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They for whatever reason, the residents in my community have latched onto this item and complain about it consistently. And they also complain about the high taxes, but they challenge this. So I'm going to support the good councillor's motion. I know it's a nominal amount, but I've been hearing about this nonstop. And I want that. I want the residents to understand that I heard them and I'm dealing with it accordingly. And finally, Chair, if I could ask you, when we finish these motions, I have a question of process that I'd like to ask before we move on to other things and vacate the room, if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
Councillor Kassar.
Thanks, Chair Wilson. I've had experiences similar to Councillor Critch, similar to Councillor Clark. For me, this decision isn't about my opinion on the arts or poetry. It's about the impact. It is 10 cents. In my family of 5, it's 2 cents per person. I don't regard it as a serious way to save taxpayers' money. I'm not sure why it's here other than the content of how it's being spent, so I'm not going to support it.
Councillor Danko, followed by Councillor Beattie. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. I think Councillor Clark summed it up pretty succinctly, but I think a poet would be able to understand that really what this is a symbolic representation of what residents see as out of control spending without any thought of consequence. What taxpayers say over and over and over again, my taxes are going up by $500, $1,000, and you're paying for a poet. Thank you.
Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair. And 2 comments. One, there obviously is something in the water in Stony Creek because I have the same experience with my residents in Ward 10 as the councillor from Ward 9 is having with his. And this is emblematic, as the Ward 8 councillor has referred to, as what the perception of City Hall is. And that's unfortunate because I think unquestionably supporting the arts is important. But it's become something, unfortunately, that our residents are asking us for actions on. The second point, it's been made a mention of that, this is only 10 cents. And a few minutes ago, well, this was only 50 cents. And if we look at all of those things, it's 50 cents here, 10 cents here, 25 cents here. Before you know it, it's $1. Before you know it, it's $10. Before you know it, it's $100. And that's the point that some of us are trying to make around this table, is that it's the cumulative effect of one-ofs all over the place that are seemingly insignificant. But when you amalgamate them, when you put them together, it amounts to something, and it is a hardship on taxpayers in the city.
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson, echoing Councillor Danko, Beattie, and Clark. I must admit, when this framework was brought forward in 2023 and we voted on it, and I thought at the time $10,000, and of course the 15's been added on, I couldn't get over the number of times I went to the restaurant or to the supermarket and I got from my constituents, a poet, Tom, a poet. That's what my municipal dollars are now going towards, is a poet. And I said, well, I couldn't be anywhere near as eloquent as the Ward 2 councillor's defense of it. I tried to explain it. And, I'm proud of the fact that I sit on the City Enrichment Fund. And we support the arts to a great degree through the City Enrichment Fund. But I must admit, this became a bit of a lightning rod and again, a symbolism of people wanting to ensure their municipal dollars are going towards traditional, hard and soft, tangible results in their community of traditional municipal services that they will enjoy, be proud of, and expect from their municipal representatives. So I'm glad Councillor Francis has brought this forward so that I can reverse my vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Councillor McMeekin.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I've always believed that without music and the arts, life is a mistake. And I was surprised to learn that bringing in a poet, which a number of municipalities have, was on our agenda. And I was amazed when she actually spoke to us around the council chamber. I think she brought her son out, who was her biggest cheerleader. I'm not sure what exactly she's done since then, but Mario Cuomo once said, and former late great governor of New York State, he said, we campaign in poetry, but we govern in prose. And I think poetry is pretty important. When I get down and feeling a little strange about things, something that refreshes me is poetry. And I'm not very good at writing it, but I love to read it and hear it and celebrate it. And I think the expense is what, 25,000 honorarium? Is that what it is? Yeah. Anyhow, I won't vote to axe the poet. I think poetry is important, and we don't get enough of it.
Councillor Pauls?
I'm trying to find out, this was a pilot for 2023. Did we have a contract or something that keeps going, or is it finished?
I'll recognize the staff if you'd like to introduce yourself, Lisa.
Yeah.
Certainly, thank you. A contract was entered into at the beginning of 2024 for 2 years. It's an honorarium of $10,000 per year. Again, there is a 60-day termination clause, which means the exact savings would be $8,333. The additional $15,000, it is up to $15,000 to be spent on program materials. So it could be things like room bookings or materials for literacy workshops. It doesn't have to be, we don't have to spend up to that $15,000. Thank you.
Would you just introduce yourself?
My apologies. Elisa Abbott, Acting Director, Tourism and Culture. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer, because I'm trying to read it, how long was the contract, but it was for 2 years, but you said that we could terminate it 60 days, 6 months, or 60 days?
Through the chair to respond to the councillor, yes, it's a 60 days termination.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, Mayor Horvath for the first time. Thank you.
Hi, thanks very much, Chair. $8,333. You know, we've sat around this table and we've talked about music, and we've talked about our Philharmonic, and we talk about our art gallery, and we talk about Theatre Aquarius. We talk about all the things that bring joy to people in this city. I don't know, for $8,333, it seems to me this is a political straw dog. It's more about axing the tax than axing the poet. And, you know, I get it, but we're not just, cities need vibrancy, they need the arts. For folks around this table that support those other arts endeavors, maybe you just don't like poetry, but at the end of the day, what we are trying to do is provide a city that brings joy and that has joy and that supports our arts and cultural sector. And I just want to say this. Many times I've heard over the years, not even being on the council, but watching as things evolved in this city for many years. I recall the Richard Florida days when we talked about culture and the arts and the vibrancy that brings to cities. We've rued, and our community has rued when gentrification happens in certain neighborhoods, because guess what? The arts and culture came and made those neighborhoods vibrant, and then the price, the property tax, the property values went up, and the artists had to move out. So, I mean, I get it. It makes good headlines, and I get it. You can rail, you know, against the poet. But at the end of the day, we're building a vibrant city, and people are coming here for a reason. It's because we care about these things. It's because we actually give a darn about making sure that our city is diverse and vibrant. And so for $8,333, if you want to hang your hat on that as a way to wrestle this budget to the floor, then that's all fine. But I think it totally misses the point in terms of how you build and continue to attract not only visitors, but residents and investments to this city. It's much proven, not only in examples around the world, but we actually proved it here. Let's not forget the lessons that we've learned as a community. Thanks so much.
Councillor Tedison.
Sorry to belabor the point. The 8,333, was that just disclosed as the amount that was used by the poet last year? I'm just trying to understand. No?
We're
Thanks.
talking about impact, and I'll recognize, is it Director?
Acting Director
Abbott.
Lisa
Acting
Abbott,
Director
Tourism
Abbott.
and Culture, to respond through the chair. It is a 2-year term, $10,000 for each year. The poet was paid $10,000 for 2024. We are in the middle of her contract. There is a 60-day termination clause. So that would be, then we would be paying her for 2 out of those next 12 months if we terminated the contract today.
Okay, I understand that now. Sorry for misunderstanding. And I now I better understand that it's just 10,000 granted to her for her own use, regardless. Like, she doesn't have to submit any bills or anything. It's just at her understanding of how she uses it. It's up to her, right?
To respond through the chair, as part of the vetting process, the candidates had to submit a robust work plan, and they do have to deliver. She does have to deliver on all of the items that she said she was going to, and that includes public appearances, the creation of original works, as well as in partnership with the Hamilton Public Library running workshops that focus on literacy and youth mentorship.
Thank you so much. I better understand the situation now.
Councillor Nan, second-time speaker.
Thank you. I'm so appreciative of the questions that went to the director and the director's responses, Chair. Literacy and youth mentorship. Was it the chief librarian during the budget proceedings who talked about Hamilton's plummeting literacy rates?
I can confirm on the public record that our literacy rates are going down.
Plummeting. $8,300 plus dollars. And I turned to my colleague sitting beside me because he used a term last year during the budget process, and I think I wrote him a little note with a cartoon on it, something about a juice and a squeeze. The juice ain't worth the squeeze. And if a poet who is a mother can run programming in every library across this city to inspire children, to inspire young people, to inspire adults, to inspire seniors, to create a sense of belonging, to elevate the city of Hamilton's reputation as a place that embraces culture. If a mom who's a poet can do that for $10,000 a year, it's a pretty great return on investment. Cannot support this motion. It's nickel and diming. If it was $250,000 in savings, perhaps there would be a conversation here worth having. Thank you. Oh, one last point, Chair, is that the 40 minutes of allotted speaking time to the speakers list on this motion probably cost us about $8,000, given everybody's presence here and what their value is. Thank you.
Councillor Spadafora.
Thank you, Chair. Literacy. I believe the library budget's going up 7%. Surely there was $10,000 in that budget that could be used to cover this cost, but I hope the taxpayers are seeing, if only people would fight for the historic tax increases they're getting as much as we fought for this motion or fought against this motion. If only we would fight that hard. I know I do. I know there's people around this table that will. 7% increase in the library budget. We talked that you want to bring that in with literacy. Slide this in the budget. Surely 7% increase to a budget. And they can't find $10,000 that we have to do it separately. This is the problem. It adds. Stop breaking it down on 10 cents or 2 cents. The only thing you guys wanted to fight for was a defund the police motion for $12 million. $8,000. Put it in the library budget. They're getting 7% increase. When is the increase not going to go up anymore? It's not just specific to the poet. It's specific to everything. We can't cut everything. We need everything. Maybe think about what your residents need, which is a break, because they're going bankrupt.
Councillor Francis for a second time.
Thank you. And this is just a minor example of a major problem here at this council. And I don't care if this program costs $10. People hate it and they want it gone, period. And when people call us and ask us why our taxes are going up, but their services have not, this is a great example of why.
There are no further speakers. The motion is on the floor. It's been duly moved and seconded. Please vote accordingly. Thank you. That motion is defeated on a tie. All right. To my colleagues, please, let's be in order. We have concluded.
We have concluded, Chair, the motions that we have been provided. However, members of council can still put forward motions if they so choose. I believe Councillor Taddison may have one that he's looking to put forward.
Councillor Taddison, do you have a motion?
I do. Can Angela put it up on the board for us? I'll read it out. Maybe we can find some savings for that poet through this process here.
And identify your seconder, please.
My seconder is Councillor Beattie. So basically, this is looking at the contingencies funds for the levy-supported public works projects for this year. I'll just skip down to the final whereases. Basically, whereas fiscal responsibility is a priority for the municipality and every expenditure should be evaluated for its impact on taxpayers. Whereas the directors and project managers in public works have set budgets for the completion of tax-funded public works projects with contingency funds allowing for unforeseen setbacks totaling between 10% and 12%. Whereas the majority of projects will come in below the set budget allotted, and those funds will be directed towards reserve funds for future use. Therefore, be it resolved that the proposed 2025 tax-supported budget be amended as follows. The applicable tax-funded public works projects reduce their budget totals by 2% and work within a budget for said projects with an 8 to 10% contingency. So in speaking about this and through dialogue with the senior leadership, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's my understanding that all public works capital projects are brought forward with an expectation that if all goes well and according to plan for that project, the manager or director of that project can be expected the cost to be 88% of the capital that we allot. So for many projects that start and are under construction, that amount needed is a combination of the current year's budget and years past from reserves. Sometimes a project is just funded from the current year's budget. So this means that every year we set aside 10 to 12% extra for unforeseen issues that may arise as construction takes place. I'm asking that we look at that target amount of 88 to 90% and considering if our public works projects as funded for this year can shrink their contingency funds to 8 to 10% for this year. That means I'm asking that we take 2% off the top and ask our public works staff to spend this year to a max of 98%. Not stopping any capital expenditures. Councillor Jackson, not stopping any construction and not pushing aside any projects to next year. Just work within the guidelines to complete projects with 2% less funding from this year only. I think the only loss here is the potential to future reserves. The goal here is to lower financial pressure on the city's current budget while still making sure we're prepared for unexpected costs. I know we need to set aside the right amount, not too much, not too little, so projects stay on budget and run smoothly. I think this motion achieves that goal. I know it's a challenging ask for staff, but I have faith in their ability to deliver.
Thank you. We have a number of speakers. I'll just go with we have Councillor Beattie, Clark, Kazar, Danko, Jackson.
I have a point of order before we debate.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Councillor Danko.
So in the tradition of this council meeting or committee meeting of debating whether items are in order or not, I would submit that this is not in order because the contingency is not actually intended to be spent as part of the project budget. What the contingency is, whether it's 10%, 12%, 50%, makes no difference. Because once that project is closed out, that contingency is then returned back to the levy. So based on that, I'm questioning whether this is actually in order.
I am going to ask, thank you for that, and I apologize for not seeing your point of order. I'm going to ask GM Zagaric, before we make a ruling on whether this is in order, to perhaps speak to whether the statement you have made would be his understanding based on the corporate practice.
To the chair, I'm going to rely on the last sentence of the therefore, and if I'm interpreting it correctly, the direction is that public works, all public works tax supported, whether that's contribution or debt supported projects, be reduced by 2%. And so by doing so, it would reduce both the contribution and our debt reliance for those projects. Now, having said that, so I see the councillor shaking his head, so I'll stop there if that's not the intent.
I think I made it clear in my statements talking that it was only for capital projects funding that occurs in this year. And you have to separate, like many projects are funded over multiple years. We're only talking about that 2% for this year that I'm talking about shaving off. So if something's been funded for the past 4 years, we're not talking about any of their contingencies. They've already been set aside. It's in there. What I'm talking about is working with the total amount being reduced by 2% for this year's projects only. So we're not looking at any deferred funds in reserves already, okay?
Chair, I also have a point of order I'd really like to ask.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. We still have Councillor Danko's has a right to exercise his fully because I was the one who recognized staff and I was the one who disrupted his point of order. Councillor Danko.
So I'm still not sure whether this would be considered in order, but again, the contingency is money that's set aside. It's not as part of the budget, but it's not spent as part of the budget. And after that project is closed out, it's returned back to the reserve, to the levy to offset future years' projects. And it's also multi-year funding. Like, you can't just single out the 2025 contingencies because these projects are funded over many, many years. There's very few of them that are only in year.
Thank you. So if I could ask GM Zagaric, I am struggling with this ruling. I've heard the mover say he only wants it applied to this in-year, which would make it in order. However, capital projects generally from design to tendering to action are over multiple years, and the contingency carries through those years. So I would ask GM Zagaric if he could further provide us with some daylight.
Through the chair, I'll try, I'll start, and then I'll invite GM Can, who's maybe more familiar than I in terms of public works capital projects. I think there'll be some work that will be necessary for this reason. Many public works capital projects are not funded exclusively from contribution as well as from municipal debt. There may be federal gas tax funding. There may be funding from provincial government. So we would and then there would be growth-related projects, DC funded. So there would have to be some narrowing down with respect to the project selected, because if it's a growth-related project, we're effectively reducing the cost of the project, which then may not coincide with our DC background study. So my point being, I think there may be some work that would be necessary if this were to be supported to narrow down the projects to focus on, to assess the opportunity and the impact of reducing the overall budget and contingency by 2%. And just, again, I just don't want to potentially overcommit in terms of what the financial impact is, just to realize that some of the financing is not municipal financing for these projects,
Right.
and therefore do not represent an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. GM Can, did you wish to add?
Through the chair, yes, I would like to add and hopefully bring some daylight to the conversation as you described it. Carlisle Can, General Manager of Public Works, City of Hamilton. There's a vast array of capital projects within our program. It can be from the replacement of a large capital component equipment, HVAC system on top of a rec center. It could be rebuilding a pool, a bridge, a road reconstruction, a water main. So depending on the projects, there are different risks associated with it. So part of why we carry a contingency is to address those risks as we move through the project. In getting to the project, in the case of an air conditioning unit, we typically know those prices and we follow the market and we look at the bids from previous years, and then we're able to estimate that, and then we would put a 10% contingency. Sometimes it's because inflation and prices are going up. Sometimes the prices are being driven by demand. Other times it's, hey, you know, that unit was 30 years old and you need new footings and you need the roof to be modified to receive the new unit. So that's kind of why we carry these contingencies. When we talk about our asset management plans and we look at the prioritized list of projects, once again, with the condition assessment and the priority ranking that we get, and these are engineered studies again for a specific asset class, let's call it an asset within that category, the consultant provides us with a plus or minus 35% on that asset or that replacement, rehab or replacement. That could be everything from an air conditioning unit to the building envelope. So it really depends on what we're replacing and what work we're doing. A bridge reconstruction, as we get into design, we learn a little bit more. So I want to assure council too, as we work through all our capital projects and we go from conceptual to pre-design, the contingency goes from plus or minus 35% on a Class D all the way up to a Class A, which is a full design, at which point in time, for the more complicated projects, we would get a pre-tender estimate. So what that allows us to do is narrow in on the price that we anticipate the market's going to respond with. Once we have all the bids and prices in, through our purchasing bylaw and also through our, I guess, financial control system, whatever the awarded price is, we are only allowed to carry a 10%, sometimes 12% contingency when we execute that PO. So Councillor Janko is correct that any excess funds, once we close off the project, is returned to the reserve or the source that it came from. I do think the intent of the councillor's motion is to look at, you know, are we applying a contingency rate across every single project that maybe in certain cases doesn't make sense, and we're more than happy to start looking at that in 2025. And I know that Director Kennedy and others have expressed that same concern, and we're willing to do that. So I'm going to stop there and see if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So in summary,
Chair, I think I'd still like to talk about a point of order. Aren't we on notice of motion? Wasn't this a notice of motion? So are we debating this when it's considered a notice of motion?
No, if I can respond to that, we still have an outstanding point of order, but I have an answer for you. So if we could exhaust Councillor Danko's right, he still has the floor, then I'm pretty sure I have a ruling on it, but go ahead, Councillor Danko.
I think GM Can and GM Zagaric outlined why this is not really in order. But I mean, it's up to committee if we're going to debate it or not.
I'll recognize your point of order, and thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Wang.
Sorry, Chair, I just felt like we were getting down this rabbit hole of like additional comments and a lot more asking of staff, and I felt like we were going down a debate, and I was confused because I thought we were on notices of motion, and I did not recall a waiving of the rules for this to be debated. So that's where I feel the point of order has been. I would like to raise that.
Sure. If I can respond, and obviously Clerk Trenum can correct me if I'm procedurally incorrect. We are sitting as a GIC budget committee. So any matter, just like any other standing committee, if a member raises a motion pertaining to that committee on the day, because the subject is generally on the agenda, it is in order. So there was no need for it to be a notice. We can serve motions. Okay, thank you. So here's what I've heard, folks, and then I'll recognize it. The challenge with this, as it's presently written, is the fact that it calls for a particular levy decrease. And what we've heard from GM Zagaric is that the sources of funding that inform our capital works are tied not just to a levy, they're tied to DCs, they're tied to sometimes senior order of government agreements and the like. And we've also been told that the contingency may differ given what's going on in the market and how the market, how what's going on informs that particular contingent activity, capital activity. So I guess my request would be to the mover, if there is an opportunity for him to exercise that which he has done previously under good grace, to withdraw and work with staff to bring some maybe definition, given what he's heard from the bench, but it's your prerogative.
Yeah, my prerogative is that I didn't hear that it wasn't in order. I heard that it'll take some work to pull it out. I have had discussions with staff, and they can delineate those numbers, and I'm willing to put it forward because I really feel strongly that we need to do our best, and I know it's going to take some extra efforts, but I think we can do this, and I want to go forward with this, saying that if we can hit 88%, which is a 12% for public works for across the board that they've been told, the directors and the project managers to hit it, then we can certainly hit that 80% within, or that 88% within 98%.
Point of order, and I apologize,
as opposed to 100%. Go ahead.
Point of order is that we're into the debate of the motion, and you posed a question to the mover about whether or not the mover is prepared to withdraw the motion, bring it back with further information for all of committee's due diligence and consideration. And I'm just hearing debate, so that's my point of order.
Thank you. To the mover, can you respond to the point of order?
I accept that ruling, but I think every answer deserves a reply with an explanation.
Okay, so this is a really really complex matter, and I don't know whether I can rule on it procedurally, because I think what's driving it is the complexity of the financials and the implications, which are not known at this time. And they're not known whether it's strictly levy-based. And I've heard from the mover, that he does not wish to withdraw. He wishes to move ahead and to have the debate. So I will respect that because unless the clerk tells me otherwise, I don't know whether it's in order.
So, Chair, it is questionable only because we don't know what the budget impact is. I think it's fair to say that it has an impact.
Yep.
But I would certainly feel more comfortable knowing what the number is as it's presented. So my recommendation would be that withdrawn with the understanding that it's coming back with a number at council to provide that clarity. Because I'm concerned about the ability to debate something when we don't understand the impact.
Thank you. In order to be fair and consistent, we're looking for an impact, and there's not one articulated in this motion. I'll ask the mover again, with that, council, if you could withdraw and come back next week.
I can.
You're a good man, Charlie Brown. Thank you. That motion is withdrawn. Are there any further motions coming at this time? Seeing none. Councillor Clark had indicated earlier he wanted to address a matter in relation to the deliberations, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I ask my question, I do want to congratulate you and thank you on your fairness and resolution to the entire process today. It was very challenging. It was at moments incredibly confusing, and you held that line and you helped this body get to where we are. I do want to thank the new clerk too. God bless him. The poor guy's here just for a few months and all of a sudden he's thrown into this. I think he did an excellent job. Thank you very much. Here's my question. I think all of us around this table have tried with patience to get through this process and to treat each other with respect. I can't speak for everyone around this table, but I have found it frustrating. And I would suggest that before we conclude the budget, we verify that there's going to be some kind of debriefing so that we can hear from our colleagues what worked, what didn't work, what we might be able to do better. I know this is a new process, and I know this process was forced on the mayor and this council. Thank you so much, Premier Ford. I sincerely appreciate your gift. But I really would appreciate that we do some debriefing so that next year's cycle, we can improve on this process. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can just respond to that, please. I gave you my commitment at the start of this meeting that I think upholding trust and confidence in the integrity of this process is my responsibility. I also gave you my commitment, and whether this went swimmingly and there were champagne flowing, my commitment was also that I would sit down with each of you confidentially to have over a coffee, to have a discussion about what you found the process, how it worked for you, how it didn't, and how we can improve. And I'm very appreciative, overwhelmingly, of the good grace and patience that you've exercised as this first time, right? But that is absolutely my commitment, and I will be absolutely exercising that. I hope that alleviates, I hope you will take that as my word. Councillor Francis.
Yeah, I was sorry. I indicated prior with my hand, and apologies. If I could just get an understanding that we still have a number of motions that have been punted to Wednesday's council meeting, probably some big ticket items as well, should they be successful. But after a full day of deliberation here, if I could just get from GM Zagaric an updated forecast after our deliberation today.
GM Zagaric, are you able to do that back of the envelope?
through the chair, the talent behind me are able to do that, and I can share their talent with you. We started the day 5.7, more specifically 5.66, and we stand at 5.6, more specifically 5.62.
That answer your question, Councillor?
Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies, Councillor McMeekin.
Yeah, similar vein. But before I speak to that, I just want to say that I think, Chair, you've epitomized for me, and I suspect others around the horseshoe, grace under pressure, and I really appreciate your leadership and your wise counsel on so many turns along the long and winding road that's led to this place. That having been said, today was billed as a command performance. The mayor's directive, and everybody's coming in with motions, and we're going to roast marshmallows around the fire of savings, and kind of like a financial audit almost. Certainly financial clarity. And so my question specifically was a simple one. How much money did we save today? What's the figure that?
5.62 we started at 5.66.
So how much is that?
Well, that I can't answer you.
How much is that, Mike? In real dollars, Canadian dollars.
Through the chair, staff are restarting their computer. I believe it's just over $500,000, but I'll confirm.
It's a good estimate. Thank you. Councillor?
So 7 hours for $500,000. That's okay. We did some good work, I guess. Thanks. That's my question.
Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. And just because you allowed Councillor Clark to make some comments on the process, I want to sincerely say thank you, because especially the first half of the meeting was difficult with some very, very concerned people in our gallery who bring a lot of passion to the chambers. So sincerely, well done. I just going to make a comment, as I did last year, when I think we wrapped up the budget, if I recall, mid-February. I felt rushed then and hurried. I feel even more rushed and hurried again this budget process. And I'll just say it again. I'm not here to procrastinate. Typically, past terms of council, by end of March, lots of time, set the budget by April 1st, moving forward, lots of time to huddle, to discuss with staff each other. Once again, the only downside I'm feeling again is this mad hurriedness, just like we experienced today. City Clerk Trenum, to his credit, apologized a number of times for today, saying, sorry I didn't get back to council sooner. Anyways, I'm just putting that on the table again, that maybe we don't have to feel as rushed going forward in 26. Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson.
Would you like to get on, Mayor? Yeah, okay. Mayor Horvath, and then,
Thanks very much. As I've mentioned to a couple of folks, as some of these concerns have arisen today and on other days, not only do I appreciate the work of the chair and everybody else who's been involved in getting us through today, but and the commitment that the chair made to have one-on-ones with all of the councillors, as I've mentioned to some of you who have been asking and raising your concerns. The mayor's office will be doing the same, the city manager's office and the executive team of the on the corporate side will be doing the same. We'll be doing that not at the end of the summer, but we're going to go with fresh understanding, having just come through this process when it ends, and do that work sooner rather than later, so that we have better outcomes and a better ability to address the concerns that have been raised throughout this process. But I do appreciate all the work that everyone has done on both the staff side and the councillor side. And we are on a path of continuous improvement, let's hope. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Councillor Pauls, are you on the speakers list? Because you're
Yes.
not on my list, so please.
I just want to say through the chair that we received the detail part of the budget about a week and a half ago, and it was over 1,000 pages. I remember printing them all up, and I thought it's my duty to go through them all. And today I was disappointed that even the few motion that I put didn't even go through, but I probably will bring them in a council. But I found it very frustrating. I was wondering if the detail part of the budget, because in the books it didn't have any detail, could be maybe sent a lot earlier. Because that was really bogged down. I spent 2 weeks straight trying to look at every page and trying to understand it as well. So,
Thank you. I think that's the kind of evaluation I'll be looking for when we sit down, and absolutely will take it and document it. Thank you.
all right, thanks.
I'm going to recognize, if there are no further speakers on this, City Manager Cluckey, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. City Manager Marnie Cluckey. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I had asked the chair earlier if I would be permitted to do so because I want to acknowledge and recognize the comments that have been made by council today. I recognize the frustrations. I understand that navigating through the strong mayor legislation that was enacted by the province can be challenging, and we really do appreciate the patience and commitment that council and the mayor has shown throughout the budget process. So I also want to just thank council for the dedication to this important budget work and proposing budget amendments, which is important work that you do, and your commitment to ensuring a thorough and transparent budget is deeply valued by staff and the community, I'm sure. And I also want to acknowledge the chair for her efforts to uphold public trust and confidence in the process and to respect the mayor's directives. It has been greatly appreciated by myself and staff. And thank you to finance and other staff for their diligence in reviewing and providing input on the amendments. And again, a special thanks to Clerk Trenum for guidance and support to the chair and council in navigating the procedural aspects that are related to how we've interpreted the strong mayor legislation. That said, I also want to acknowledge the frustration in some aspects of the process that have not gone as well as we'd like. And while much of the process is dictated by legislation in terms of its required timelines, there are areas that we can improve, which we've heard from you today. And I need to own that as city manager and apologize that it has been a little frustrating and commit to you that we will look for continuous improvements in this area. So moving forward, we know that we can take steps to improve how we manage this process, such as adjusting timelines to allow for adequate review and consultation within the limits that have been set by the legislation, making sure the council is informed in advance of motions that may be deemed out of order or require reconsideration. That is certainly a courtesy that we want to extend and that you deserve to have extended to you. So there are other things, as you've mentioned, but I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the comments and say that while we're all learning together, there's this opportunity for us to continuously improve and seek those opportunities to implement the legislation more effectively. We know it's an evolving process, so we are committed to that, and we thank you for your feedback and appreciate the collaboration and constructive discussions that we've had today that will help us refine this in the future. So please know that that commitment is here, and we will work to do that. And I do appreciate all you've done and all that staff has done to get us here.
Thank you, City Manager. There are no further comments. This meeting is adjourned.